And we are back. We're back. I can see and touch my fellow co-hosts. Let's just move those hands off the table. This is our end of the year wrap-up episode. So, as usual, we have to my left, Peter.
Hello.
And to my right, Dan.
Hello.
And I am clearly God. I am Tom, because I am in the middle. We are doing a live recording for once, I guess. Would say it's a live recording? In person.
It's the last episode of the year, and it's the first episode of the year that we're doing in person.
Yes.
Yeah.
The last time we caught up in person for a recording was 2021's end of year wrap up episode.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
And it was tomorrow, so it's exactly a year and a day.
And
ago.
I'm sure I felt shit on the 29th last year. I'm just going to feel shit on the 28th this year.
Yeah.
So
it's 28th today?
No, it's
27th today.
27th, yes.
Yeah,
I'm going to feel shit on the 28th.
Yes.
We all are. So yes, we're coming to you from
live
from Pete's lounge room. The big bright lights are in my eyes again, hence why I'm wearing a hat indoors. And we're going to talk about a whole lot of things about the year. So there's a bit of news as usual. There's a couple of ridiculous beers we've got today. Our big spotlight's going to be our wrap up of the year in terms of movies, TV shows, and video games. Our best and worst, or when we say worst,
our experiences for the year.
Yeah, not necessarily they were bad, but most disappointing things we were hyped for and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
And yes, it's exciting. It's exciting to be back in person. Jasper's not here, and I feel weird.
And we can share beers.
Yeah.
I don't have to sit there and drink a 500ml can of a 7%
15%, yeah.
I don't know why you're excited about that.
That doesn't mean we're not going to be sloshed by the end of it.
Oh,
that
definitely.
just means we're going to try and share more beers
than
drink an entire one.
Well, I might crack one then.
Yes, please do that. And while you do that, so last year we did our end of year wrap up was Dark Knight. So we did all darks from memory. We did a strong ale, but so there was a couple of exceptions because I think in the end we did 7 or 8 beers and got well and truly sloshed. But this end of year wrap, we thought we'd continue the theme with some sort of batshit crazy jokerish type episode. So these beers are going to be a little bit weird.
Not pour me that much.
Some stats over the last 12 months. Since this is the...
I thought you were just going to go fuck you and just keep pouring.
Oh, I thought about it.
Some stats for the end of year wrap up episode. So
it gets thicker the further you go in. That's what she said.
Yes. Take a breath, Tom.
Want some sediment?
Yeah, leave it there. We'll see how we go.
Some glitter.
This doesn't have glitter in it, does it?
No, I don't think so.
No, okay.
So let's talk about the beer things I just poured before we go into stats and forget about the beer.
Okay.
I'll read the can.
Oh, Jesus.
It's funny that he says that because Pete picked this one. We are having for first cab off the rank because why not? Let's fuck our palates right from the start. It's the Fairy Floss Sour from One Drop. It is raspberry and strawberry flavored.
You can see the sugar on the side of the glass.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like there's just this
meniscus
coating on the glass.
This one's 10.4%.
And it's granulating while we drink it.
This is a great little blurb. Brewed to be dry, sweet, and fruity. They start with their classic kettle sour base, dosed with enough strawberry and raspberry puree to keep any celestial being satiated. And to top it off, loaded with more boxes of old school fairy floss than should ever be allowed near a beer. A heavenly, fruit-filled, tarty dream for your mouth.
It's actually a lot drier than I expected it to be. Like smelling it, I was like, this is going to be super sweet. But
it just smells.
I don't know what is coating the glass then, because
unless it's a bit of the puree.
I don't know, but if you look at it, it actually does. It does have a slick to it.
It does look like puree to me.
Yeah, it could be. It is a little pulpy. There's a little pulpy around where you would expect to see the foam.
It could be the residue from the fairy floss. They're actually just chucking fairy floss into it.
What's in fairy floss? It's
fairies.
Just like masticated fairies.
They just grind them up.
Yeah, just grind them up, wings and all.
There's Nick with a mortar and pestle and just some little screaming, help us, Tinkerbell.
Squish them down as they go.
Clap, Peter.
Oh, it does say it contains lactose on the side there.
Oh, okay, so it does actually. But it is still quite dry. Or maybe it's because it's got that
It is definitely
like
dry.
that raspberry seed
tart,
dryness when you get a raspberry seed and you just bite the seed and you get all that tannin dryness.
There's almost a dankness to it.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. I definitely wouldn't drink a 440ml can full of it.
Oh God,
Your palate would die.
Yeah, I'm glad. You know what that would benefit from just on the back end of it is some salt.
Like turning into a goza. Yeah, I could see that.
Oh, it's kind of like, it's like when people dip their choc tops into their popcorn. That salt and sweet.
Can't say I've ever seen anyone dip a choc top into a...
Well, Petty. That's the cinematic experience you're missing out on.
Obviously, I need to spend more time at the Dandy.
Yeah, Dandy middle of the day. You see some shit, man.
Us old fucking Greater Union folk just go there to watch movies. Have weird experiences.
Wow. Okay.
It's certainly unusual.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's well made. It's well made. You can't fault them. They've hit
10.4%.
They've hit.
Definitely doesn't taste like 10.4%.
They've hit the numbers of what they've like to the brief of
Yeah.
what they've put on the can.
It does pour that is a very nice color.
So now we're going to have to figure out, since we're actually in person and all reviewing the same beer,
how
are we going to
do the
score
average? Got to do the average.
Go get your D20 dice and we'll just roll that for each one.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Do I have a 5-sided dice? I don't think I do.
Yeah. 4s and 6s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd have to roll a
four to
D10 and
six.
halve it.
Yeah. Well,
Which
then
is
you get
literally how
half
you do
point.
it. In D&D, you always round up. So
Yeah. No, because I mean, you don't want to give them a shit score for something like. This is one of those beers that you get those fuckheads on Untapped that
it's
go,
1 out of 5 because
Yeah.
I can't give zeros.
well, no, I don't like fruited beers or something like that. And it's like, no, I would not drink this, and I probably wouldn't even buy it because I don't drink them. But if I had to rate it, I'd still probably give it a 4. Because it is well made.
That would be the one on Untapped where you've got the fanboys and then you've got the
haters.
The haters.
Yeah, so it's all 1s and 5s. So it averages.
Polar opposites. Yeah.
It averages out. Yeah. Yeah, it averages out to a 3.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, whereas I'd drink a can of it.
Oh boy, I'd have a headache if I drank a can of that. I reckon even
from the sugar crash.
even that extra inch in that glass is gonna like probably
just watching the head just
going.
disappear as soon as it just like thinks about appearing. You can have the rest.
It's not even head. It's just bubbles that are coming out of solution. It's not forming a foam.
I mean, yeah, you get heaps of raspberry and strawberry, which is what they say on the can. I can't remember the last time I had fairy floss, but
This is like, if you were creative enough with this, like, this is just me in sort of Christmas brain. If you were creative enough with this is what you'd like pour with ice cream and pavlova or something like that, just to give you a real sugar coma.
Oh, I
just to make sure you
guarantee
really
you that they
Got a touch of the afternoons is.
if you go to One Drop, the actual brewery, in the next like weeks, that is going to be in slushy form at the brewery.
Yeah, okay.
100%.
Yeah.
That would make a fantastic slushy beer.
Yes, it would.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Yeah, and insulin shot on the way out the door.
Yeah.
Nah. Just
Intravenous
just
way
a
to get the
deep
table.
fried Mars bar to go with it. Yeah. Just fuck yeah.
It's just a pancreas punch.
The color though is fantastic. I will give them that. That is a beautiful color.
I think this is a great beer. It's a hell of a beer to start a podcast with.
I think for what it is, it's a great beer. Do I like it? No, but I think it's a great beer.
I think I could have a full can of it if you halved the percentage.
Yeah.
I would not sit on a 10.4.
You couldn't sit on
version
it.
of that.
As soon as it warms up, it's going to be toxic. It's going to be paint stripper.
But yeah.
Yeah, it probably will, because all those fruit flavors and that'll all
Sour off.
go
and,
weird.
Yeah.
But it does, it reminds me of, high school and you got a packet of clouds on the way home. Yeah.
I've never had Fruit Loops, but this is what I imagine Fruit Loops taste like.
No, Fruit Loops are quite pleasant.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, it's akin to eating granulated sugar, but it's still quite pleasant.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going.
Yeah.
Like a slightly fruited granulated sugar.
Yeah. Without the... this is more offensive in the sense that...
Is there any cereal in Fruit Loops? I know we're completely off topic now, where we haven't even started.
Yeah, because it's just like Cheerios covered in sugar.
Is
it's just wheat.
So it's a wheat-based cereal
Yeah.
covered in sugar, covered in flavored sugar.
with
Flavored sugar.
Yes,
powdered
with
sugar.
enough food coloring to give you cancer.
Yeah, okay.
The lice hate the powdered sugar.
So, full of E numbers.
Yes,
Yep.
all the E numbers. Right. Anyway,
We're off to a cracking start already. Bring them on.
This is what happens. We've talked for 45 minutes before this just about general stuff, so we're just going to continue to do that.
Yeah.
And we do have a hell of a run sheet, so we better crack on.
yeah, we'll be all right. I was just going to go through some stats. So, 18 episodes this season, so less than last year. I don't remember why.
Because we're in lockdown last
Because we
year.
went back to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right. 54 and a half hours of content we recorded, and we reviewed an epic 194 beers this year.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fucking
Some were
beers.
doubled up.
Yes. Well,
Yeah, that's mostly my fault because I always forget, one, what I did, and two, like, most definitely what
But
you
you got to
guys
remember
did.
as well, we switched from 4 beers shared between 3 blokes.
So
in
4
episode.
beers each.
4 beers each.
Yeah.
Yeah, at home. Yeah.
yeah, true.
And this is a little tidbit for the listeners too, is we do go and grab some of those ones that the others have reviewed and liked
Yeah.
Yes.
and have them
Outside
outside
the
of the
podcast.
podcast.
Yeah.
Sometimes we agree with their scores. Other times we do not agree with their scores.
True. And just, I mean, look, if I'm a numbers guy, so this might only interest 1% of our, see what I did there, of our listeners. Our top 5 countries of listeners: Australia, obviously, US second, UK third, Canada fourth, and Sweden.
Yeah, you
Fifth.
said there was a weird one in there.
I mean, they're not weird, but
Weird?
it's weird for an Australian
Maybe
podcast.
maybe there's some expats.
Yeah,
Maybe
maybe.
they just like the Australian accent. Maybe they like fuckwits. Who
It's
knows?
Definitely one of those.
Maybe it's a combo of all 3. The holy trinity.
We do have some weird scattering of downloads. We've got some Ukrainian listeners. We've got some listeners from like Bosnia. I'm pretty sure there was a Bosnia or 2 in there. There's some Afrikaans in there. It's kind of just weird. It's random.
And what platforms are we on?
We're on everything.
I don't know what everything is.
So when you upload a podcast to a podcast host, it's just a repository, like it's a file storage facility, and then it advertises through an RSS feed to iTunes and anyone else looking for podcast like RSS feeds.
Okay.
So I push our feed, and so the file sits centrally somewhere in the cloud.
Yep.
And then you send a text file to a bunch of other companies to say, if you want to know about my podcast, come here to download it. And it's this long, and this is the title, and this is the description, etc. So I publish to, obviously, iTunes, Spotify, Pandora, Amazon.
Is Pandora still going?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought they shut that down.
We're still publishing to them. So.
Podbean? I know you've mentioned
Well, no, we
Podbean
host
in
with
the past.
Podbean.
We
So that's
host with
the
Podbean.
central repository.
Okay.
So, and then those 5 platforms then propagate that text file out to 50 other platforms.
Yep.
So, like Overcast, for example, I don't directly tell Overcast about our podcast, but they get it from Apple, I think.
Okay.
So
Right.
it's another directory with another app.
So it can go through a secondary
Yes.
arm as well. It doesn't need to come to the primary.
No.
It goes to Apple and then goes from Apple
Because
to
they're only talking about a text file. Because no matter who you are, if you've got a podcast directory, all you're doing is storing all the text files for all of the actual storage locations for everyone's podcast.
Yep.
So they all end up coming back to Podbean to grab the file.
yes.
But yeah, our top. It's about, and it's interesting because I did look at that. About 20% of our listeners are iTunes, 20% are Overcast, 20% are Spotify, and then a smattering of randoms like Google, and like people are listening on Alexa, which is random because you can literally just, don't do it now. She's listening, but you can tell her to play our podcast in your house. Start listening to bullshit while you're doing your vacuuming. So, our most listened to episode was actually a tie between episode 1, it's a big open world out there, and A World of Blood and Smoke, which was episode 8, and our most watched episode on YouTube, because our YouTube's almost as big now as our audio downloads. It's about...
It's because of my pretty face.
Oh, it's definitely your pretty face. It's not mine.
It's all in the power of the mustache right here.
But interestingly, the demographic for YouTube is totally different to the demographic for audio listeners.
Yeah, right.
Audio listeners tend to just listen to our episode that got uploaded. Like if you're a random person that happens across our podcast, you'll see it on iTunes or wherever. You'll listen to the current episode and then you'll go all the way back to either the start of the season or the start of the podcast show. But you'll tend to only come across the current episode. You discover us through the current episode.
Yep.
Whereas with YouTube, it's all the rude words. So our most popular episodes are anything that has some dirty connotation. So our most downloaded episode on YouTube is Pete's Moose Knuckle, followed by Dan's Big Lump, I think it was.
Okay.
Juicy.
And there was one from Tom as well. So it was actually all three of us are our top three. But anything that implies something sexual, they're the episodes that just get smashed.
Okay.
So
It's because of my OnlyFans. It's really blowing up.
All those moustache rides.
I've had fun. It's like the third
I just-
Supercars
I-
reference already.
Always.
I just think if there was more weird, like underpants dancing with the Rebel leader helmet on,
That is a lockdown special, Pete. You guys aren't ready for that on this feed.
it's like 100 years between major
Pandemics.
And I'll still be here.
Anyway, let's move on.
Pickled.
Was it Tom's tiny little sword?
I think it
I'm
was.
just looking through
I
the
think it
episode
was.
titles. Yeah.
Do we want to do some news?
Yes.
Can we do some news?
We interrupt this broadcast with some breaking news from the front.
So, ironically, after us, and I'm going to explain this because Tom asked a question. I thought it was self-explanatory, but it wasn't. Last episode, our major spotlight was about trailers that overhype the movies and an epic twist of the weird way that we affect the world, our podcast.
See, you wrote epic twist of Pixels and Pints justice.
That's right.
That's what threw me.
Pixels and
It's
Pints.
not justice. It is just coincidence.
Vindication, I think, is the term you were looking for.
Yeah. It is justice. We
No, so
complained
that-
about something and the world heard it and fixed it for us. It's the magic of our podcast.
And it's important to know did you see how it all came about? Did you see that one?
No. I'm going into blind with
Blind
all
on
this
this news.
because
This whole episode, in fact.
Pete tried to print Pete failed in his analog duties today for me,
But you know what? I've probably got a spare iPad I could have handed you.
and it would have been quicker than you fucking around with your printer.
I ran out of paper. I had one sheet of paper and then cardboard.
You could have at least doubled it up.
Yeah, I should have.
Anyway, doesn't matter.
So the whole case came about because a fan
no
sued.
one knows what the fuck we're talking
Let
about
him
yet.
talk
I haven't
about it,
introduced
and
the
then-
topic.
There we go from there.
So all I've said so far is that we got justice.
We didn't get justice.
We did get justice.
Wrong use of
A
terminology.
US district judge has just ruled that moviegoers can sue studios for false advertising if their trailer misrepresents the movie.
This is the Anna de Arms thing.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because I think that was a sub out, wasn't it? It was an actor that was in the trailer.
They cut her. She was in the trailer, and they cut her scenes from the final film. It was for Yesterday, the Beatles
Yes.
movie.
Yeah.
For what?
Which actually
Yesterday?
wasn't a bad movie.
Yeah, it was.
That's a while ago.
The guy gets transported to the
To an alternate dimension.
where the
and then
Beatles didn't exist.
Correct.
But he knows every Beatles song, so he
Yeah,
becomes yeah. So
That was
she
like 4 years ago.
Yes.
yeah,
But do you know how long it takes to get something heard in front of a US district judge in America?
Somebody was that upset about Anna de Arms not being in the movie that they sued for 4 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know the irony though, and it was, and also it
that's
was
freedom, baby.
and it was Universal Studios, so they're my pet fucking hate studio. Anyway, fuck those guys.
that's where I thought the justice bit was from. That's why I had to ask the question.
No, fuck those.
Press the button.
I need a bigger button. I need like a foot pedal or something that makes mark noises. Anyway, so they argued. Universal's counter argument was that a trailer for a movie is not a commercial advertisement for the film. It is, in fact, a 3-minute independent artistic work that stands on its own merit.
Fuck off.
And therefore...
I'm glad they lost if that was their fucking
Fucking
defense.
oath. And therefore it's covered under the First Amendment, which is protected freedom of speech.
Yep.
So it's a 3-minute mini movie that is somehow linked to the main movie, but it's not an advertisement for the main movie, so it can be totally different.
Because the thing that comes from me from this is this going to affect studios that it's been out for a while, you should have seen it by now, but the last Spider-Man movie, Far From Home, and in the trailer for that, it shows one of the climatic battle scenes on top of the Statue of Liberty, and they edited out characters.
No, so
is that, yeah.
no, so I read the full I didn't read the full
Because
transcript
of the
case.
misleading thing. Yeah.
I didn't read the full transcript of the case, but I did read.
Why would you?
Have you met me? I do random shit. I did read the full transcript of the summary of
breakdown,
the findings,
yeah.
right? And what the judge said was, this doesn't open the door to sue people because they made a last minute change or they included a sequence or a scene in the trailer that got cut from the movie due to editing reasons. We're talking about gross misrepresentation. So if Arnold Schwarzenegger's in the trailer and he's not in the movie, sue them. If he shoots a guy with a rocket launcher, but in the movie he shoots him with a machine gun, that's okay because that's just an editing cut.
Editing, yeah.
So you're talking about a Rogue One original trailer versus what we got in Rogue One.
Yeah.
Original trailer had 90% of shit that wasn't in the movie, but the storyline and the plot and all of the actors were all still there doing and we started and finished at the same point.
Yeah.
Or
I
overall.
There's going to be some grey area that's going to be open for debate and it's going to come down to whether or not moviegoers bother to sue. I just think it's interesting that moviegoers are the ones that sued.
Yeah.
So, we're the consumers. And I've been pushing this agenda a little bit probably too hard. I don't know. I'm getting political in my old age. It's like my dad. It's interesting. I've been pushing the fact that as consumers, Hollywood really has no excuse not to make every fucking movie amazing. And yet so many movies are just utter flops. And then it's not open for debate. It's not objective anymore. Subjective? It's not subjective, sorry.
Yeah.
Movies are tragic pieces of shit coming out of Hollywood from time to time. Things like the original Suicide Squad looked nothing like the original film as shot because the studio fucked it up that badly. The editing was terrible. The script rewrites, reshoots, all the rest of it.
I think it comes down to how much the studio. This would be a great thing if this pushed studios out of going in. Because obviously the directors know what they want to do and they've got great ideas, but it's when the studio comes in and goes, and I didn't test very well. It's like, well,
or
we'll
the
be
studio
judge of that.
sacks the director and you get a new director with a whole different set of ideas, which is what happened with
Justice League.
Suicide Squad. Justice League, no, he didn't get sacked.
No,
Zack Snyder.
No, but it's bringing the new director.
Yeah, same outcome,
Suicide
different
Squad,
reason.
didn't they get the guys that cut the trailer to eventually cut the movie?
Yeah.
Isn't that how
and it was
rolled?
3 different directors
and it was
for that film.
Yeah, that in the end they were the third option.
Yeah, because Joss wasn't he in there in the middle?
No, he wasn't.
It does lead into another point coming up, but what you're talking about is, Warner Brothers specifically. When we say studios, we mean Warner Brothers, right? They're the ones that kept fucking with DC films.
Yes,
and were the reason. Were some of the reason DC films have been so tragically bad. And in fact, a fan recently asked, what's his name, who's taken over as the head? James Gunn. It wasn't Peter Safran. I was trying to remember which of the two. James Gunn. How is this going to be any different? Because you're heading up DC Studios, but Warner Brothers are still your boss.
Yeah.
And his response was essentially, this time it's different. I'm not a director with a studio above me who can step in and fuck around. I head up the studio. And so, Warner Brothers owns DC Studios, but I am the CEO of DC Studios.
We'll see how that plays out for him.
Yeah. And also, let's not forget, James Gunn's a director. He's not a CEO, right? So in terms of his work experience, he hasn't run a company before. Although, interestingly, he's already talking...
Does he not have his own... I was assuming he had his own film company.
He might have his own production studio.
But we're not talking multi-billion dollar studio with DC comics logo.
Not the level of DC and Warner Brothers.
What's interesting is he said that he's already talking to Jim Lee. We're way off topic, but I just think it's really interesting because
we're on topic.
Have you got another DC thing in the news there?
Kind of tangentially with Cavill.
And tangentially that The Rock's had his ass kicked off his fucking pedestal, that they're not making any more Black Adams.
Oh, I want to talk about that.
Yeah, okay. Let's get through it.
This kind of late. We'll come back to this point too.
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll jump to Cavill after this,
Yep.
Keep your point.
Oh, I kind of lost my point.
We derailed, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. We're way off the original topic, which was you can now
we put that 10-cent coin on the tracks and really fucked him.
No, I just think... what that guy said in the YouTube, which I might actually link to in the show notes if anyone's interested, but I found a YouTube video of a major film critic who's written books on the concepts of film director, like being a director in films. And he's one of those guys. He's an intellectual who also happens to be a film critic. I can't remember his name, but he's got like
you implying that you can't be an intellectual and a film critic at the same time?
No, not well.
He's one of those intellectuals who also watches films.
No, but I'm saying his job isn't a film critic. Yeah. He's an academic who is also a film critic, not a film critic for first.
Yep.
Anyway, he basically spends 15 minutes answering a journalistic question around Hollywood has zero excuses not to churn out A-grade, like fucking fantastic movies 100% of the time. They have no excuse. They have the best directors in the world, the best actors in the world, the best writers in the world. Hollywood have concentrated all of the world's talent to tell stories. There is no excuse to spend $200 million to $1 billion to churn out a steaming pile of shit. And it's just unacceptable that the consumers should have to tolerate this bullshit. We've gotten lost. Hollywood has lost its ways. All we get now is just copies of the same old stories churned out from, comic book movies. That's all and if you have a look at what's going on in Hollywood at the moment, I totally agree. All we're getting at the moment is more comic book movies, or all of a sudden we're getting all of our favorite video games turned into movies because no one has an original fucking thought in their head, or you're indie. TV shows, sorry. Yes, that is what I meant. But unless you're indie, that's all Hollywood seems to be doing at the moment. Just anyway.
But then the problem there too is, once again, way off track, but this is
the way.
The indie directors end up getting hijacked because they make let's talk about James Wan. James Wan's made some
we questioned that as to whether or not he was the one that
we did, and that was why I was about to pull my punch there, or pull my words. You get these indie movie directors that make original scripted.
Who's going to clean the glasses?
Yes, thank you. Get
Thanks,
original scripted movies that they've written, they've directed, sometimes they've financed, and they're fantastic. It's something new. It's original. It's a different lot of IP. And Tom's got that tap on full bore.
Sorry.
I can probably filter it.
The water pressure is.
Not in Ultimo now, buddy.
And then the studios go and grab them to make something generic. They go and pull them. They pull the Taika Waititi's in to make a Thor Ragnarok. And then he gets a little bit over bloated and ends up making Love and Thunder. But then in the middle there, he makes Jojo Rabbit. Which is fantastic. It's original, it's different, it's his spin, it's his comedy. But then he got sucked into the Hollywood machine, got an overbloated ego.
And an overbloated budget.
It
should not cost $500 million to make a movie.
So all that got blown out. And now we've lost a fantastic indie, clever, funny director.
Yeah.
Because he's now been overbloated by the Hollywood machine. And it's not their fault. I mean, these people are looking after themselves. They're making money and moving forward in their careers. And this is the way that I guess they see they can do it.
Yeah.
And who the fuck is going to turn down $500 million for them to go, you know what? I can make the movie of my dreams, whether or not it gets railroaded by the studios to be a generic piece of crap that isn't funny and overdone. But it's just some of them end up losing their way.
There's so much wrong.
Some of them don't get me wrong. Some of them don't. Some of them do not fall into that trap. But a lot of them do because they get pulled in to make these movies or pulled in on TV shows and then lead them in the wrong direction and all these things because they're controlled by studios. So,
but there's more wrong with Hollywood than just that. I mean, the directors.
It was just a view on the indie director.
And that's directorship, right? But then you've got studios stepping in and fucking with stories. You've got a lack of independent and creative new thoughts because everything's just fucking recycled content lately, which was exciting 10 years ago, 15 years ago. It was like, holy shit, we get to see our comic book characters come off the page and now it's all that we get.
Yeah, and we've fallen into a lull with those too, where originally it was Iron Man after the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies, and even Blade. When we got Blade, the first Blade movie, it touched on his origin, but it wasn't an origin story.
Yeah.
It wasn't him being normal to start with. I say that in quotation marks because he was born he was born how he was from the very beginning. So I guess you really can't do an extended origin story unless you follow his mother. And that kind of stood out at that time, and then you jump into Sam Raimi's Spider-Man where you got the origin stories. Superman, once again, we kind of got an origin story in the original Christopher Reeve Superman. All the Batman movies touch on it.
But then the Christopher Reeve origin story took the first 10 minutes of a 90-minute film.
Yeah.
Oh, you picked the daiquiri. Yeah, you know, the origin story for Superman was a couple of scenes on Krypton dodgily shot, and then he gets in the capsule, and then the credits roll because it was back in the 80s when the credits were at the start of the movie, not the end.
Yeah, but
And he
I mean,
spends
but the first 45 minutes of that is him as a child, teenager, going to Metropolis.
You talking Man of Steel or are you talking Christopher
Oh,
Reeve
no, I was talking
Superman?
Christopher Reeves, yeah.
Races the train.
Yeah,
He
races the
doesn't
train.
spend that long. It was like a fucking... It
Wasn't a montage.
It felt a lot like my memory has hashed it into a montage.
It wasn't a montage.
Oh, really?
No, it wasn't, because you get him on the football. I've watched this movie a gazillion times. Then Pa Kent dies. They have the funeral.
Fucking spoilers.
He races the train, and all that sort of stuff.
At least he didn't die for a dog stuck in the car.
It's at least...
I would die for a dog stuck in a car.
I would die for a dog stuck in the car. It was at least 35, 40 minutes, easily, before we see Superman. In
As
Metropolis.
Superman.
Yeah.
That gave me shivers. That might be a spoiler. I'm not sure.
What, the John Williams Superman theme?
Yes.
Oh.
In the right context, absolutely is the answer to that question. So the next point, so we're skipping over a point and going to Cavill, right? So because
Brain just...
yeah, no, I'll get there
Yeah.
because we're just about to talk to
Get there when we get there.
So Cavill just got fucked over by Warner Brothers. He was told in October.
And Netflix.
Well, yeah. So he left Witcher. Oh, fuck. That's not in the news, but we haven't talked about that.
Yeah, we did.
Didn't we? On the
Yeah.
podcast?
Yeah.
Oh, did we? Okay.
Yeah.
Last episode.
We didn't know the
Don't
thing
know.
about the writers at the time, but that came out after we spoke
No,
about
no,
it.
we did.
Some
Was
weird
it?
mixed
Okay.
stories coming out of those writers at the moment.
Yeah, but I
yeah.
reckon that's a bit of
It's a
spin city.
smear campaign
Fucking,
going on.
that's exactly how it feels. It
Yeah.
feels like character assassination.
Yeah.
Gamer bro mentality. Fucking, he was addicted to video games. And, you know, like they paint him as sexist.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, exactly. And it's all a tweet. I mean, Twitter is the fucking cesspool of society lately, but it's this long-winded diatribe in a tweet about him being constantly harassing the women on set, but nothing sexual and nothing inappropriate. It's like, so you're trying to make it out like he's a misogynist without declaring that he's actually doing anything at all sexist. He only hassled women, but not sexually and not inappropriately. So he just hassled people?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Without the feministic spin, it's not feminism, it's feminazism. There's a big difference between those two things. It just feels like character assassination.
Yeah.
So Cavill leaves. He gets greenlit by DC Studios to announce his return as Superman in October, and he gets let go in November.
Yeah.
Because Peter Gunn.
Dum, bum, bum, dum,
Hey,
Peter
man,
Safran
man,
and James Gunn.
It was the Clark Kent going in the spinning
reverse
door of the
rotating.
hotel group to the hotel to get out of Clark Kent to turn into Superman, and he just got right back in
Yeah.
that fucking door and got in his street clothes and walked down the fucking road again.
So essentially, James Gunn and Peter Safran have said that beyond some Elseworlds movies and like IP that will sit separate, like
The Batman. Good.
the Joker,
Yep.
separate universe,
Yep.
which is interesting, and the Peacemaker universe, they will continue, but everyone else has gotten sacked.
Yep.
Now, fans started, making noise on Twitter again that they're basically sacking every actor in the DC universe other than those that have been explicitly said that they've been protected. And
Or being moved to other roles.
Lobo, yeah.
Yeah.
But James Gunn has said, no, that's not actually the case. But he is sacking everybody. So he scrapped Wonder Woman 3 and said Gal Gadot is not coming back. Aquaman's dead. And
She's probably fucking glad she's dodging bullets at the moment because
Mm.
she's like super under the radar.
Yeah.
And she's like,
Yeah.
I'm fucking out of this
she doesn't
train
open her
wreck.
mouth.
Yeah, no,
She doesn't
exactly.
make
Yeah.
noise,
Yeah.
so the noise doesn't come back and slap her.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, more actors should learn from her example. Anyway, so Henry Cavill got fucked over because got told that he was allowed to announce he was returning as Superman and then got sacked. And then immediately turned around and said, well, fuck you, I just got funding from Amazon to start this Warhammer cinematic universe as a showrunner. He's going to star in it too. And it's just years away.
No, it's not this isn't nothing you said, but you brought it up and it's something that's continually pissing me off. Just get over fucking cinematic universes. Just because Marvel did it. And
I agree.
Just stop calling it nothing. It doesn't need to be a fucking cinematic universe.
No, everything is a cinematic universe because no one wants to make money out of a movie. They want to start an empire.
Yeah. It's just make a good movie. Just make a good movie.
Yeah.
If you make a sequel to it, fantastic.
And that's how
fuck off.
That's how MCU started.
Yeah.
They made a good film and they made a follow-up good film. And they thought, fuck, we might be onto something here. We'll make another one and see what happens. And there's the first 3 Iron Men. Because there was no mental blank.
Feige's?
Thank you. There was no Feige mapping out a 20-year pattern and MCU phasing back then. It was just, let's make Iron Man.
Well, they need to get through Iron Man 1 and 2 to say, is this going to make us enough money? Okay, now let's go, everyone go.
But now everyone's saying, I'm going to start with a movie that launches a universe. Just start with the fucking movie.
The one that still gets me and makes me laugh is the Tom Cruise Monsters cinematic universe.
Yeah.
That's the one that really just...
Universal Monsters.
That really just makes me smile. Like, that was a dumb fucking idea.
Look, I think that Warhammer will not be, or the Warhammer movie that he's making will not be the next thing we see Cavill in, because you're talking 2027 or 8 before we see anything come out of that.
Oh, no, he's got to do the season 3 of The Witch first.
I think he's done. Like they've finished.
Well, that's what we're going to see him
film. Yes. Yeah, but I mean, like he'll do another project before.
Oh,
anything
yeah, he'll
Warhammer
find
comes
something.
out. I am a bit worried about this Warhammer cinematic
Wait a
universe.
minute, before we get there,
sorry, yep.
We've also got the fantastic news that The Rock got taken down a notch and is not getting a Black Adam sequel.
He's definitely not getting a Black Adam sequel.
And this creates the most fantastic image of my mind of the Hulk that is The Rock standing over James Gunn being like, hey, bro, you want to do this? And this weedy little white-haired, like, fuck, just going, nah, fuck yeah. And The Rock having to go, okay. And, like, grinding a pen into dust in his hand.
Just to give him one of those
Eat his humble pie.
Yeah.
Stone Cold Steve Austin fucking stares back at him.
They actually got him on Twitter after the box office release of Black Adam tanked, and they got The Rock to release
apology,
like a PSA kind of thing, saying, "Oh, we don't count our success just from box office. This is like we're playing the long game here." Like, piss off, mate!
No,
as if you fucking
your
are.
shareholders disagree.
Yeah.
I'm glad he got knocked down a peg or two, but going back to why your original score for Superman gave me shivers is the post-credit scene where Superman cameos in Black Adam.
Oh, because, yeah. And this is actually, because Cavill came back, didn't he?
So Cavill cameos
Yes.
for about half a second.
I reckon that's why he got dropped. I reckon it's The Rock's fault. So fuck you, The Rock. I'll fight you. I won't, but I will.
But
I will.
what gave me chills is in that cameo, they played the original score from Christopher Reeve's Superman.
John Williams Superman march.
But they tried to pull that shit with the Danny Elfman Batman score in Justice League.
That's right.
As well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, why? Like,
Well,
it
works for Superman, I've got to say.
Oh,
It's the nostalgia. They try and engage the nostalgia part of the brain. It's the same. Like, it's not exactly the same, but it's when the X-Men 97 theme came on when they mentioned the word the School of Mutants in Miss Marvel. I was like, it's the X-Men 97 theme.
You've got 3 things there that I love about Superman. Fucking John Williams score.
Yep.
The link to the Christopher Reeve movies and Henry Cavill as Superman.
Yep.
But you know what? They can take a big fuck you and piss off with all that.
Well,
as well.
the funny part was the 5-second cameo of Superman was the highlight of the Black Adam movie. But the John Williams...
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
We will need to talk about this off camera because I found out something today about that I need to desperately ask about.
Okay. I thought I wrote it as
You did.
my worst...
You did.
It's my worst movie of the year. Yeah,
well,
so
we'll talk about it off camera
Yeah.
and then I'll ask you later.
Fair enough. Shall we move... just on the Warhammer thing, I don't see how that's going to work. I'm an avid Warhammer gamer and have been since I was fucking knee-high on
I'm just
Grasshopper.
excited for big boots. Big fucking early 2000s video game boots. Fuck yeah.
But I just the scale of a Space Marine. You can't do Warhammer 40k without a Space Marine. They're a genetically re-engineered human that's 8 foot tall, and they are dwarfed by their power armor. So their shoulder pads are the size of your torso.
Yeah, you seen the guys get around in them at the Comic Cons with them?
But they're not 8 foot tall people.
Oh,
though.
they look fucking great.
It's not going to work.
And it's not practical in any way, shape, or form, but it's
going
fantastic.
to work.
No.
And it looks stupid.
If anybody can do it and he's that big a fan, he's going to make it happen.
But
if he gets through production and goes, this isn't going to work, let's hope that he goes, I'm sorry, I made a mistake here. We're not going to release this.
But
I reckon he'll get through concept and go like a build concept and go, nah, it looks fucking dumb as fuck.
Because it works on a miniature scale because they're that big. But as soon as it gets to life size, and I don't even mean 8 foot tall, I mean 6 foot tall life size, you realize that every Space Marine looks like a Goomba. Because it's a really big person with a tiny little head.
You were talking about Goomba from the 90s Super Mario movie.
Yes. Yeah.
For those of you playing at home, Bob
thank you.
Hoskins and, God, what was his name? The guy that played Clown.
Leguizamo.
That's terrible.
I can picture him too.
Yeah, I know.
He was in Ant-Man, wasn't he?
John Leguizamo.
Leguizamo, something like that. Yeah.
Tom saves the day again.
Dennis Hopper
As Bowser, yeah.
Yes, that's
Or King
Goomba.
Koopa. King
Koopa. Yeah.
Tiny heads, big bodies.
Yeah.
It's not going to work. I don't see how they're going to do it. And yet, there's so much content that they could easily draw any kind of movie they wanted to out of it.
Yeah.
What?
Let's
No.
wait and see.
No, I'm not going to say it.
Do you want to talk about this beer? We're going to move through beers too quickly if we're not careful here.
I don't know. We've been doing this for 40 minutes.
Well, that's topic 2 in the news.
We'll
breeze through the rest. That was
Once again, for those playing at home, second beer comes on the run sheet about an hour into it and 4 topics later.
Yeah. Like 4 topics, as in news is one topic.
Yeah, news is one topic. Mini reviews, and then something else is.
Well, I can blitz through the next 2, and then we can talk about beer. How's that?
Let's talk about the next. We're all basically finished anyway. The second beer we're having today is from 8 Wired in NZ. Ernest is their daiquiri-inspired sour beer, and it is a nod to one of their favourite sour cocktails, the Hemingway daiquiri, hence the name Ernest. Kettle sour infused with grapefruit, Florida key limes, cherries, and a touch of organic almond extract for that true maraschino flavour. And then there's a quote from Hemingway: "Don't bother with churches, government buildings, or city squares. If you want to know about a culture, spend a night in its bars." That I can 100% agree with.
I 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
But Hemingway wasn't a shit poet, right? He was a fucking. He was one of the masters.
I've never read any of his crap.
I've never read any either.
A good poet
I deal with his quotes though.
Gross.
Lining up of the label.
Okay.
No, literally, like
I was gonna say,
talking about Goombas, it looks like a jump in Super Mario.
I was going to say a good poet's basically a philosopher with an English degree.
Yep.
It's 5.5%. Or 5.2, sorry. 5.2.
Okay, until you read that description for me, I didn't think it was very daiquiri at all. And it's not meant to be like daiquiri, like what we think of as a strawberry. Roll into your local RSL and grab a strawberry daiquiri that's full of sugar syrup and Midori
It's meant to be like the classic.
Suntory strawberry and something else. No, it's
Monin strawberry these days because they're cheaper.
I don't even know.
Monin syrup.
I don't even know what that is. Yeah, okay. But with with that key lime and everything that you described on there, that's exactly what's in there.
That's exactly what you get out of it. Yeah.
I mean, that's
you can even get that cherry.
A true
like
daiquiri.
The cherry side of it, yeah.
A true daiquiri should taste nothing like the ones you get out of a slushy machine. The RSL. Yeah. They're fun if you really want to ruin yourself in about 10 minutes. If you're on a budget or a time restriction.
Yeah, it's like like seeing the old ladies go into bottle shops and buy 4 liters of fucking sherry. Same thing.
Or roll into that
box of wine.
The restaurant that will remain unnamed the Mexican restaurant that just serves you bowls of unlimited daiquiri stuff out
Oh,
of
the big
out of
margarita,
slush-
big margarita bowl. Yeah.
big margarita
I did
bowls.
that in Vegas. That was a mistake.
Yeah, that is most definitely. It doesn't matter where it is. It's a mistake.
It's probably
no matter,
more of
It's
a
like
mistake in
you-
Vegas because
yeah.
they free pour.
You wanted a 2.5 liter bucket of fucking margarita?
How many straws do you want? One.
Yeah. And the guy's behind the bar laughing because he's tipping a bottle of fucking tequila. It's like, you sure? Anyway, we never got a score. What was the score out of 5 for the first beer? Did we go with a 4?
I gave it a 4.
I think 4 is a reasonable.
Yeah, I was 3.5 to 4. So yeah. Go 4.
We'll go
We'll go 4.
4. Okay. And this beer?
I think it's a really, from that grapefruit, a really bitter sour, which is quite nice. It's very refreshing.
I'm
Yeah.
really digging this.
I really enjoyed it. I'd drink a full can of that.
Yeah.
I reckon that's very well made to what it's meant to be, too brief again, but I like this brief better than the other one. And yeah, I'd give that a 4.5 easily.
I would concur.
Yeah.
Doctor.
4.5. See, Dan's finally broken his little.
Well,
Quarter
I didn't
point
say
down.
that because we're going on an average here. So I went a half point. When I go back to being a fuckwit on my own and drinking my own beers, I will continue
Fuckwittery.
plant my flag firmly in that hill I was dying on, and continue.
No one cared about
and,
you.
and continue my fuckery.
I'm gonna blitz through the next 2 points. Guerilla Games officially announces a million Horizons here, Horizon video games. It's another cinematic universe story, right? You can't just make a good game. You have to start an empire. So we always knew we were getting a third Horizon game because it was written as a trilogy in terms of the core story.
Oh yeah, and the ending of it just is like, third one's coming.
But even the first one, you knew that it was leading into the
100%,
second one. But from what I've read, it was
There's DLC coming first.
Yes.
Yeah.
From what I've read, it was always written as a trilogy of games. So we're getting DLC, which is
California.
What?
California.
Yes. It's set
California.
in California.
Right. Yes. Sorry.
There's a burning Hollywood sign in the trailer.
Yes. Yeah.
Just like the opening of our podcast.
That's a burning pile of shit.
Burning Shores, which I think is a comment. Well, it's a play on Frozen. Was it Frozen?
Frozen North, Frozen Wilds.
Frozen Wilds?
Frozen-
That
no.
was
okay.
DLC for
Okay.
number 1.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure. Yep. Yeah. Frozen
Was it
Wilds.
Frozen
DLC for,
Wilds?
DLC
Yeah.
for number
Yeah.
1, yeah. Frozen Wild.
And so that's immediately what I thought was Burning Shores, probably a play on that. So that's the first DLC for Horizon 2, Forbidden West. We're also getting the VR spin-off, which we already knew about, Call of the Mountain, which looks like it's becoming its own thing. It's not just a game. It sounds like they're going in a different direction with that.
Well, they're focusing on a different character kind of thing. It's not, you're not playing as Alloy in that.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to be just one game, is what I'm saying.
No. But that makes more sense if it is a.
And we got a
separate character.
trailer in the Game of the Year awards that fleshed a little bit more gameplay out because the only trailer we got from the PSVR 2 announcement was like an on rails.
Yeah, going down the river on a boat.
Yeah, no, this is actual gameplay footage, and it's starting to look pretty fucking good.
Climbing, there was a bit of climbing section or something.
And there was fighting all of the traditional dino bots that we've seen before, but now in first person. So she actually pulls back the slingshot on her wrist. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. You don't really get a good sense of the dynamism of a VR game watching a 2D screen in a trailer. So you have to imagine the emotional or the physiological impact of having to look up to see a tall neck, because you're not going to see that in a trailer.
No.
You'll see a tall dinosaur and go, that's cool. It's not the same. And I learned that the hard way with Skyrim. But they've also now announced a multiplayer game. And I don't know if it's an MMO, but it's
Is it a
a
versus or a co-op thing?
I don't know. All I know is it's an online only. It's a standalone multiplayer only game. It's not a first person game with a multiplayer mode. They're doing a whole separate game just for multiplayer. And I just I copied a comment from the reviewer that wrote the article that said, added to the raft is Sony's first-party multiplayer spin-offs. Last of Us is now getting a multiplayer.
Last of Us 1 already had multiplayer.
I think they're doing a full-blown multiplayer.
It was a full-blown multiplayer. I played it. It was fucking It was one of the hardest multiplayer things I've ever played.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Firefly thing, because you had to keep a camp alive, but people could just come raid you at any time. But it was like you had to, each match was like a day or like a week.
I didn't dive into this because it was just a comment tacked on that I copied, but it sounded more like there's a whole Last of Us multiplayer game coming, separate from
not an independent, not a mode.
Yeah.
Well, this was a full blown mode in the PS3 release. And
but that's like saying Assassin's Creed Brotherhood had a multiplayer section. It was a fully fleshed mode, but it was just a mode. It was tacked onto the game. What I'm saying is this is like Call of Duty. It's a multiplayer only game.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm just looking it up now. Yeah.
And I might be wrong, but that's what it
separate team to create an online project set in Horizon's universe. The latter will feature new characters and a unique stylized look, as well as the fact that friends will be able to play together, which suggests there will be a focus on co-op.
Oh no, I knew
focus.
Horizon was a separate multiplayer game because it's a third title.
That's just what this is. Yeah, this is the
I was talking about added to The Last of Us, and then Ghost of Tsushima's getting a co-op raid DLC mode.
Already has it. The Legends mode.
Yeah, okay.
Which I haven't touched and will not touch.
No, I haven't even opened it.
Yep. I have no inclination to touch it.
And then the next point, quickly, is Mission Impossible 7's advertisement in cinemas at the moment is 9 minutes of behind-the-scenes footage of Tom Cruise pulling off the largest ever movie stunt.
Should have just paused there.
Pulling off. Everybody.
I mean, I'd go to the cinema.
Why does everyone hate on Tom Cruise? Oh, it's a genuine question.
Where do we start?
The Scientology shit, is that... Like, I don't give a fuck about his private life.
Jumping and
I don't care about that.
douchebaggery.
I don't care about any of that. I go, like, I'm not judging... He's an actor. I judge him on the quality of his craft, not the fact that he's a loon behind the scenes. He's not touching kids. He's not Ezra Miller. He's just a weird dude. Okay. Whatever, Trevor.
Who's potentially manipulating and hurting God knows how many people, even if he's not touching children.
Because of his Scientology.
Don't come at us, Tom Cruise.
Come at us, Tom Cruise. Let's go.
Fucking talk about ratings pumped. Are you talking about the Scientology thing?
Scientology is a horrible.
It was an invented religion literally with a list of stars. I get it.
From a failed science fiction writer. I know about L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology.
But okay, so we're judging him on his religion. Is that why everyone hates him? Because everyone hates him.
I just think some of his movies. I think some of his movies have just been shit. Yeah. I haven't been excited by a Tom Cruise release in a long time. Don't get me wrong. Some of his earlier stuff, fucking love it.
Yeah, hell yeah. Like I love his representation of Lestat in Interview with the Vampire. Can't fault him there. I just don't like Tom Cruise.
Fair enough.
I think
I'm not saying you're not entitled to your opinion. I'm just saying the world's opinion seems to stack up against this guy, and when I see what he contributes to the art and craft of shooting films, I find it hard to think of another actor who contributes more than Tom Cruise does.
Are you talking from the stunt perspective, or like what do you mean when his contribution?
From stunt, yeah, I think that
because him doing the stunts is impressive, but it's also like
it feels too reductive to just call it stunts. That is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But it's not just the physicality of not needing a stuntman to do your shit for you. That I'm going to do it myself. It's also he pushes movies to do physical capture rather than CGI
kind of stuff. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's still some wires, but it's all practical
hanging onto the side of the plane is a practical thing rather than doing that in a studio.
He's forcing movies to use practical effects, whereas every other studio is using fucking CGI.
But on the flip side of that is also endangering the industry in forcing directors to make stuntmen do things that they might not be comfortable with. Because I don't think there's many stuntmen out there who go, you know what, I'm just going to hang on by hands as a plane takes off, like on a runway. Like, well, Tom Cruise did it, so we can do it. It's like, I don't feel... But, I guess there's
a fine line. Yeah, that's an interesting counterpoint.
Yeah.
Okay, so my problem with Tom Cruise is the same as it came up in the chat the other day when Ben was running us through his X-Men cast.
That was a weirdly long conversation.
Yeah, and it's come up with the Rock in recent conversations is I don't see Tom Cruise as a character. I see Tom Cruise as Tom Cruise.
Yes.
Because 90% of it, like his character from The Mummy could have been transplanted from Mission Impossible, from XYZ, from fucking Jack Reacher. Like they're all the same character.
Sorry,
It's
Tom
not,
Cruise and the Mummy don't belong in the same sentence. It's Brendan Fraser for life, bro.
But that's exactly right, and that's the right reason. Brendan Fraser, I guess you could say the same thing about him. He was a little bit typecast as well.
Squeeze the juice.
But he played a whole bunch of different things with Encino Man, and Tom Cruise has in the past. Like you look at his character acting as Lestat, and that character of Lestat is completely different to 90% of the stuff he's done around that time and since. Like you can just transplant that actor in. Like
what about Tom Cruise in Tropic Thunder?
Yeah, that's why I said 90%. There is outliers, and if he was doing more,
Well, what has he been in other than Mission Impossible? Jack Reacher is Mission Impossible.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
He's typecast, but that's about.
But wouldn't you say that Tom Cruise has the ability to not be typecast? He's such a big enough name that he could probably go, I'm not going to do this film because it's the same.
What I'm saying to in response, and I don't even know if it's arguing against the point you're saying. He selects roles that align.
That are the same because it's easy work. Haha, we're on to you bitch.
It's not easy work. I mean, fucking, how many action heroes do we actually have in cinema anymore? Because he's one of them, right? We were complaining that we've lost the Arnold Schwarzeneggers and the Sly Stallones of the 80s and the 90s that we grew up with. There aren't that many action heroes left, and you know they're the two big ones. But you've also got Bruce Willis, you've got Liam Neeson.
Unfortunately, Bruce Willis is like
down
and out. No, he's down and out.
No, but I'm
got, like
it's essentially like CTE as well. Like,
No, but I'm talking about he was an action hero in the 90s, right? So we don't have too many action heroes in modern cinema. He definitely fits that category. He picks those roles because he is big enough to pick those roles. So I say that you're right. He does play the same character, but not because he can't act, but because he's elected to choose roles that are all the same.
Never said he couldn't act, but if it would be far more interesting for someone of his caliber that we know can act and can be funny and can do these things and do them in an interesting way and has the capability to pull a studio and audiences and everything just by
his name on
it's
the
another Tom
logo.
Cruise movie. And for the Les, whatever his name from Tropic Thunder was, as I heard, was his idea.
Yes.
So we know he
and you
has,
didn't even know it was him with that much makeup on. Like, he had a fat suit though.
We know he has this
the acting chops.
We know he has the chops, but we know he has the obviously the humorous side to him to do these sort of things. Why not do more of that? Why not just bleed into
I'll be honest, watching a 9-minute behind the scenes film about the making of one stunt in Mission Impossible.
It was a 9-minute film, not a trailer.
That's right.
You're going to dangerous territory here, Pete.
I can answer the question. He's a fucking adrenaline junkie.
Oh, 100% he is.
He's picking the movies because he wants to do the stunts, because he loves the stunts.
Yeah. And he's a very, very rich board man.
I mean, that's why we've got Top Gun 2. That's why all of the effects were practical in Top Gun 2, because he wanted to spend his money to make sure that it was all practical. They invented camera technology for the film.
Massive amount of respect for him for doing that.
Yeah.
I just don't like Tom Cruise movies.
Fair enough.
Ryan Gosling, I think, is a decent action hero these days. He's done a few good action-based films.
I'm not saying there's none. I'm saying
no. I was just trying to think. You actually put me in a good
and it's a fine line.
Who is it actually a really good action film star these days?
But also the other thing I've noticed in current modern society, well, I say modern because modern changes, current society, there's a very thin line between an action hero being acceptable and toxic masculinity in cinema today. And I don't think that's a bad thing.
Yeah, that Evil West game, that was toxic masculinity through the fucking roof. Jesus, can't wait to talk about that.
Moving on, that was supposed to be one of my quick points. Amazon, you're going to love this.
Oh, yeah, I know this is coming.
Amazon announces God of War TV series. Project leads are Mark Ferguson, Hawk Ostby from The Expanse. Good. Thumbs up. Because Expanse was fucking brilliant. Massive thumbs down, though, because the showrunner is going to be Rafe Judkins, the guy who's currently completely clusterfucking Wheel of Time.
Oh, no.
And if you read anything about Rafe not written by Rafe, the guy's never done anything relating to being a showrunner. He is so underqualified to be running Wheel of Time. It's little wonder it is a tragic train wreck of a series, and they're going to give him God of War.
What's Corey? What's his name?
Corey Balrog. How could you forget that name? Dude is literally a demon of
Is that
fire.
actually?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's literally a demon from Lord of the Rings.
He has to be heavily involved in this, and I've been thinking a lot about this because obviously I'm finishing Ragnarok. I'm just mopping up, so I am playing through this with all of this in the back of my mind.
Mopping up Ragnarok, like the actual. Oh, here we go. Put this realm back where it belongs.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I went in a different direction. It's just like it's that good a game. You have to mop up.
Oh, there it is. Make the bad things stop.
If they did this animated,
Yes.
if they really wanted to do this well and proper, do it fully CG animated.
They're not. They're going to do it live action.
You reckon?
But you've just had someone quoting the director of the Last of Us series quoting that The Last of Us was the best narrative ever written into a video game, which is such a fucking stupid thing to say.
Why?
That- It's not the best, but it's
It's
very,
not the best.
very
It's
good.
but
Yeah.
Because you could say that about 10 fucking video games or 50 video games.
Yeah.
Like the best narrative ever is a dumb thing to say about anything.
You kind of need to put it in this style of game, like that.
Or
Like, yeah.
for that year.
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah.
You've got to put a lot of
That's
wrapper
you
around
got to
that.
add a big end
'Cause
to that sentence. It's like someone just like went,
But
oh,
50
and that's enough. Thank you
years
very
of
much."
video
Yeah,
games. There's been some fucking good stories, right? And God of War is another one that would be a contender for the best ever narrative experience that was released in the last 10 years alone.
Yeah.
But there's 50 years of video games, and there's been some fucking amazing stories written in the Amiga days that we don't even know about or think about anymore. So
Yeah, man, the story of Pac-Man really just gets me.
Pac-Man. Oh, fuck, that was a great Netflix episode about that video game.
Doomed to fail, I think.
I think so too.
And I hope they get along in the pre-production side
And realize it.
And they kind of go, no,
So they
this
axe it
isn't going
next
to
to
work.
Warhammer 40k.
Yeah. Yeah, I really do hope that happens because
It just takes a big set of fucking balls. Because pre-production costs these days are half of the film's budget.
Yeah.
I mean, and this is the other thing that and I'm not going to drag us back to the previous point but I just think let me just declare, I hate Trump, but the drain the swamp saying, I know, right?
No,
What?
But
remind me of Trump later.
okay, but the drain the swamp saying that he ran on his on his campaign is all I can think of every time I think of Hollywood lately. It just needs a big broom swept through Hollywood.
Oh, right.
Because one of the other things that you see through current MCU films is how much power pre-production CGI now has over driving the plot, the acting, the directorial cues, the 3D pre-prod storyboard equivalent, 3D storyboard, are now driving the story more than the director and the actors.
Favreau's fault.
Yeah. Well, yes.
Well, he developed it for The Lion King.
Yes.
And now they're using it for all The Mandalorian and
Well,
all
we're
that
not-
sort of
yeah,
stuff. But
and
anyway, I've got nothing against him. That was
And we're not
purely
talking-
a joke.
Yeah, and we're not talking like the volume is separate from this, but we're talking
No.
about like the
This
end game.
This is what they use.
The end game sequences,
Yeah.
like that big battle at the end of Endgame, the behind the scenes footage behind that.
Yeah, Favreau designed it for Lion King because the Lion King, the fully CG Lion King that he did. Lion King?
Yep.
Yeah, Lion King. I was going to say.
And
he did
I've not watched it.
Did Jungle Book 2, yeah.
Yeah. So they developed that for the Lion King because it was a fully 3D environment, so they could have the camera and look around, and then they film they decided on their sequence from there, and they do that for the Mandalorian.
Mhm.
They fully pre-render the shots. So
So the
Really-
actor no longer has to think I'm the character that I'm portraying. I'm probably going to raise my left eyebrow and look over here.
Not in The Mandalorian because he's wearing a helmet.
If it's not. I was actually thinking it in my head while I was talking because it was a bad example.
but yes,
now,
it's-
if it's in the CGI pre-prod,
Yeah.
then you do it.
yeah. So if you watch some of the gallery stuff, they talk about it, and I'm sure
I
some
think
of the
it was the gallery that I'm referring back to. And that's
Yeah.
what I mean when I say drain the swamp. Like, there's some broken shit going on in Hollywood.
I don't think that's broken. I think that's a really extremely wise and useful tool for them to use and create with, but don't be completely tied to it.
yeah.
Don't then go and pull that and just do it in live action just because it's there. And I'm sure they don't all the time. Like, we don't see all this sort of stuff. Thanks.
Just think about how much artistic value a good camera operator or a gaffer adds.
And they need
films
to be
50 years ago.
They need to be allowed to do these sort of things.
But they're not allowed.
No,
that was the whole point of that gallery episode, right?
Yeah.
They're not allowed to deviate.
Yeah. But they need to be.
Because if they do, if the crane operator for the camera pulls the dolly a half a second behind the cue step, then the CGI graphics don't line up with the shot.
But it's also a little bit of what they've done in The Mandalorian and a couple of the Star Wars shows, that choosing different directors for each episode.
Mm-hmm.
They need to do these things so they have a consistent feel through the episodes when they're chopping and changing directors all the way through. But then you get to Andor and you've got the same director all the way through and you've got a consistent feel all the way through, 100% all the way through. And I'd be interested to know whether they did that same thing with them, because a lot of Andor sets were practical, not done on the volume. It was practical and green screened. I'm sure there was some volume use in there.
I still don't think anything else has used the volume other than Mando.
Obi-Wan.
Is that confirmed?
100%. It's in the behind the scenes.
I haven't seen the behind the scenes for Obi-Wan yet.
It's actually really good.
So was the Mando behind the scenes. Thank you.
No, this is better. We'll talk about that in a break. But
no more of this because
thank you. But Andor felt like Andor from first second to last second.
Yep.
And I think that
the whole series reminded me of the Mos Eisley Cantina.
Yeah, and it's
all real.
Yeah, and it was. I think that was a directorial vision to go that path all the way through. You were different planets, and all the planets had their unique feels, but the way it was shot and the way it felt all the way through, from the camera angles, the length of time it spent focusing on characters and their emotions or what they were saying versus action, and how all of that played out, especially the prison scene and those few episodes in the prison. And then the last few episodes when we're back on whichever planet it was, and just how it felt. It never felt disjointed.
Yes.
As where some of Obi-Wan did feel a little disjointed, even though Deborah Chow was the director all the way through. I think they must have used some pre-production CG stuff there, because some of it did feel a little disjointed, but I think Andor kind of refined what
I would say that
there.
a lot of the stuff with Obi-Wan is, and this is obviously he's done excellent things for the Star Wars, TV shows and especially, but I would assume that maybe it's a bit of Filoni coming in and being like, hey, can you just do this for me? Just please put this shot in. Come on, just do this. And kind of like it's his view versus her view, and I'm sure they're on the same path, but one's the left path, one's the right path kind of thing. So
yeah. Look, bringing us back to point.
Are we still not finished the news?
No, we're
ranting,
mate.
We're ranting.
No, we're not. Yeah, we've got a little bit to go.
Let's break the record. 5 hours.
But yeah, I think Rafe Judkins. Sorry, I don't know why I keep saying Jenkins.
Jenkins.
Rafe Judkins, being the showrunner for God of War, I am absolutely gobsmacked that they would put him in charge of such a large and important IP, in addition to being the showrunner for Wheel of Time. I would have thought that's a full-time job.
He's got to have some dirt on someone or something. Or he's blowing someone under the table.
He's got some dirty hooker and cocaine hotel photos.
Like Russell T Davies and Stephen Moffat are the two showrunners I'm most familiar with. I've read books by them.
Yes.
That's a full-time job. Like, it was impressive that Davies... I get the two...
Doctor Who, for those playing at home.
I get the two, but the problem is, in my mind blends the stories from both of them, so I can't remember which was
Russell first? I thought Russell was first.
Russell T Davies is first, and he went on to do all the other stuff. But he ultimately wanted to push more political views, because he's quite... And good on him for doing it too, because he brought it to BBC for probably the first time in a big way. But he went off to do his thing there. But no, one of them had enough time to write the Sherlock remake on the train home with one of the other show writers. That was the most that he could do while show running for Doctor Who. Was on the side was his commute
Yeah.
He had a little bit of spare time. So how the fuck can Rafe, who's never been a showrunner for anything, run Wheel of Time? Because there's 8 seasons for Wheel of Time that he's showrunning, apparently.
It won't last 8 seasons.
I don't think it will either. I'd be surprised if they renew after 2.
If it does, then God help us all.
It's either got to get a lot better in season 2 or it's going to die at season 2.
It's probably going to die.
Yeah, I suspect it will too. But how can you run that in parallel to God of War if they haven't already made that decision? I just don't see how. Anyway, third beer.
Third beer we are having from Range Brewing in Queensland. Their Hefeweizen, which is from their, they did a little four Oktoberfest beers. And it's a traditional hef with German wheat ale, brewed using the finest of German malts and fermented with a classic Munich-style yeast strain. And yeah, you can't fault it. It is a
It is spec-fucking-tacular.
Yeah, look, it's Hefeweizen. And
You're not a big fan of the Weizens.
They can burn in the special circle of hell that's reserved for them. No, I just don't like the German wheat ales. And I've said this before, and I can tell it is a very well-made beer.
It's really nice. I think it's a very well made. It's a lot less estery than.
Oh, I know what you just looked at. I saw that finger go.
It's a lot less estery
Scratch
than
again.
a lot of the Hefeweizens out there, but it's perfect. It's like 35, 38 degrees here today. We've just had some sugary, fruity, sweet beers.
It wasn't that hot today. It was like 28. Wasn't as hot as yesterday. Yep.
It was still fucking hot. I think it's really nice.
It's only 4 o'clock.
It's that's an afternoon summery, really light on the ester profile.
Don't hit the spot for me.
Yeah, I think that was a
Why I picked
fantastic,
it after the 2 sours.
fantastic choice. Yeah, well done. Yeah, it's really really nice.
Really yeasty. Like you and it reminds me of like going to the Belgian beer cafe and getting the salted breads. I can't remember what they're called.
Pretzels.
No.
Oh, that almost went all over the microphone. Wow, that was a good catch by me.
It was an excellent inflection, Dan. Pretzel bread, but as a loaf rather than as a pretzel.
You get the big pretzel.
Yeah. And this beer would be perfect in this.
Yeah,
kind of
100%. Yeah, no, it's great. And you say it definitely is yeasty. It does have those esters, but it is nowhere near as over top as some of the.
It's not
that I've had.
overstated.
Yeah.
It's not that. It's dialed back on the clovey banana.
Yeah. I'd be very happy with one of those after a day of work, but fuck, wheat beers just don't sell.
There's a reason for that.
Sell in
because they belong in a certain circle of hell.
And that's why, like, you talk about the Belgian beer cafe, the Bavarian beer cafe, and they import all their
They
Mostly
hold
it's
the rights to
mass-produced.
importing all of those big name beers.
But it's imported, mass produced. It's not.
It is imported, mass produced. Yeah, but I mean, just because
That's the only way you can get them. Like we have to, go through 'em
locally made.
I've got all
hefts
their
and
glasses
wheats.
in my beer glass cabinet.
Outside of Oktoberfest ones, like which this is very
Or if you're slow lane.
yeah, but very very.
now.
That's
Or
what I was about to say.
Fontaine, the new one. Yeah.
Very few breweries make one all year round, and even if they do, I would guarantee you it's not a very big batch.
Yeah.
Like each time.
Yeah.
They
The
do
only batch
have-
of hef we've done at Batch Brewing is it's a small batch and it's a couple of kegs and it sits there forever because
No one wants it?
because the style is cursed. It's absolutely cursed. Cursed. You're
Their
cursed.
longevity is very good though too.
Well, this I just actually saw on the side of the can. It's got printed on packaged and best before, which you better hope it actually got packed that day because but 22nd and 9th package and they give it a year.
Yeah, they've got very good longevity hefts. Anything that's yeast driven always has good longevity, and some of them you actually really don't release. Like really strong peppery saisons. I mean, you want to hold on to that for a month before you even release it. Just let that thing mellow before you even let it into the world. So
Yeah, it's the opposite to all of the hoppiness of the IPAs.
oh,
which is
everything
why
else.
I love these beers, right? It's just a diversion from all of the.
See, the next one coming out, that's more me.
Yeah.
Definitely more me. I'm gonna take over the news because
Please.
she's been going on for too long, and I'm gonna race through the Game of the Year awards. We had a little
Let's do that.
talk about it, and we had a little not a bet, but like a who we thought like was who was going to win. Not surprised that Elden Ring won overall Game of the Year. It's Makes sense.
I want to play the game. You are the only reason that I didn't buy the game for release.
What did I do?
Warned me.
Oh, yeah, you'll die a lot.
As
Yeah.
a good friend.
Yeah.
Warned me that if I'd never played a game by that studio before.
There are many like guides for if you want to step into Souls-like games, which ones to start with to get you into it before you dive in. My older brother he's never really been into it, but he started with Demon Souls, which was the PS5 remake they did with the release. And he's like, but he dove right into it. He fucking loved it. But you liked Fallen Order. Fallen Order is a Souls-esque game. It's that type of combat.
It's way easier though.
So much easier. Oh god.
It's not.
What was the first game?
It's not even on the same spectrum, really. I mean,
it is
it's the
inspired.
bottom of it's the bottom of the Souls like, and then Demon Souls and Dark Souls and Bloodborne are like the
Sekiro,
the top. They're all. There's so much leagues of difference between them.
And what was the first game?
Demon Souls,
yes, which is a PS3 game, which they fully remade for the launch of the PS5.
Yeah.
Okay,
but that's probably a good one to start on, being the original to get.
Yeah.
But yes, the one thing they do is there were so many complaints about how many times you died in a Souls game that I think it was Dark Souls 2. You get a trophy for the first time you get killed, which just says "Welcome to Dark Souls," and it's the developer going, "Eat that!" Like you're gonna die a fuckload of times. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I played Dark Souls 1 not too long ago. I didn't get through much of it.
Yeah.
You play as one of the Riders of the Apocalypse, don't you?
No, that's Darksiders.
Darksiders, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's Zelda-like games, not Souls games. Yeah. But Elden Ring, and a lot of people are like, oh, God of War should win it because of the story and stuff. But Elden Ring's multi-platform. Like, you can't have an exclusive. Should never win Game of the Year because
I agree.
You've got so many people who can't play it. It makes no sense.
I agree. Yep.
That
would be pandering to a company.
And we're about to tear into that concept.
Yeah.
It's one of our news entries. Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
Oh yeah, I did read that. So Elden Ring, they won overall Game of the Year, the Game Direction, the Art Direction, and RPG Awards. God of War Ragnarok won Best Narrative, Score / Music, Audio Design, Performance from Christopher Judge as Kratos, the Innovation for Accessibility, Action Adventure. Stray, the cat game, won Best Debut Indie and Best Independent Game. And I'm excited by this, but Arcane, the Netflix series, won Best Game Adaptation. And that series was fucking sensational.
So there was 5 nominees for that category, and we've talked about all 5 of those series. 4 of them were cartoons. I thought that was
animated.
Animated.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the word cartoon. That is literally animated.
Cartoon means drawn.
Yeah, I suppose there's literally no cartoons anymore, is there? Because everything's digital.
There is some, but actually, you say
that Cuphead show. That's true. Yeah.
Actually, I think a lot of the backgrounds in Arcane were drawn.
Android, yeah, okay.
And it was just the character layovers and how they would digitally animate.
Ironically, I've looked into.
I just looked up what they were. So it was Arcane, the Cyberpunk Edgerunners, the Cuphead show, Sonic the Hedgehog 2 movie, and the Uncharted film.
Yeah,
are the 5.
Yeah. No surprise Uncharted didn't win, but I thought it was interesting that 4 of them were animated. No. And look, those weren't the only categories for
3 animated.
4.
Arcane, Cuphead,
Cyberpunk,
Sonic.
Sonic's a live action.
Well, it has
an animated character. It's not an animated movie.
It's got. I think.
It's really walking
on the line.
It's not an animated movie. It has animated
background.
It has animated elements to it. It is not an animated movie.
It is. It is like when it's Space Jam. It's a perfect mix of both.
No, because that is the other way around. Because there's way more animation in Space Jam than there is live action.
I reckon we could do a minute count on that. That would be actually very interesting because there's a lot of time spent before he goes down the hole.
I disagree in that I think...
You can disagree, but you're fucking wrong.
No, I think it's a 3D film.
You can disagree till you're blue in the face, but you're still wrong.
I understand the grey area we're talking about because the grey area is about that wide and 2 strips on the side.
It's like calling
live
Avengers
action.
Endgame an animated movie. It's not an animated movie. It's a live action movie with animated elements.
How many characters are animated in
Endgame, fucking 3/4 of the movie, and like 90% of the environments they're in are
But
animated.
they've all got people. Well, almost all of them.
Iron
have
Man's
people,
suit is animated. Is he an animated character?
What do you mean it's animated?
but he's got a person. I'm not even. You know what?
You're blowing your
I just-
entire argument out. No, you give up.
All I'm
It's too early in the day to
exactly right.
argue.
That's exactly it. I give up. I would love to continue this argument, but I can't be fucked.
Yeah. No, I would say it's
Sonic
it's,
is more animated as a live action film than most live action films.
I haven't watched Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Sonic the Hedgehog 1 was fantastic. I loved it. It was
Fucking
very enjoyable.
Surprisingly
I
good.
will watch 2 and I will do a minute count for you, and I'll go back and watch Space Jam and do a minute count as well, so we can compare. Compare and contrast.
And then we need to do a animation count for Endgame, the live action movie Endgame, and all of the CGI elements in that.
I'll happily watch Endgame again.
Those
I'll
weren't-
cry, but I'll watch it again.
Those weren't all of the categories for the Game of Year awards.
No.
They're just ones that I picked out because they're relevant to the games that we've talked about and the shows that we've talked about. But I wanted to look up what innovation for accessibility category meant and how. God of
have you
War-
seen all the accessibility stuff in God of War?
There's a menu option on the main menu. I haven't gone into it.
Oh no, I went into it and I just had a look. I love it when they do accessibility things. Like I was going to talk about it I'll talk about it more in Evil West. There's like a thing for phobias they like counteract, and Emma and I were talking about it last night because I finished it yesterday. But so it's all like a lot of it's around especially like, there's obviously a lot of stuff around color blindness. So you can like it'll still have the same. So like let's use the perfect example is Kratos and Atreus going to the Raven Tree. So they actually show there's like a shot of that, but it makes Kratos like have a green hue over him, but then Atreus has a different color. So you can always, if you have like bad vision and stuff, you can always tell where the main characters are. And then it changes for Freya and then like all that kind of stuff. But a lot of it's around vision, sensory stuff. Like, you know, you can reduce the amount of flashes if you have like, if you're prone to seizures and all that kind of stuff. But they've done everything in there. They've got a pretty, from memory, there is a different way you can map the controller for people who like only have like one hand and like can't use the controller like with two hands and stuff, or especially if they've got like paralysis in one hand or like whatever it is,
missing fingers or whatever.
Yeah. It's actually really
Comprehensive
fascinating
by the
to
sound
go
of it.
into that menu to see what they're doing these days.
That's
And
really
Sony,
clever.
but Sony
Yeah.
Studios are really pushing that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good.
It is
cool.
fantastic. Yeah.
A couple of them they needed to pick up anyway because Xbox has, as far as I understand, the best accessibility based control system out of the systems. So for Sony to be starting to pick up that and expand who they can get these stories to, so they don't have to consume them in TV format.
Because that's a mistake.
Dig. Yep.
Peter.
Go from there.
Oh, no, never mind. There was a warning thing on your thing popped up on the camera.
Okay, that's concerning. Nothing should pop up on the camera.
Little block of text, black
Okay.
box. No, it's your camera. You can...
As long as the red light's still on, we're still recording. So let me know if that goes green. Shall we move on?
Yes.
I thought that was cool though. I mean, and I'm happy Christopher Judge won Best Performance because I just love Christopher Judge.
Yep.
He's just such a cool dude.
It worries me that he keeps calling out the kid that plays Atreus to not be a douchebag. Did you see his acceptance speech?
No.
Oh, he calls him out right at he says to him right at the end, saying, "You're the future of voice acting and you do really great, blah, 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 blah. Don't be a douchebag." And then that was, I think, almost the last thing he said in his speech.
Oh, I reckon that's more a dig at someone like Troy Baker.
Okay.
A bit of a knob.
Okay.
He's a very
Yeah.
good voice actor, but he comes across as a bit of a knobhead.
And you also don't know, beyond knowing that the two actors got quite close through the two
Oh,
games,
yeah.
you also don't know the dynamic there. But I got the impression from the behind the scenes for the first game, I haven't seen the second behind the scenes yet. I think there is one.
I haven't seen one either, no.
But I got the impression they were very, like, Christopher Judge talks a lot about his estranged family and missing a lot of his own kids growing up and the bond of father and child. And I think he's almost a surrogate father for the actor.
Yeah.
So I can't see him doing like it might have come off a bit cringe, but I doubt it was actually.
Oh no,
cringe.
no, it wasn't cringe at all. It
Okay.
was. It definitely felt like
It was a dig at somebody else. It was an in joke.
No, it was an in joke, but it felt like a mentoring. Hey, don't do this.
Hey, you're doing good. You're doing
You're
good.
doing good.
Don't be a fuckwit.
And maybe they'd have a conversation. They'd had a conversation about somebody else within the voice acting industry, or maybe
Being a douchebag, yeah.
he'd done something and Christopher Judge had pulled him up on it, or whatever.
Yeah.
But it definitely felt like an in joke.
It's probably
Yeah.
also just don't let the fame go to your head. You're
Yeah.
young. Like,
Yeah,
you've got
yeah.
a long way to go.
Yeah.
You want to stay in this?
Yeah.
But I love Christopher Judge. He's
Or
just a
don't be
dude.
like Atreus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's another one for putting the power back into the hands of the consumers, along the lines of suing film studios for misrepresenting trailers. Microsoft are currently being sued by fans and video game consumers in an attempt to stop the Activision-Blizzard merger, citing anti-competitive practices and leaving Microsoft in a position to crush competition in everything from games and services to talent hiring in the industry. So the complaint is actually quite detailed considering they're gamers. Why
I'm looking
everyone's
at the
distracted by the beer.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm listening.
White foamy head. Look at it. Yes.
Yes, and the FTC agrees because the FTC has also filed suit as anti-competitive, and I'm kind of glad. And
Yeah, look, I really want to play Elder Scrolls 6, so
I really want to play
High on Life.
High on Life, and I can't. Like I'm not like it would. I can't think of a video, even with all the money in the world. I can't think of a video game that I want to play desperately enough to buy another whole console just because it's an exclusive title.
I will say when I first got my PlayStation, but my mate got an Xbox and we started playing Halo, I was like, oh, I could go on Xbox just to play Halo. That was fun, the original. But
Yes,
that was
And
also probably young me going, I want all the things.
and I've owned an Xbox. Like I didn't get into PlayStation for
Yeah, no, we talked about
till
that. yeah.
PS3. So Project Gotham and Halo, and that was my bag.
I thought I was going to have to buy an Xbox just to play. Can't even think what it's called now. Senua's Sacrifice, the second,
Hellblade.
Hellblade,
Yeah.
yeah, whatever the second Hellblade is called. Senua's something.
Something.
I thought I was going to have to buy an Xbox
Senua's
just to play
sensory
that.
deprivation.
Yeah,
But I've got a second PS5, right? I could have just as easily have spent the exact same amount of money and bought the Xbox. I've got all of the connectors. I could have and could
plenty
at,
of people. I've
at
seen
any
plenty of people
point
have both.
have both, but I refuse to because I know I'm going to spend $800+ on a second console so I can play 1 or 2 games per annum max. And I only play 5 games a year at the moment. So, but studios owning that larger chunk of the industry is fucking bad news for us all.
and I mean we've spent.
It's true, and but I would say like
I don't think Sony does it as well as a counter argument anymore.
no, it's not that. It's just that they have for years. Like we've benefited from the exclusivity. Like it's only
How
now.
have we benefited by getting a release game at release date? We haven't really benefited.
Well, no,
We haven't been penalized is a more accurate statement, I would think.
yeah, that's probably a better way to word it. But I'm just talking about like with all the Sony Studios games,
And that's
like,
what I mean.
yeah.
Like,
I know what you. I agree. It's not good for the industry, and I want my like most of my mates have PlayStations, but I've got friends who had like growing up had Xboxes, and it was like would have loved it if they'd had the same games because I'm like, there's plenty of mates I'd love to talk about now and be like, do you fucking play Ragnarok? And they'd be like, nah, man, never got into PlayStation. I'm an Xbox player.
Outside of you guys, everyone else I know that's within our demographic has an Xbox.
Oh, so no,
Interesting.
I'm the opposite. Everyone I know has PlayStations. Yeah.
I only shifted from Xbox to PlayStation because you were Chris. That's literally why I made the jump. But
I never liked the original Xbox controller, and that's what.
and it's still the same. It still feels that.
And I know the
It feels
PS5 one's
pregnant.
getting closer to it in terms of the size, and they are hefty fucking beasts of a controller.
I know it doesn't make sense to say the words, but to me, the Xbox controllers feel like a PlayStation controller got pregnant. It's just got that
It's got more
bulginess.
girth.
It's
Peter's not used to that kind of girth.
it's just chunky in the hands, in a weird way. But look, it's all muscle memory anyway. It took a while to go back to pick up a PS4 controller. It feels weird in the hand.
I still use both.
I don't, so I've picked up.
I donated my PS4 to a new gamer. I brought him on to the fold.
I donated mine too.
Basically,
so
Mother
it's good to
Teresa.
see they both
Pete donated his to a new gamer too. My niece.
It's good to see them go to good causes.
And my sister hates you for it because apparently she doesn't have a TV in her room, which I didn't know. So she plays it on the TV in the kitchen. Beck's like, she's been playing Batman for months on end at the kitchen table. Like, good.
So?
At least she's kind of in the social interaction space.
I
guess.
She's not locked away at a room. Yeah.
I could probably donate a TV too, to be honest.
No. We don't need to go down that path. Thanks.
Anyway, I just think so. Here's where I draw the line personally, and I'm interested to hear your opinions because fuck it, why not? We'll do a 12-hour episode.
But this might be a two-parter.
No, those never work out because you welcome back to Mix and Pints doesn't really work. I think first-party studios are okay as like indie-sized development studios. You can like Sony can make their own games and Microsoft can make their own games. It's when Sony and Microsoft start buying humongous studios that the problems start.
Yeah.
Activision buying Blizzard was bad enough. Because then you're merging all of the,
it's a Call of Duty with all your Diablo players.
And World of Warcraft, it's still the largest MMO in history.
That's what I was getting at.
So that was two juggernauts merging. But then for Microsoft to buy them, and they already own Halo, so now they own Call of Duty, they own all the Warcraft IP, they own like it's too much. It's way too big a chunk of the industry. The FTC has said that's anti-competitive and it's interesting that it was actually the video game fans suit that talks more about the negative impact on the game production industry than just the fans. Yes. We only really talk about it from consumers' perspective. I can't play the games I want to play because they're not released on PlayStation.
Yeah, no, but like it's also like if you're it almost like stifles creativity in a way, I find. It's when they get that monopoly on things. It's just like no one's pushing you from both sides of like, the console wars or 3 sides, 4 sides, whatever it is. So like if it's only on one, you can't have like the feedback from fans over here being like, hey, I really wanted this like aspect of the game to be like better. Like, it's different controllers. It's also, if you've got to do something for DualSense that you have to do for an Xbox controller, it's like they're different mindsets you've got to think about. And that also then might make you go, oh, in this level, I might like, how can I push this gameplay further? I think it stifles creativity a lot.
It comes back to exactly what we've talked about at nauseum already in this episode is the genericizing. Yes. I know that's probably not quite a word, but
pretty sure it is.
The movie industry. It's being controlled and we're only seeing the same thing from the same studios constantly. And we're walking a very dangerous line now that this is what we're going to see.
It's funny. It just reminds me, I don't know why, of the original the Hackers Manifesto, which was almost a half step from Do Electric Sheep. What was the fucking title?
Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep?
Thank you. Which was the inspiration for the original Blade Runner.
I thought it was Electric Avenue, but that was me.
Don't. We want to chew our own meat. Don't give us pre-chewed shit that you regurgitate and that's what we're getting in Hollywood for sure, and it seems like that's the direction that video game industry might take. And our last piece of news, which we'll get to in a sec, it also seems like board games are going that way too, but it's all about money. It's no longer about producing.
It's always all been about money.
No, that's true-ish, but it was about producing content that made you money because the content was attractive to your consumers. You're actually pandering to the consumer to make money. These days, the industries that we're talking about seem to be, fuck you, consumer.
Shareholders.
I only care about the shareholder.
Yeah.
And it's
that's where they get the money from to make the things they're making.
I'm looking at you, Monopoly.
Yeah, stop releasing various versions under various IPs because it pisses Dan off to no end every Christmas. Before we go to the last piece of news, I'm going to talk about the 4th beer we're having. Look at us go. It's only been an hour and a half. We are having Fox Friday from Tasmania. So we're going from Queensland down the East Coast. This is Whip It Good, the Pilsner, 5.5%. This is fucking great. You didn't like it?
Nope.
Oh, well, you're wrong. What do you know? It's not like you brew beer or anything. I quite enjoy it. I think it's
I don't think it's anywhere clean
You
enough
pass
to
me
be
the
a
can,
Pilsner.
please.
I think there's far too much yeast character in there, especially using 3470. I hate 3470. It leaves that very...
What is 3470 for those playing?
W3470 is the lager yeast. It's quite a generic lager yeast. It's used in God knows how many beers, but it always produces that kind of base level sulfur character, and it's always very yeasty. And I don't think it does this any favors.
Yeah, right.
I don't think this is clean enough and bitter enough to call itself a Pilsner.
Wow.
If it just said, "Hey, this is our Friday lager," because every day, live every day like it's Friday is their slogan, and they just called it their lager, I go, yeah, cool, that's their lager. Yeah, good. It's their house standard lager. No worries. But to call that a Pilsner, I think you're a long way from the mark there.
Oh well, I liked it, so fuck you.
You can like it. I'm not taking
taking
anybody's away from liking it. I just think it's a long way from the mark of what it should be.
Well, that's fine, but I mean, that is a very good insight from a brewing perspective. I think for me, from just not knowing that, I get that cleanness and probably not as, I guess, crisp as I would normally have, but I think it's clean.
I don't think it's dry enough, personally.
I don't get any of the sulfur though.
It's not. Don't get me wrong. There's not sulfur present.
Yes.
Like it's not as a compound, but 3470 has this kind of characteristic to it. And when it's fermenting, and if it's not cleaned up properly in the brewery, it does always have buttloads of sulfur in it. And it's that associated flavor with me for there if it's not cleaned up properly. And that's why I think this might have been maybe fermented a little warmer. And when it's done a little warmer, it has that sort of character follow through in that yeast staying in solution. It's not filtered, and I think it's probably Stabasoled or something like that. It's got a slight haze to it that's more than a chill haze. And it just, that 3470, just, there's so many good yeasts out there these days that could have taken they've got on there their base malts and the hop that they used. And if they'd thrown a little more bitterness in there and used a different yeast, I think it could be a spectacular beer. But in that current format where they've potentially done it a little bit warmer with 3470, they've just pulled too much of that yeast character in there for a Pilsner. For a lager, cool. Not for a Pilsner.
And there's Dan's judging kind of brain coming out a little bit as well. Yeah, you can see it going. It's which is great to know. That's good to see.
It's good to see the inside.
I would fucking smash a can of it. I'd smash a 4-pack of it.
Yeah, but I would.
But I can see where you're coming from. Yeah,
and I sit smack bang in the middle, right? I would buy a case of it, but I would buy a case of it instead of buying a case of Heineken.
It's because the cheapest Pilsner I've ever bought.
Right. But it's inoffensive. It doesn't. It's not screaming at you. But that's kind of that sits on both sides, right?
Yeah.
It's a table beer if a table beer was a lager. From my perspective, it's not. It's inoffensive, but it's also not pushing any boundary whatsoever.
It doesn't need to push boundaries. Pilsners don't push boundaries. I mean, Pilsners are...
But it's not banana-y enough to be like a Czech Pilsner. I had a Czech Pilsner in the last episode, I think it was.
Banana-y.
It was S or...
That should be something that you are not getting from a Pilsner.
That's in your
I got a lot of farmhouse.
Kind of like Light Strike. There you go. Pete's got the skunky Light Strike struck one.
Did you leave your Heineken out in the sun again? I told you not to do that.
Yep. Cool.
Anyway, out of 5, I'm gonna start
because we're gonna have to
average the
average
score,
it.
right?
Yeah.
I'm going to abstain from this one.
No. I think it's interesting to hear the number because we're not going to put it into Untapped as your number. So I'm going to give it a 3.75.
I'm going to put it as your number.
The only reason I'd rate this down is
doesn't do what it says on the can.
It doesn't do what it says on the can. They've specifically chosen to call it a Pilsner. And once again, you can give them points there for its marketing. Cool.
I will never give anyone points for marketing.
But they've like Pilsners are popular.
Yeah.
Pilsners have been coming back.
Yeah. They're quite cleverly putting a very clean label with their ingredients on there. Nelson Sauvin.
I like the
popular
can.
hop. Pilsners with a popular New Zealand hop is they're playing into a large proportion of lager sales at the moment are Pilsners with New Zealand hops. Whether you call them a New Zealand Pilsner, whether you call them a New Zealand lager, whatever, they're a large chunk of those. And some of the bigger breweries are doing, not bigger breweries, but bigger craft breweries or more popular, more widely known craft breweries are doing a lot of those. So I give them points there for playing into that. The execution of it as a Pilsner, no. I'd completely mark you down for that. The creating a lager with no faults using that yeast other than it has too much of that yeast character, points there. I give them a 3.
Cool. I gave him a 3.75.
I'm more inclined to go up that way with Pete. 3.75, yeah.
3.75.
I actually think we get to 3.5 as an average.
I was going to say 3.5. Probably
Last bit of news before we go to break, because I just need to reset the camera. I don't miss the fucking 30-minute timer that we used to have at the old camera.
Remember that when I used to stare at the thing, be like, oh my God, Peter's coming down, go, 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 go.
But we are coming up to an hour and 45, so I think maybe just hitting the reset button might be a better.
End of the year, whatever. Lazy days.
Hasbro, this is news for you.
Oh, yeah. The board game news.
So the Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast, who are the owners of Dungeons & Dragons, have complained to the industry and to shareholders, and it ended up in the Twitterverse, so the CEO basically said, I don't think our games, our D&D games, are enough like video games and movies in that we're not cashing in on subscription fees and ongoing digital content fees, and we're not microtransactions and loot boxes.
But aren't loot boxes also been outlawed in several countries?
As gambling.
Yeah.
They have, and yet it's funny. I read an article and I skipped over it that a video game removed loot boxes and fans complained. So it's kind of hit and miss on that. I didn't read enough of it to be able to tell you what it was about in any more detail. So what I'm worried about, because I'm an avid D&D fan, is now that it's hit mainstream again, it's having a renaissance because of things like Stranger Things is not the only example, but it's probably the prime example. So they've just announced, I think a month or two ago, they've announced the next generation of D&D rule set. So we're at 5th edition, which was called D&D Next. It was supposed to be, the final set of rules, and now they're doing D&D 1.
When did they release D&D Next?
About 10 years ago now.
I was about to say, that is so fucking 2010, 2011, calling something Next.
Next is new. We're at 5. We were at 5e. Next has only been out.
5th edition is Next. D&D Next is the synonymous. It was the code name for D&D 5th edition. Yeah, you can.
You continue. Yeah.
So 6th edition is coming in the next 12 to 18 months.
It's going to be the.
It's called D&D 1. Yeah. And what they have said is it's an evolution, not a revolution. So the jump from 4e to 5e was throw out all your rule books because we're rewriting the rules from scratch again, which they also did for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th and 5th, right? Those multi-generation, like those full dot releases have been throw out the old concepts, bring in the new. The characters, the classes, by and large, and the races, by and large, have remained pretty much the same. They've evolved over time. 6th edition, they've said, is 100% backwards compatible with 5th edition.
So the idea of using the term backwards compatibility in a book version, like just
if it was a book, that
I apologize.
Right. It's only because I've got the boxed original introduce your friends to D&D box. Was the Minds of Fandelver.
Corrupt your friends to D&D.
Yeah, exactly.
Box, I believe.
Came with some really, really low quality fucking dice set and some maps and shit. And it's literally called D&D Next, the Minds of Fandelver. It's the only reason I know. So it would make sense what you're saying. Backwards compatibility is not a concept for board games, except it's not one book. It's 50.
Yeah. No, I know you've talked about it.
And so the amount of money. So I've recently, over the last 2 years, I've been buying all of the D&D content, all of the book content. But I've done something that I'm now starting to really worry about. I bought all that.
Now you're starting to worry about things you've done.
I bought all that book content in the digital edition. And now they're talking about microtransactions and digital subscription content, and they're trying to make repeating revenue out of the same content. It's a matter of time before you lose access to all of those digital books, unless you're paying them a monthly fucking fee like Netflix.
Yep. They changed
or a yearly subscription fee.
Which, to be frank, I'm already paying an annual subscription to the premium version of the app that we're talking about, D&D Beyond, right? And the only thing that gives me is the ability to share my books with you guys. That's all it gives me. It's about $100 a year, and it allows me to share the $1,000 I have spent over the last 18 months on books. I gave them my $1,000, and I've got to give them $100 a year to allow you to access my $1,000 and you to access my $1,000.
It's funny because you can kind of see it from their point of view. Well, you look at it and you go, they designed this game. Gary Gygax made it in the 70s.
Yes.
And you do look at, it's not something where they can go, okay,
he's one of the creators.
There's a specific number of people playing this around the world at any singular time, because you're not hooked into the PlayStation Network going, they've got 4 million people playing God of War right now. And it's over those years, people have obviously bought content and then have created a whole bunch of stuff from there. And now you look at all these people that are cashing in and making money from their content that they have purchased at some stage, and are making, you got the Critical Role. I know they're a lot more to do with the Wizards of the Coast now, but you've got podcasters.
They've almost become the mascot of D&D. Yeah,
you've got YouTubers, everybody making money off something, their IP that they've created, because it was kind of an open domain anyway.
That's more decades. Pathfinder. So Pathfinder D20 was.
I'm not splitting hairs here between. I'm just saying that there's.
I disagree.
They're probably not taking. They're not taking revenue from the millions of people that are playing it now.
But there is, I think, the problem statement for me is. I
don't disagree.
They have made all of them. They've hit the saturation point or the revenue peak.
They
can't
get any further. Yeah,
they are the most successful board game,
which is where I was trying to get to in my convoluted.
And if they were to compare themselves to anyone else in their industry, they are the tall poppy. They have made more money than any other board game has ever made, and
Fantasy
probably.
Flight?
I'm not talking. Well, we're talking about a game versus a game, not a company versus a company, right? Because Fantasy Flight has released 50 games.
Yeah.
And Wizards of the Coast have released other games too. They own Magic the Gathering. They own other things too. But what I'm saying is they're not comparing themselves to other people in their industry.
Yeah,
they're comparing themselves to video games. So it's like, why aren't we ruling over $100 billion empire? We should just start charging all our players a $20 a month subscription fee.
And that's when
why not?
And that's when they start pushing people more. I know Pathfinder is massive, and there's other content. I'll show you a friend of ours that's done some other stuff, and they're into a different tabletop now.
Pathfinder's not that different from the D&D 3.5e.
Yeah.
So they've got Taco and all the rest of it that they abandoned for D&D for good reason. But
yeah. So it's an interesting concept which I don't think they'll find will play out for them.
I don't think you're going to have a choice if you want to play D&D. So where I was going in a roundabout kind of way is
if you want to use their official stuff, you're not going to have a choice. Or if you don't want to buy their physical stuff, you're not going to have a choice. But you can still go to the bookstore and buy all the books today.
So here's my prediction: in the next 5 years, they'll take those books off shelves, and the only way you can access any of their rules is to buy their subscription-based fees. Which is already, D&D Beyond is already pushing you to buy monthly content. Like, oh, look, we released some digital dice and it's got a pretty pattern and you should pay me $6 for an animation is literally what you're buying. Now they are moving off that. So beyond them talking about 6th edition rules being backwards compatible, and they're going to release, it's an evolution. It's almost like a fucking a service pack, if you like, for the rule set. They're also talking about needing more digital tools. So they've got D&D Beyond, that'll continue. They're bringing in D&D Digital. They're digitizing miniatures and dungeons and roles and line of sight rules. And
Yeah, cool.
that third-party app that you're using that's cool, except how much was that third-party app? $60 one-off ever?
Yeah.
D&D Digital, they're talking about microtransactions and, look, you want that lantern in green? That's going to be $4.
Yeah.
Like, it's not good for us as players. They're
It'll be
monetizing
interesting.
everything.
Yeah, they're monetizing everything. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out and how far it goes.
But the other thing is, if the D&D company, if the company that makes a board game is pushing everyone towards the digital version of their board game, aren't they kind of turning that game into a video game?
Yeah.
That hasn't worked out for him so far.
Well, and that's what
at all. Well, there's been a couple, but not many.
Well, Baldur's Gate 3 will come up later in the trailers. But I mean, board games are a thing. They should leave them in the board in the physical industry. Didn't work out well for Fantasy Flight. Like Destiny didn't work out for 3rd edition as well as it did for 2nd because what's it called, Destiny?
Descent.
Descent, thank you. Because everything turned into use your iPad as the
as the game master.
And that is Fantasy Flight. All their games have gone that direction. It's co-op around the table and the bad guy is the fucking iPad.
I don't have a problem with it.
I kind of thought it was cool until it came to replayability and it's no longer a Hero's Quest style. The people sitting around the game sets the tone of the game. The iPad setting the tone of the game and it's 100% identical every time you play.
No, it's not, but yeah.
There's only so many variations, is the argument I would say.
Yeah, but there's variations of maps. There are variations of monsters in maps. There's variations of objectives within those
Even
stories.
if it was procedurally generated and 100% unique every time, the argument concede my point, but I'm now playing against the iterations generated by an app. I may as well be playing a video game.
But if you're playing Descent from the book with one person playing the game master, there's no variation. Other than where
You need 2 players. You need a bad guy. For the original Descent, Journeys in the Dark, you need the bad guy and the good guy.
Yeah, but there's no variations because they're following a set page. These are the monsters, and these how they move. This is how.
That's not how Descent. No, that's not how the bad guy worked in Descent: Journeys in the Dark. He had a lot of creative choice around where he moves, which spells he uses, in what order he attacks.
Where they move, but there's no change to the board. There's no change in objectives. It's all the same. The iPad changes that.
It's yeah. I really want to invest the next half an hour in this, but we need to take a break.
That was like watching the weirdest game of tennis I've ever watched.
No, it's an interesting discussion, right? Because
it is. It was very interesting for me as someone who's never really gotten into that side of.
And I can categorically tell you that neither Dan nor I want our board games to turn into video games or turn into microtransaction based loot boxes.
Yeah. Oh god.
So
100%.
I mean, we'll argue the finer points, but fundamentally we're on the same page, I think. Should we take a quick break?
Yep, definitely, because my bladder's full.
Right. We're right back.
Hey.
And we're back.
Oh, we don't have a next beer.
Well, fuck. All right. Well, we're just gonna go working title. Let's get some working title up us. I'm going to pour this now. This is the working title Day Shift.
See what happens.
Reminiscent of a fantastic Netflix film that we all watched.
We spoke about that, didn't we?
We did.
Such a good film.
Yeah. And actually, Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx, I find, is one of those characters, going back to what we were talking about, Tom Cruise and all that.
The Rock.
The Rock, who's the generic man. Jamie Foxx is one of those guys that he plays.
Ooh, it's a 500ml cameo. We'll get a little bit bonus.
A similar character in some of the movies he does, and then he does these massive leaps.
Christ, there's a cat.
Completely different.
Yeah.
And I think that's so great. I mean, even though we've never
seen
a
lot of actors are like that, though. They're not truly typecast in the sense that like Jim Carrey did 10 comedy films and everyone thought he could only act comedy, and then he did The Truman Show.
The number 13.
And he did the number 13 and
then he went off the rails.
And then he genuinely went fucking nuts.
Yeah, he did the
now he's back with Sonic.
I am Andy, my name is Andy. What was that?
Yeah.
Andy Kaufman.
Hi.
That was an interesting.
biography. I haven't seen it, but
Yeah.
I think that's where they said he lost his marbles.
Is your cat a chest burster? It's just trying to
Yes, just watch your beer because you'll knock it over without even realizing. I'm trying to adaptation. Is that the name of the film?
fuck off.
Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
That one. Right. I haven't seen that film.
Yeah.
Also, one of the best Grinches we've ever had.
Yes.
Also, very clever camera work.
What, the Grinch?
Oh, no. So you're talking about the Grinch movie? Yes. No. In Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Grinch, it has
it was great.
one of the best, like, just series of things, like, when he's going through his daily calendar and he's like, cancel dinner with myself. I can't do that again. 4:30, stare into the abyss. It's like, that's my calendar. Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, sorry. This beer.
Beer, Day Shift, working title from Queensland. Sorry, I was reading. It's a double dry hopped hazy pale, 5%. It was packaged on the 12th of the 12th, so it's relatively fresh. And then it's a lovely pastels.
I'm enjoying this quite thoroughly.
I now look at these things and wonder whether they're magic eyes. A little reference for
It's
what
not.
we were talking about earlier.
It doesn't work on a curve can. Or how did the guy do it? He does the
Yeah.
people use their finger.
Don't worry, you won't. You'll
onion.
get it eventually. Yep.
Yes, that is just a fun little backgammon boards. They are pink and blue backgammon boards.
Is that what it is?
Well,
I've never played backgammon, but
that's all pointies.
is
Pointies.
Pointies?
It's all pointies.
It's
not triangles.
Not triangles.
No, pointies.
Pointy. Those damn three-sided pointy shapes.
I can't get
Three-sided squares are the worst.
those assholes.
Oh fuck! I've got an interesting. Let me write this also down for our off-camera talk.
the analog notes that Dan.
I love how Dan's making notes, but it's not for the podcast we're recording.
No.
It's for shit to talk about after.
That is very pleasant.
I can say it on here if you want me to talk my boring triangle talk, but
very reminiscent of pack ale.
yes, well,
Especially the color, like
Yeah.
the haze amount.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's not one of those super thick like hazy pales, but it's got that.
It's got
I've come back to Stonewall Pacific Ale. I got to say, like I went off it for a long time.
Stone and Wood.
Stonewall Pacific Ale.
I'm not getting the pineapple that I get out of Stone and Wood.
No, I'm just saying it's similar.
It's more citra hop.
This is drier. I definitely get drier.
And
Yeah.
there's almost and I've said this word earlier this episode, it's almost a slight dankness. There is something danky about this beer.
something
It's
danky.
It's not.
Is danky a word? I'm not sure danky's a word.
It is now, motherfucker.
Yeah,
It
it's in the
might even be
vernacular.
an episode title, I'm not sure.
Hey man,
Something danky.
I'm the champion.
Something
of coming
danky
up
this
with,
way comes. There you go. It's a Christmas title. Write it down.
I'll drink to
Do
that.
you want me to write it down?
Yeah, put it on the analog notes. There we
Analog
go.
notes,
Well
there we
done. Tom wins again. You win one free beer that you bought yourself.
Perfect. I'm gonna give that a 4.25. I really enjoy that.
It's also it's not so overly
Hopped.
but hoppy fruit notes. It's still
Yeah.
got such a nice
Yeah.
dry bitterness to it. Yeah.
And it's got that oaty back palate to it.
Yeah.
Just as all the hop die away, you get that sort of that up fleck of rolled oats.
Yeah.
Comes through.
I
Really
find
done.
most DDHs to hit my palate too hard. This one does not.
Yeah, it can be super green and super grassy, and
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, most beers these days, if they're on the hoppy spectrum, are double dry hopped or triple dry hopped.
They're also just released too quickly. They don't sit them, pack them and sit them for a
Yeah.
week to
Or
let
they-
them condition.
Yeah,
It's
or they're
always-
using
yeah.
fucking concentrate because they can't get enough of the hop flavor out of the hops anymore. They've got to go to Lupamaxed fucking
Oh, you're talking about cryos and Lupamax
Yes.
and everything like that.
Yeah. beer's not beer. Fuck, that's kind of a running theme this episode, isn't it?
It's really nice.
Yeah.
I give them full props for that. It's,
So
what
I said
strength did you say?
4.25.
What strength?
5.
5? That's
Flat 5.
gold.
Crushable.
Gold.
Score?
4.5 for me.
I'd agree with that.
Cool.
Definitely.
There you go.
It's faultless. It's clean. It's pretty.
And
Tom's got a good head on it.
yeah, get a bit of a swirl, eh?
Yeah, nice, very nice.
It's nice. Cool. Moving on. So I've got a couple of mini reviews. I don't know if you guys have got.
There's a big red button on the back of that. I know it's the power button, but it's just one of those.
Okay, we're going to put something in
Just
front of that.
It is the power button, actually.
Yeah. No, it's got a power symbol above
I'm pretty
it.
sure I have to acknowledge the.
It's definitely a power button.
Don't be pressing the button. So I wanted to do a quick review, and I'm not spoiler-free reviews, by the way. For Black Adam and Jack Ryan season 3. So Black Adam.
Oh, I'm going to ask this now. Then okay, go. Yep.
What, did you want to ask me before I?
No. You spew, and then I'll.
So-
and then I'll
And then I'll follow spew.
if you don't answer the question in there, I will add it in.
I've got one question, Peter.
Yeah, you're going to ask up front or while I
I'll
talk?
ask up front.
Okay.
Did you not say you were never going to pay for this? So how did you watch it?
I did pay for it.
How
I
much
went back
did
on
you
my
pay
word.
for it?
I don't
You
remember.
Dirty.
I paid full price on streaming. I was really bored.
Yeah, that's a sign of boredom.
I'm unemployed and single, so it's pretty much like and worst. And let me just tell you, it is the worst time
I
of the
could
year.
say something really non-PC now, but I'm not going to.
Oh damn! Yeah, it's the worst time to be fucking unemployed too. It's to be made redundant just before Christmas, and everything just starts shutting down as you start applying for jobs. So yes, I bought this one. I paid full price, probably $32, I think, because I didn't rent it. I bought it because I figure if I'm going to pay $28 to rent it, I'll pay $32 to buy it.
No, see, I had that theory with Matrix Resurrections.
Shit erections. Yeah.
And it haunts me that I now own a copy of that movie. I don't care if it's digital or physical. It fucking haunts me that I can't just
You've made that comment when we talked about PlayStation
Oh, did
ripping
I?
games
Oh,
off
okay.
your library. Like, no, I will pay some motherfucker to take that out.
Yeah.
I think that was.
Oh.
You might have been talking about something else actually. Now I
They
think of
can't
it.
take back the blackness hole that's in my heart now, that knowing that I paid to own a copy. If it was rental, even if it was like $10 less or $5
Yeah.
less for rental, and I still know that I didn't. I
Elect
do not.
to
I
save
do
the
not. I do
$5.
not have ownership over that property or that thing. That weighs heavy on my soul.
So was that your question? Did I pay for it?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
because I do remember you saying
I did.
quite strongly.
I
that-
went back on it. I
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
Look, I'm at a low point. So,
and my job is to point that out to you. Yes. That's what a mate's for.
So my thoughts on Black Adam. I hate myself for not hating the film.
You don't have to hate
It's not unredeemingly bad. It's not, but it is way, way too far away from good.
So which parts about it are good? Because my like looking at trailers and having not seen it, fully disclaimer, have not seen it,
Mhm.
but I saw the strength in that film coming from the supporting cast.
Yep.
Or definitely more than Dwayne Johnson's performance.
Dwayne Johnson, just into like, and I haven't thrown lenses over it to kind of. I haven't analyzed it. I just took some notes while I was watching because I tend to write stuff.
fully invested.
He's in the cinematic experience. Yeah.
He's in the cinematic experience, sitting there in the dark.
I'm surprised we didn't get a live tweeted version of it. Like,
Have you guys ever seen a film critic in a cinema?
I know they take notes.
They literally, that
Yeah.
is how that works.
Yeah.
But
It's
like,
the first reaction notes. Yeah, no, I
but
get
like
it.
them, I use a pen and paper. I don't use my phone. Well, I don't know why that's a line, but I draw a line. I use pen
Well,
and
you
paper
do when
a
you're
lot.
messaging us the first time you watch something.
Yes,
Yeah.
but well, yeah, that happens too. That's
And the
different.
amount of
Usually,
time,
I'm already
amount of
drunk.
times I see, yeah, you've definitely had a few, and then you start like doing this, and I just want to write back, Pete, just fucking watch it.
It just feels more genuine, real time. Anyway, so shitty facsimile of Xavier's school meets yet another Suicide Squad. So they're talking about the Justice Society.
Yeah.
It's not. It didn't play out well. They didn't spend too much time on the school for gifted individuals or gifted. I can't remember what Xavier's schools.
Youngsters.
Gifted youngsters, thank you. Didn't spend too much time with it. But even down to the ship that they fly around, the Justice Society flies around, looks like
A blackbird.
Yes, it is.
Boo.
Like it's a shitty facsimile of.
They could have at least done a stealth bomber or something like.
Casually introduces nth metal. That's a huge point in. That's a whole comic run in the DC universe.
I'd never heard of it.
Nth metal.
Yeah.
I thought it was an obscure form of
It's
music.
adamantium for the DC universe.
Yeah. Or vibranium.
Interesting because so there's some rumors floating around at the moment that the
Gravity negating effects.
Yeah, no. So Wakanda's taken vibranium away from the world, Earth. There's some rumors swirling around a couple of the MCU movies coming up soon will introduce adamantium as a result of Tiamut's end at the end of the Eternals.
Oh.
So the next Avengers movie, and these are all rumors. I took this out of news because they're rumors. Yeah, they're not confirmed. But there's talk about people are predicting that there'll be some argument over who owns Tiamut's body, and they'll start mining it, and they'll use that as a method of introducing adamantium, which will segue into Wolverine.
And
Makes sense.
Depends what Tiamut's made from, because adamantium is a vibranium alloy. From memory.
All an alloy is a combination of metals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll have to have adamantium and some. Oh, sorry.
Well, you guys have.
vibranium
Oh, sorry.
and
You guys
something else.
also have. You haven't. Neither of you have seen Wakanda Forever, have you?
No.
So, plot point of that. It's probably not a spoiler. Well, it is, yeah, they get into it straight away. But a plot point of that is that they find vibranium outside Wakanda.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah.
So it wasn't the only media. The other note I
Or
made.
it was like an offshoot of the media.
Yeah. The other note I made is it tells while showing,
Okay.
which I fucking hate. But it also kind of reminded me, when I say it wasn't an unredeeming flop, it reminded me a little bit of The Mummy, in that it isn't a bit adventure-y.
Is that because it was set in Egypt or just?
No. No. But then it also went over the line and started reminding me of Scorpion Kim, which is bad.
Scorpion Kim.
King. Sorry,
Kim.
that was a bit of
Who's Scorpion Kim? I want to see the movie with The Rock and Scorpion Kim.
We're fighting North Korea.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. Pull in Kim Jong-un.
It's
Give him
a weird
CGI
tail.
him from here up onto a scorpion tail.
No.
Away we go.
No. It's Kim Jong with like a get over here.
But then all he wants is a hug. If you go back to the dictator,
but he's
doing the friendship kills from Mortal Kombat 11.
His
Yeah.
wood sits on his flat top.
Yeah.
Kim Jong-un underneath that little chubby man. Don't come at us, Kim Jong-un.
Oh, no, come at us.
I can't think of him without thinking of the Dictator movie. Fuck, that was a good film.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
Oh, it's such a great movie. And then it all just feels so desperate to copy MCU from, and I made several more notes, but Atom Smasher is just a copy of the Atom. Not of the Atom. He's the son of the Atom. Ant-Man. But even the way that they portrayed him in the movie.
Okay, keep going, because this is where my questions come in.
Is he a burglar gone good and doing his redemption arc?
Actually, they did no real introductions into any of. There was no origin stories in any of it. They just introduced these characters. I think they spoke very briefly. I picked her up. But this is what I mean when I say Xavier School of the Gifted. What I'm talking about is the gifted youth.
Youngsters.
The Justice Society is kind of Hawkman as Xavier, in the sense that he's not Xavier. Hawkman's the
Cyclops.
Yes, thank you. That's exactly who I was thinking of, with the couple of youngsters. And the couple of youngsters were Atom Smasher.
I'm guessing Dr. Fate is more of the Xavier then.
Yeah. I don't want to get into spoilers.
Spoil it. We're not going to see it.
He's
and
almost.
everybody, you can check out now for the next 20 minutes and then come back.
20 minutes? You can check out for the next 2. I doubt there's much real,
So Pierce Brosnan made that movie.
Yes, that's what I was talking about with support. Yeah.
But he was a copy of Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Saw that.
He does.
Which is
He
not
does,
in DCU.
He does a lot of fingery, sparkle fingers, jazz fingers.
But the jazz fingers. That's
Does a lot of fingering.
spirit fingers.
Spirit fingers. That's what I was
that's where we're
going for. Jazz hands, spirit
hands,
fingers.
Yeah, that's it. It's another title right there.
Pierce Brosnan does a lot of spirit fingers. Yeah.
But he dies at the end of the fucking movie. So it's completely wasted.
Well, it doesn't matter because the helmet-
Everybody got fired anyway.
Well, everybody got fired anyway. Yeah, well, that's why it doesn't matter.
Spoilers.
Hey, look. Xavier died in X-Men 3, but he came back. So, anything's possible in the astral plane.
And I'll tell you what, you would never have said, I think James McAvoy is as good as Patrick Stewart, and yet he does a fucking bang-up job of replaying Xavier as a younger version. So, I just think everything in the movie, this is why I'm saying I didn't hate it, but everything felt iterative and like a poor
Done before, yeah.
a poor copy. You blend X-Men without the spirit of X-Men. You blended, Doctor Strange in Doctor Fate. Doctor Fate?
Doctor
Yeah,
Fate.
it is Doctor Fate.
Swap the blue and red for the blue and gold. Yeah.
Yeah. He's a shitty bad guy / good guy. He's not I know he's an anti-hero in the comics and he was in the video games. My only exposure
Doctor Fate.
No, sorry, Black Adam.
Oh.
My only exposure to Black Adam is in DC Universe Online. And he's a solid ass character and they tell a lot of good stories.
I just
about
always
him.
thought he was just the opposite to Shazam.
Well, he is. And
He's a false start.
Shazam's Greek and Black Adam's Egyptian.
The powers were supposedly the same. They also they retconned his backstory. By the way, they did do an intro story to him.
That's a slave thing. We said that in the trailer.
Yes, but they vastly oversimplified the actual comic backstory from Black Adam.
Yeah, right.
And they took out whole countries because they had to set this in some made up country so they didn't upset anyone. You want to piss off the Egyptians because it's a current society.
Yeah.
So and they
heaven forbid the Egyptians get their own superhero. Oh wait, they have.
Yeah.
Thank you, Moon Knight.
I just think everything about it that was good I've already seen, and it wasn't better than what I had already seen. If that makes sense.
We had a whole topic on overhyping and last episode,
but
no one
wasn't even the studio that overhyped this.
It was just one man.
One guy.
One man
Yeah.
who just
Yeah.
he was it was when he started. It was the first thing when he started, and it's like the same thing is going on with James Cameron at the moment and fucking Waterworld 2, whatever it is. It's just like if you got one person.
Is Kevin Costner in Avatar 2?
You never know. No, he comes back as Superman's dad, just the drowned version.
I could just see the Avatar porn parody, the Avatar to the
squirt?
the golden shower, wave the squirt.
And I've got to say, Tom, I've got to give you props from last episode. When you talked about, we were all having a bit of a joke around Avatar 2, and before you talked about the fucking the tape, the whole throw it on at the screensaver, just throw it on in the background. And, and when you're having a party, and look, you got a new aquarium. I didn't get the reference to The Way of Water until I rewatched it that was some quick thinking because it was half a second that Tom had to come up with that joke. It landed.
Oh, this baby's on all the time.
It's on fire.
Yeah, no,
Anyway.
Emma hates it. It's just it's when it's one person from an entire cast and crew who is just going so far beyond the rest of them. You just what's your? It's when it gets a bit too personal investment kind of stake kind of thing. It's just now you come across as so desperate, and I don't know if you've seen the other shit that's coming out from James Cameron lately, talking about Avatar 2. He was talking about.
Oh, we pivoted. I thought we were talking about Dwayne Johnson.
No. So this just comes up to that because
I thought we were too. So that's how shows how interchangeable those two are.
Well, that's the thing. It's just it's the same hype train they're both trying to create about these two films.
Yeah.
But when did we stop just letting the work speak for itself?
And this is what I'm talking about.
I'm okay with people getting hyped about shit. Henry Cavill, hypes up his shit, but that's because he's genuinely excited. Tom Holland is a draw card for Spider-Man because you can feel the
same with Andrew
real
Garfield.
love.
Andrew Garfield was such a huge Spider-Man fan when he was cast as Spider-Man. He was so over the moon. But
but
it's more genuine than what these guys are producing, than what they're saying. I will just say quickly, but James Cameron in an interview the other day said that he has to cast Matt Damon in Avatar 3 Andor 4. This is a direct quote, and I kid you not, to put the world back in equilibrium. Literally, to put the world back in equilibrium, he needs Matt Damon.
What does that even mean?
I know, right? But just if we
It'll
cast
be a
Matt,
reference to something.
If we,
it's gotta be.
no, if we cast Matt Damon in Avatar 3 and 4, world hunger stops.
You know, he's talking about wanting to reboot Terminator, and I don't mean another sequel after Dark Fate. I mean reboot.
Well, he did come out and say that it was his mistake for putting Arnie in Dark Fate. I don't know if you saw that one too.
It was his mistake for green lighting 7 out of the 9 films. If he'd stopped
does he
at
own
T2,
the rights?
James Cameron wrote Terminator. So I presume he owns the rights. I
Okay.
don't know for sure, but he wrote and directed the first 2 films.
Okay.
I mean,
Anyway.
he is George Lucas to the Terminator franchise.
Yeah.
Yep.
So reboot. And what he said in his interview about it was that he would focus more on the artificial intelligence and less on the robots. That was the mistake he made in the original film.
The mistake.
Sorry, it was one of the most successful films of the 80s, and it told a fucking amazing story.
It's one of the most iconic silhouettes of a character ever. Is that T800?
Yeah.
Like, you can show someone that has a remote idea. You can probably show that to my mother, just a silhouette, not even any detail, just a silhouette, like a black and white silhouette. And she'd probably go, like an Arnie, or is it it's like a Terminator or something?
Just a black picture, but frame a red circle light where an eye would be, and you would instantly know that it's a T800 that hasn't been lit yet. Like, just the red light of his fucking eye when he's as the endoskeleton is such
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean the endoskeleton. I don't mean Arnie skinned.
Yeah.
I just...
But it's the same thing. And we'll reel that one back in. Because we'll go too
Sorry,
down
Tom.
the James. No, it's my fault. I led us down the James Cameron hole. That's a horrible image of me.
I have Black Adam questions.
Spelunking. It's just that thing. If you've got one member of the cast who is too desperate for this thing to work, I think it detracts a lot from the rest of the film. And it also just it negates the work of everyone else on it a little bit. Like the way that Dwayne Johnson talks about Black Adam.
He was the only person involved in making the movie.
Yeah, it's just I've got this 100, 200, 300 other people minimum working on this film with me. It's but it's all about the things that I did because
I got Superman back.
Yeah.
It wasn't even limited in scope to the film that he made.
No.
He was claiming credit for decisions that were made by DC Studios.
Well, he was saying he went behind DC Studios back to get Henry Cavill back in.
Fuck off. He doesn't own. So Henry Cavill doesn't own the Superman suit, let alone the rights to make a decision about Superman. But
this is the thing. He's like,
bullshit.
we it's just playing to that we're rebels.
He's
of
a
the cause.
used car salesman when it gets to that point. I'm just going to retcon reality to make it sound better. Anyway, what were your questions about Black Adam?
First question. It's about the supporting cast.
Sure.
So my experience with Adam Smasher is not the Adam Smasher that turned up in Black Adam.
Okay.
My experience of Adam Smasher is ex-Marine or ex-military, real hard-ass character. Like that Adam Smasher that came into Black Adam is more the Atom than it is Adam Smasher.
Son of the Atom.
He is the son of the Atom. So Adam Smasher...
You Googling? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Adam Smasher wasn't Adam Smasher
in the
was
comics.
I'm pretty sure Adam Smasher was a side project of the government and lived inside a biosuit or something like that. He was not necessarily a failed experiment, but an experiment that turned him.
The DC world, you know DC better than I do. But my understanding was always that Adam Smasher was Atom's son. He inherited the suit.
Looking it up.
Was
Give me
that
a second?
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Okay.
And there was no backstory really given for him, but he portrays a youthful, inexperienced twat.
Yeah, because he knocked like in something
He's
I
a
saw
bumbling
today.
fool.
Knocks down a building and said, "Sorry, I hope that wasn't expensive."
Yeah,
when he's in his giant
and
form.
he was the comic relief, and it didn't really land more than it reminded me. He actually reminded me of Brandon. Can't remember his
Brandon Routh.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Brandon Routh.
in
Perfect.
Legends of Tomorrow.
Yes, as the bumbling Atom.
Adam was never bumbling.
I know. But he portrays that in the CW series, in all of the CW series, is that Brandon Routh plays Adam, and Adam Smasher is an extension of the Atom.
This is off the Wikipedia page, and in the film, like the other versions section of the character, in other media, film, Albert Rothstein, or Adam Smasher, appears in Black Adam, portrayed by Noah Centineo. This version is a member of the Justice Society who received his suit and mantle from his uncle Al Pratt. But looking at the write-up for the actual character in the comics, he is a very different character.
So Adam Smasher in the comics is not Adam's son?
I don't think he's got anything to do with it.
Okay.
He's like
His partnerships are with the Atom. So I think it was like Adam and the Atom Smasher.
Yeah, but I'm pretty
team up,
pretty sure he was like the dude from Hellboy 2 that's contained in a biosuit.
Yeah.
But it was a slick
I think he's
blue suit, and he
changed
was
over the years.
he was the being inside this containment suit. So Tom goes, and the other one was a completely different story again. Was Hawkman a fucking human billionaire that had
Didn't go into it.
metallic wings?
He did have metallic wings.
Yeah.
So he comes across as
Hawkman
a...
does, but it's an alien. It's an alien alloy because he's an alien.
So it doesn't explain anything to do with how he is Hawkman. He's just Hawkman.
Okay.
And he's got history with Dr. Fate, but it never goes into the history.
Yeah,
There's almost a mentorship there. Like, it felt like Dr. Fate was mentoring or had spent a lot of time as the elder around Hawkman, but they didn't go into any kind of origin story whatsoever.
I'm not super up on the Justice Society. I never have been, but
Funny because my oldest comic, somewhere in my garage, which is concerning because of all the moisture I've recently had down there, is a Justice Society comic from 1978.
Here we go. So he was the godson of Al Pratt, the Golden Age Atom, and he acquired his metahuman powers of super strength and control over his molecular structure from his grandfather, a reluctant supervillain known as Cyclotron.
Cyclotron ring.
And this allowed him to fight crime first as Nuklon and then later as Atom Smasher.
Okay.
And what did he look like?
Blue suit.
That dude.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I must be thinking of a completely different character. So I'll look it up. I'll look up in a minute and see where I can go. So the Hawkman thing bugs me if he wasn't an alien.
He might have been an alien, but they didn't go into it, and he didn't come across as an alien. To be honest,
so I watched the Screen Junkies honest trailers this morning about Black Adam because they're like, fuck it, I'll watch it eventually when it's free. There is no way I'm paying for it, and they said he was
that one before.
they said he was a billionaire playboy like Batman that had.
I might have missed that 2-second conversation,
or
it
was something that was in external media that said who he was.
Quite possibly.
They did make fun of. They were saying how Pierce Brosnan is just getting better looking with age. I wouldn't disagree with that.
I 100% agree with that.
And
he was brilliant in the film.
Every time he touched the helmet, it was like he was touching himself.
God, here's hoping.
And then they
didn't pick up on that.
Well, he intercut some of the times where he touched the helmet, and it does look like that he's like having an orgasm.
He definitely invested himself into portraying that character properly.
I
would expect nothing less from. I would expect nothing less from Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah,
in terms of being a fucking good actor. He's very Doctor Strangey, but in a good way. He was probably so. I wouldn't say he's the highlight. The highlight is the mother and daughter. The mother and son duo,
right?
Which are propelling. So they're the protagonists. They're propelling the story forward, but they're kind of bit parts, if that makes sense. Anyway, that's all I want to say on Black Adam. It wasn't. I didn't hate it, but it was. there was absolutely nothing new about it.
Right.
There was no groundbreakingness to it. It wasn't exciting. There was no wow factor. It was just tired. Tired is the best I can give it.
I've heard that the best thing about it, because the similar things I've heard from people who have seen it, like people who have actually gone and watched it, not reviews, like feet on the ground kind of thing, is tired and like repeated kind of like story time, but the visual effects are up there in.
Oh, there's no question about that. But then the companies making the special effects are probably the same ones doing the MCU movies.
Yeah, but that's like, it shows investment.
There's no question about that. But then I still think that Christopher Reeve is still the best Superman we've ever seen on screen, in my opinion. But the gravity of Man of Steel is still the best representation of Superman, in my opinion. So
I get what you mean. Yep.
When he takes off, when he lands, when there is no inertia to Superman in Man of Steel, and yet there's still a weight to him moving the way that he does. I still think that's the best representation of the physics, if you could suspend reality, of a Superman. So Dan's decided he found something on the internet. He's gone to have a private moment.
Someone's broken the seal.
I don't even know where I was going at that point. I didn't. Yeah, the special effects are AAA title special effects, but they didn't make the film and they didn't detract from the film. They were just, I would expect that out of a $250 million movie.
Yes, no, I get that.
There's nothing. It's just
let's leave it buried in the Egyptian sands then and move right on.
Yeah, I think we should. Jack Ryan?
We can start on Jack Ryan because Dan I don't think he's watched a single episode.
And I'm not going to spoil it because I know
you can talk up to what, episode 6?
Yes, but I'm impressed that you're up to episode 6.
Why?
Because it was only released this week. I've got an excuse. Last week. I've got an excuse.
Nothing happens this week. The West is dead. Everyone goes away.
No, I'm impressed. I mean, it's not a negative comment.
No, it actually is, especially for this year for me, where I've come out several times and said I'm not interested in TV anymore. Like I have to force myself to watch certain things unless I'm super excited about it. But I've always really enjoyed John Krasinski's version of Jack Ryan.
I love Krasinski.
Yeah.
He's so good.
We always have the moment because Emma's a massive Office fan, so we always have the moment of when's he going to turn and do the gym, look at the camera, but he obviously doesn't. He's a serious actor.
You've got to give the guy props, right? To follow the UK Office, he's done a bang up fucking job.
Yeah. And as I said before, when we were kind of joking before we started, I apologize to any Russian listeners we have, but God damn, you guys make just great villains. And this whole series is focused around Russian villains, and it's just look, I know it's a stereotype and it's really bad, but I mean, you're just so good at it. It's World War II, Germans, they're just good villains. It's the old school, yeah.
So just to clarify for you, it's not set in the World War II era. It's set in modern day.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, it's actually got really good. It's a nice little past future kind of a scene set in the late 60s, and which is it was a start of a few episodes.
It wasn't the late 60s. It's the
1969. It was pretty sure it was 1969. I was watching it last night.
When did the USSR turn into Soviet Russia?
I don't know.
That's what they're talking about.
The 80s.
It's the start of the fall is what they're talking about in that thing. It's before the fall of the USSR. It's still USSR.
Yes, it is.
I'm pretty sure it's 1969.
You might be right.
You may be right.
You might be crazy.
But it just might. Anyway, that's got nothing to do with what we're talking about.
So just to recap, so far season 1 covered the Middle East.
Yes.
Terrorist plots and kind of linked back to Osama bin Laden as a retold story, but not. Season 2 went to Venezuela?
Mm-hmm.
And told a really interesting, Western rape of of South American countries for rare earth minerals, which is very real and very current.
Yeah.
If you look at something like lithium.
And also a nice parallel towards like the CIA and like cocaine. Like,
oh, yeah. Yeah, fuck yeah. Yeah. And so season 3 has pivoted to Russia and
essentially
a very
bringing back
traditional
the Cold War. Yeah.
Yes.
It's Cold War. It's like classic Jack Ryan. This is what Tom Clancy was writing about. It's
well, Tom Clancy. If you've read quite a lot of Tom Clancy, right?
Dad always had a Tom Clancy novel next to the porcelain throne. So whenever you were, taking a shit, you could read some Tom Clancy.
I've read 15 novels ish.
Yeah, I reckon he's read the entire series.
Tom Clancy wrote a shitload of books, right?
I've never read any.
Oh, he is a brilliant writer. He is a genuinely good, just in terms of the way that he turns prose, he's a good writer.
Yeah.
And he was extremely knowledgeable about the content because he was ex-military and he was ex-Skunk Works military. So he's
on that Karen Travis level.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's a big loss that he passed on. But yeah, I just find to me, so my comment about Jack Ryan season 3 was kind of similar to season 2 and season 1. It's at least as good as any spy movie you can stack against it. It's a TV series, 8 episodes, but the intricacy of the plot and the production quality, the special effects, the suspense, the explosions, the action, it's as good as any movie you can stack against it.
I'm not sure if you'll have the same viewpoint. I find, especially because this is now set in a European cityscape, it's mainly focused on Prague and Rome and Greece, in what I've seen up until I've got like 3 episodes left. But it's
and Moscow.
And Moscow, yeah. It's a little too, the action has taken a little too much Bourne identity into it. It's not as fast paced and visceral, and I know that especially like when Bourne Identity came out, and then the Daniel Craig Bond films came out, they took a massive chunk out of the combat, the hand-to-hand. It just went so Bourne-esque, that very visceral, close camera.
Yeah, but you know what worked about? So you know why that worked? It's a lot more realistic than a lot of the shit that we were watching at the time. That's what.
Yeah,
it was
I'm not saying
groundbreaking
it's a
in the sense
bad
that it's
thing for that, but I think
there was no massive roundhouse. Like we moved away from Taekwondo for the first time in cinema history for a while, right? In terms of fights, I don't need to line up a big spinning kick that I'm telegraphing what I'm about to do.
Moved away from Jean-Claude Van Damme fights to...
Yes, it's not... Martial arts has the word arts in it for a reason.
It's not ballet. It's a street fight. Yeah.
And that's why Bourne was so good.
Yes, it was. But I just think now if you are shooting an action series, movie, whatever, and you decide to do it in those close quarter, like European like corridors and shit, it just feels... It feels a bit like you've got to do that kind of Bourne thing. And I thought, and the action in Jack Ryan season 1 and 2, I thought was a bit more like military-esque in terms of like proper, like and they did it on the ship. The ship scene is fantastic. Like the way they get into the ship. But I just felt like a bit of like those action sequences in the European cities was just like a bit like, it's a bit Bourne. Like, it was detracting from what Jack Ryan had been. I didn't need Jack Ryan to be a Bourne,
but he is. And before Bourne ever came out,
sorry, Jack Ryan is an analyst with a PhD in economics. He's not Jason Bourne, a trained killer from.
Yeah, but in the books, Jack Ryan is the operative on. Like he is both.
Yeah, but series. But I'm talking from this series. Like,
bye, Loki.
No, but what I'm saying is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The dichotomy of him being an ultra smart academic and an in the field fucking ninja warrior is very accurate to the books.
No, I get that, but I think this series took that away.
I think they're transitioning. Seasons 1 and 2 focused more on.
Up to it,
I'm an analyst. I mean, I'm a fish out of water.
Season 1, he had no idea what to fucking do. He had like a bit of military experience, but he was just
And now he's fucking.
But that's the thing. It's like. It seems like a bit of a leap.
Judo chop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for him to like a guy come at him with a knife and he's got a tea towel and he's going to beat him because that's Bourne.
Yeah. Or Under Siege too.
Yeah.
Magazine.
On the troll.
Roll that magazine.
Yeah. I mean, you've made a really big point out of it. And I don't know if you felt that it was a really big point while you're watching it. I didn't. To me, it didn't stand out as out of place.
It detracted from me a little bit, especially because I really liked the more analyst side of it. I thought it was a nice little there's points of action. That's great, but
I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
but I feel to me it's character progression. The character starts as
it is, but I just think it's. And I agree, it is. It is good character progression. Is that he should be getting better at combat, and that's the ship scene is what I talk about.
There's an implication that he has spent a lot of time in between seasons training.
Yeah, but I just think it's too much of a
leap.
It's too much of a leap from he's gone into proper military training in the way he's running on the boat, where he's tapping the guy on the shoulder behind him, letting him know he's there to go.
Well, he is a decorated USMC Marine, right?
Yeah, but that's fantastic. That's great. But I think it's more when it's him on his own on the run, and it's just it just feels like it's taken that Bourne thing, and it is a little bit detracting for me. Yeah,
fair enough.
Yeah,
it didn't stand out for me.
Yeah,
I thought it was. So maybe my concept of in character is better informed through the books, and perhaps
I haven't read 15 of the Tom Clancy. I've read 2 or 3.
And perhaps it's no, but I wasn't being a dick about it. I'm saying perhaps it's different.
It's unusual for you.
Fair cop too. I'll take that. But yeah, perhaps it's different because I'm too swayed by what I know of Jack Ryan in the books is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He is the all singing, all dancing fucking hero of the Tom Clancy. He's the Dark Tower of Tom Clancy.
Also look at who's played him. It's Harrison Ford, Alec Baldwin,
Ben Affleck.
2 Bostonians right there. Yeah, Boston Pride, baby. Because he's the 5th one. There's one more. I can't remember. There's one more I can never remember. You count John Krasinski.
You said Baldwin, didn't you?
Yep. Baldwin, Harrison,
Affleck.
Sum of All Fears.
That's Affleck.
Yeah.
You're right. There is one more. It's on the tip of my fucking brain. That's going to.
What else has he been in?
He's going to surprise you. He was Kirk in Star Trek.
Pratt.
Yes.
Chris Pratt.
No.
Pine is it? Yep.
Pine.
Shadow Recruit. That was the film.
Started with a P.
Yep.
Yeah.
One of the 17
One of the Chris's.
And by the way, you made a comment about Chris Hemsworth retiring. He hasn't retired because of because
the
of
Limitless series. It came out that he's prone to a certain strain of Alzheimer's.
Yeah, you talked about the Alzheimer's thing.
We talked about it last week.
Like he declared, and I was like, "Holy fuck! I didn't read this. So I need to get up to speed." That he declared that he had Alzheimer's, but no, he doesn't.
I didn't say he had Alzheimer's.
I know, but that was the implication I walked away from. Is that shit?
Were you listening? With your ears.
Anyway,
no, it's come out from doing the Limitless series on National Geographic, which is on Disney Plus, that he is more prone to a certain.
Oh, he's a lot more prone.
Yeah,
he's like 15 times more likely to have Alzheimer's. So he
wasn't a certain type of Alzheimer's as well. I think it was the thing, but yeah, anyway, it is. Yeah.
Well, Alzheimer's is a certain type of dementia.
Yes.
So he has 2 of the 4 genes that make him more likely to get it, or something like that.
I did something wrong. I made eye contact with Loki.
Oh, yeah, that was a mistake.
Yeah.
I think we're going to take a quick 2-second break.
It was a mistake.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to take a 2-second break so I can punch Loki in the kidneys.
Oh, that's not very nice, is it, Loki?
And we're back.
Fucking 100% your game, Suey, you bitch. No, we can start again. That was
No.
that's
Leave it 100%.
Oh, good. Yeah. Do it. So he's not going to listen to this.
Oh, no, he does.
Do it.
Shall we start by reviewing this beer before we go into some trailer?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Oh, Dan's got a look on his face.
Dan's got a look on his face.
His
beer number 6.
Beer number 6. Mountain Culture Beer Co. and Canafox Experimental Hemp IPA.
I'm glad they put the experimental in there.
Yep, that's a 7% West Coast style IPA using Amarillo and Columbus hops. And they've added, in their words, Dan, the perfect ratio of Canafox hemp to the boil for an early and herbaceous hit. The King G comes from the strain of hemp grown in the Byron Bay hinterland at Canafox's farm.
Now, I enjoy my cannabinoids in
Cannabinoids,
certain
such a lovely
formats.
word. Supposedly edibles.
Suppositories.
Glad we went to the same spot in different ends.
This is well constructed, well made, well flavor expression. Once again, hits their brief of what they've said on the cans, but it just tastes like bong water.
I find that with every hemp beer I've ever had, you just can't get past that bong water flavor.
No,
and I appreciate the idea behind mixing the two together.
Completely agree. Yep.
You know, there is obviously that connection of the cousins, hops and marijuana. Like, you know, they're on that plant
and
level.
hemp.
And hemp. Yeah, it's just like, you know, they're all connected, and it's like one estranged family.
Because hemp plants are different to cannabis plants, yes?
I think they're the same, but they don't create the THC compounds. So they get, I think you can still get CBDs from hemp, but just not THCs. Don't quote me on that. I'm not a chemist on that side of it. I'm not a chemist at all. But my knowledge on that side is...
Smelling this reminds me, and it's another mountain culture beer they did, where they made either a porter or a Baltic porter, but they used Sabro in it. And
I can tell you, I know nothing about beer, and I can still tell you that won't work.
No. It literally, it tasted and smelled like Jägermeister. Smelling this, it's bringing back some horrible, half hazy memories of late nights and
so
Jaeger bombs.
So
it's that herbation. It's the herbs. It's the herbal hit.
But to me, it's not that kind of herbal hit. So I first and foremost, I've never really been a smoker, and
of
cannabinoids.
Thank you.
And for the last 6 months...
Because you puff cigarettes like there's no tomorrow.
And for the last 6.5 months, I've been fucking clean. Thank you. I might have replaced it with alcoholism, but at least I'm not smoking.
Welcome to the fold.
And I don't know what bong water tastes like is the point I was going towards. Because even when even on the odd occasion where I have partaken in my youth, it was never on a Mr. Juicy bottle with a bit of hose in it. That's just not my thing. But... I do drink
so wet carpety. Oh
yeah, and it's like
the aroma. It's the aroma that's killing me.
It's got a buttery character to it as well. But like normally, I would have said that was the buttery would be diacetyl, but it's not. It's not a diacetyl buttery character. It's something.
It wants to be dank, but it's almost
not.
Creamed out.
That's exactly what it is, and that's that butteriness that's coming from it. That's rolling through there, and it's just dude, I'm not sure I can drink that. But there's nothing wrong with it.
No, it's just the mix.
There's nothing technically wrong with it.
No.
It's not it has no fermentation.
And like they said, it's experimental.
Experimental, and I'm glad they put that on there because otherwise I would have been less happy.
It does have a weedy green taste to it.
I would have left this studio, walked up to the Blue Mountains and kicked their door in and said, "How dare you call this a hemp IPA? That's not. It's experimental at best." And they would have gone, "Yes, sir. Please leave us alone."
Yeah, it's
also stop breaking our doors.
Yeah,
yeah.
I 100% agree. It's like someone's just put a stick of butter in there as well, like weirdly. Yeah, yeah. It's like it's the creamy, almost slightly dulling butter thing when you have too much butter on something and it takes away. But it's not like the salty butter. It's just dulls.
It's the fat butter.
It's the coating of the tongue. Yeah.
Okay, so. Can we be all in agreement now that
never
Mountain Culture, one of the best experimental craft beer producers in the country, has now failed at creating a nice consumable hemp products? Can we fucking give it up now, please?
Yeah.
Please let it go.
If DJ couldn't do it, no one else can.
Thank you. If DJ can't do it, it's done. It's over. We need to move on.
Just make beer.
Just make beer and let's all just harass the government to make fucking weed legal.
Yeah.
And then we can separate our crafts and we can enjoy our crafts separately. Let's not do this weird
Well, we will be
combination.
crossing them over, but we'll be doing it.
We'll be crossing
with
them over.
different.
We'll be doing them
But we will-
individually
yes.
combined. Okay? Individually combined,
Yes.
not totally combined. And
Also, hemp
we need-
clothing, very comfortable. So, yeah, get around that.
Hemp clothing is very comfortable.
Yeah.
It's nice and soft and flexible and
Very nice.
light and breezy and should have been the overpower from cotton, and then we might not have had to.
But that said, I don't want my clothing in my beer.
No,
So, yeah.
no. It's we need to move on from this.
Yeah.
It's been done many a times. No one
It's
has
been attempted
succeeded.
many times.
It's been attempted. Nobody has succeeded. It's not a mainstream thing. Let's fucking get over this shit.
But that's
and
all it
not
is.
do
It's a fucking novelty from my perspective.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
And that's why almost always there's some sort of weed. So there's a marijuana leaf on the can, or there's a almost representation without it being one.
Yeah,
or-
which is exactly what that is.
Yeah.
And
I'm surprised they didn't put this on menu log with Snoop Dogg or something.
well, Snoop Dogg did one with some guys from Melbourne. They
Yeah.
did a mango hemp one, and they probably drowned it in
Oh, wasn't
mango,
that-
so you didn't get.
I-
It was. They shall not be mentioned because they're not worthy of being mentioned. So, we need to get over this. It's not. It doesn't work.
Mm.
Let's just and it.
The two flavors, they take away from each other more than they give.
Yes, 100% they do. It's they're enjoyable products on their own, consumed individually together.
Yeah. Works.
Does that work?
Yep.
Is that
Yep.
right? Yeah. So
I don't
But-
need them combined into one product.
one before the other, not the other way around. Remember that rule, people.
It's never worked for me.
It's never worked for a lot of people. It just. You two are finished.
Go on, pour it in.
No. Let me have another mouthful. I'll see whether we go. But
Yeah.
it's I'm not happy that
It didn't work.
that someone let that out the door.
Right.
I understand that it probably hit
I know.
all the marks.
I disagree. I am happy that it went out the door because now we can definitively say if
It doesn't-
DJ
DJ
couldn't
can't
do
do
it, then it can't be
doesn't
done.
work.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's the house rule. There's the Australian rule now. If the fucking
It's
if-
been established
Yeah.
in the Australian beer culture.
Mm.
If in an IPA, if DJ can't do it, fuck off.
Just stop. Stop
don't
trying.
try it. You're not gonna be
trying.
better. So don't even fucking attempt it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't wait for that to go up on the Mountain Culture Instagram account. Oh, they're going to make T-shirts. Oh, no, we've given them a slogan.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
All right, let's move on.
Yep.
Going to propel us forward as usual. Trailer trash. All of the
Trailer trash.
you guys were supposed to watch the trailers in the break.
We were. You came back and didn't remind us. So
I have
Now-
seen.
So it's my fault.
yep. Now we get into
Fuck,
the
are we
sloppy-
married?
We get into the sloppy end of the podcast now, where
Getting there. Star Wars Jedi Survivor. No one watched the trailer for that.
of course,
No, we
of
watched the
course we
trailer
watched
for that.
that one.
Please.
The new Game of the Year edition. The Game of the Year awards trailer was
New one, the
was an
latest one.
extension of the one that you might have seen. So it's got gameplay footage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You get mounts now?
Yes.
Yes.
And I couldn't tell if the
And
flying
you-
mount was a misrepresentation because it could easily have been a cutscene.
Like a
Versus-
glider.
Yeah, because he's hanging onto the legs of the
Yeah,
pterodactyl style thing.
It'll probably be like when you got taken up the wushu tree.
No, I think it'll be a traversal mechanic. You have to find that nest.
get to a point.
You have to
and-
get to
yeah.
the point. You find the
Yeah.
nest of that particular creature. Then
Yeah.
you go, hey,
Yeah.
force you into.
But it's not like you're just going to pop this.
Yeah, it's not like Link and his glider. And just,
No, it's
you jump off and the pterodactyl's all of a sudden there.
No, it's just Cal Kestis just pulls one out of his jacket pocket and goes,
Yeah.
flips it up.
Pops it out.
Several different forms of lightsaber combat coming into this.
Yeah.
Including the hand and a half sword.
Yep.
Kylo Ren style lightsaber with the
The broadsword.
Yeah.
Yep.
yeah
What'd you call it?
hand and a half sword.
Hand and a half.
Hand and a half is a legitimate descriptor.
You're talking about the handle.
It's a
Yeah.
bastard sword,
It's
basically.
Yeah, bastard sword.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Gotcha.
I'm right.
Yeah, no. I thought you would. No. When you said hand,
I forged so many hand and a half swords for this moment just so I could show Dan.
when you were talking about hand and a half,
You wouldn't
I
have
thought,
called it a hand and a half sword.
No. It was a question more
Call
than
it a
criticism.
turtle and a half shell?
I thought you were talking about Ahsoka style,
No.
long and
no,
short.
No.
Yeah,
no.
okay.
I'm talking about the
broadsword.
broadsword when
It's
he
literally a hand and a half sword is called a bastard sword. There's almost There's almost no time when you would call it a hand and a half sword. You would say, "What is a bastard sword?" as opposed to a long sword, and the answer is it's a hand and a half.
Yeah.
Fun fact: the reason I call it a hand and a half sword is from playing the Lord of the Rings Two Towers on Game Boy Advance, and that's what you picked up. You picked up a hand and a half sword, as opposed to a bastard sword.
Which was Aragon's.
No, this was the Game Boy Advance one. It was like more like a RP, like Final Fantasy RPG.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway,
Two-handed, not two-handed. Dual sabers as well.
Dual sabers
is a secondary. So he's fighting with a single saber, and then obviously they switch styles, and he pulls the secondary saber. He doesn't split it off from the main body.
Yep.
Like
So
he
it
did in
seems
the
like
other one.
he's created a second saber
He's
now.
created,
Yeah.
and he keeps it on his left-hand side.
And it looked like there will be blaster combat in it, I think.
Yeah, we didn't see any blaster combat,
But
though, did
it's
we?
No,
But he had a blaster on his
implied,
thigh.
Yeah.
No, and the reason I say
And the fucker's left-handed.
well, also because the collector's edition, you can get different blasters. So you could get the Han Solo DLC.
Did we miss the news where I wanted just talking about collector's edition? Did anyone see the Diablo 4 collector's box set?
Doesn't come with the game.
Doesn't come with the game.
It's like the God of War.
Yeah.
Ragnarok.
100%
But
dead
it doesn't
set
even
serious.
come with a DLC for like a
No.
Like
This
a
is not the
code.
first time this has happened. Remember, we've talked about this before. There was another game where
I
it was
erroneously
it was a collector's box, but it had no game. It was a collector's edition box for a game that had no game. It was just shit to add to your.
I don't know
And buy
what
the
that
game
game was.
separately.
I thought that was where we were going with. I erroneously claimed that for. God, I'm starting to get sound pissy. For God of War Ragnarok, and obviously it does include the DLC code. It contains a box that you're. Sorry,
No, it came
download
with a
code.
steel case, but no game. That
Yeah.
was the thing that threw it.
Comes with a CD case that you'll never see a CD for, or a DVD case.
Did you get that one?
Yes.
With the steel case.
Yes,
Comes with that.
Does it?
Yeah.
Does it have the?
you can have a look. This is on
Oh,
the
have you
shelf.
got the steel case?
Yes.
Yeah.
Does it have the spot for like?
Yes.
Does it have the
Yep.
crinkle thing?
Yes.
No fucking CD, but
Correct.
a spot for the CD.
Correct. It's a DVD case with no DVD. But this is one step worse.
It's for your shelf. It's I've got it's the thing. It's like I've got.
I wrote this down. How did this? Oh, it was the
No,
second
'cause we
point we
skipped
were
it
going to
and
go
we
through.
came- yeah, we were
we
gonna
never
go
came
through it,
back to it. So, and here's the thing: Blizzard are selling a. So this is what I wrote. Blizzard are selling a Diablo 4 limited collector's box for $96.66 US cents. That's about 120, 140 bucks Australian, but it doesn't include the game. So you're still going to have to spend $100 for a
on the
AAA
game.
title.
Yep. And the rest of the stuff that you'll have to buy.
I
either
actually just
microed or
found
DLC.
my Diablo 2 collector's edition discs.
Oh, that's probably worth money, man.
Yeah, it's got the behind the scenes DVDs and everything.
So all of the and I'm pointing off to the left of the right of the camera. All of the World of Warcraft collector's edition boxes are sitting over there, and even though they're open, they're unsealed, they've been used, all the codes are used. I could still sell those motherfuckers for thousands.
And you might have to.
Yes, I'm really looking. It felt very visceral. This combat, the Jedi.
Oh, on Star Wars Jedi Survivor,
Yes.
the new PlayStation Plus games includes Fallen Order in January.
Yes.
Which is great because I lent my copy of Fallen Order to someone and I don't remember who, and I haven't been able to get it back. So now I can get Fallen Order back in my collection.
I've got a few of those. And then I remember.
I don't remember the other two games. I didn't write them down. I'm very sorry. I've let the whole team down.
It just feels very visceral and a lot faster paced, but I don't know if that's just the pacing of the trailer or the actual game. There were points where he grabs a stormtrooper with a force pull and then holds him up as a
Turns him around so he shoots the opposite direction.
and he uses him as a human shield to absorb the blaster fire. And I don't know if that was real time or sped up.
There were
It
two
was real
different
time.
versions of that. There was one where he picked up the E-Web Blaster minigun trooper who has the little shield coming out of his gun. He used him to mow down enemies. He also then freezes time Kylo Ren Force style and then pulls the guy into the blaster and uses him as a shield.
Yeah, so it was the second one I was talking about. That felt very, very fluid.
It feels like
That's force freeze time kind of thing.
Yeah.
it looks like it's going to be God of War level combat. Like with
It felt like that in the trailer.
The
I think
amount
that's a
of
good call.
options you have in God of War
Mm.
for you to play how you want to play. As with the first one, had a lot of options, but you were still
you didn't get
push,
you didn't
pull,
get many of them until
freeze. A couple. Yeah, I mean, when you finally
if
only
you
get
didn't
the-
go through a certain path on Dathomir, you didn't get the dual bladed lightsaber well until the end.
No, because I did. I got the dual blade not on Dathomir. I got it on. I want to say Io, but it's not the first planet.
No, because
Trust me, 100% you can.
no,
'Cause
yep.
I didn't get it. I didn't get mine on Dathomir, but later
what
on
am
I
I?
found out.
No,
you
I'm
could
thinking
get
of
it on Dathomir.
no. You get the twins.
The twins, yeah.
Twins on Ilum. Ilum is the
Ilum,
planet.
yeah, but you get that at the end. But you can get the dual blade, the dual blade one on Dathomir or on the first planet.
Yes, Pagoda.
Yeah,
God, I'm good.
I don't remember any of this.
well, you can.
Oh,
It just depends.
I'm so keen to play Fallen Order again.
So
I
if you-
loved it. I know people shat on the map so like really hard.
in the Fallen Order.
Fallen Order.
I thought it was a great game all the way through.
But I thought the map was so good in the terms of that it was a fucking hologram. That's how you would have a map
Yes.
in the Star Wars
Oh,
universe.
they shat on the map,
map-
the
They're like,
traverse
"Oh, I
map.
can't see the full map. Like,
Pull your head out of your ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It
Sure,
was good.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it was stuff.
push us forward so we don't end up with a 7-hour episode.
shut up. You want a 7-hour episode.
Or enormously slurry by the end of it.
Yeah, that too. Because we haven't even hit the 10% darks yet.
You're a Fallen Order.
Meet Your Maker. Has anyone seen the trailer for that
What is it?
video game?
Okay.
It's I don't know. It looked fun. It's a game where you build a.
Hey, Google, meet your maker. Oh, God, she's killing me. Yeah, it's brought up the video game.
Seems like a fun game where you build some sort of adventure dungeon and then test it out against an AI.
All right, Buffalo Bill.
Yep.
Got him.
It rubs the lotion on the skin.
Post-apocalyptic first-person building and raiding game where every level is designed by players. That
Yeah.
does sound very cool.
So you build this. It reminded me a little bit of Hypercube in a weird, or the Cube in a weird kind of way. You build this map designed to kill someone trying to. It's a puzzle box.
Yep.
You're building a puzzle box map.
Yep.
Using interactive builder, and then you let other people run through your dungeon and see if they survive it.
Yeah. Wow. Some people are going to come up with some really
it's going to be
fucked
some
up
really
shit.
fucked up shit in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can find the creative geniuses from the psychopaths really damn quick.
Yeah.
It's a fine line sometimes.
Yeah,
Well,
wow.
it's a
really
very
is.
fine line. Yeah.
Yeah.
When is that coming out?
Well,
That
so-
sounds like a PC game. Is that?
I'm pretty sure it
that's
was a Steam.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, all of these trailers came out of the Game of the Year awards.
Meet Your Maker will be available to play on multiple platforms. PC, Steam, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X.
There you
Nice.
go. Next one was Dune Awakening. Survival MMO.
A new trailer?
Yeah.
We talked about this
gameplay
ages
trailer
ago.
or cinematic?
You know what? It was pitched like it looked on the surface as cinematic, but if you actually look at the way that the movement of the
I didn't see. The only one I've seen was a full cinematic where the dude rides the sandworm. Jumps off the
no. This is
Yeah, that was ages ago.
no. This is ornithopters taking over and shooting missiles. Ornithopters?
No, Dune
Dune Awakening.
Awakening.
But it's
I
the
thought-
same game.
Yes. It's a survival massive multiplayer online game.
Oh, I don't know. Two people that haven't had COVID.
DJ.
It looks interesting. It's a Dune game. Survival MMO is the bit that I find interesting.
Yeah,
like, how's that
and
going to
that's-
work? It's an
We knew that was going to be a survival MMO. Like, it was originally going to be an MMO. I don't know about survival.
No, survival MMO.
You guys never played Conan Exiles, did you?
no.
No, I keep looking at it.
Dan, you need to talk into the mic, mate.
Sorry, I keep looking at it though. So I'm trying to watch this Dune trailer.
I really struggle with those survival games. I guess because
Thank you.
it's one of those things. Like
I don't know how a survival MMO works. You're talking like
I mean,
persistent online world survival.
I guess you just have to keep coming back to it.
No, but like
In terms of like, you'd have to like log in every day to be like, I'm making sure I'm getting water and food.
yes, that's what I'm saying, right?
And
So
if this is gameplay, I am fucking in.
yeah, it looked good. That's why I put it on the list.
Oh,
Well, while Dan watches that,
it looks good for alpha.
I'm going to introduce the next beer while Dan watches that, so he gives a chance to catch up and then he can talk about it. We are having Bracket Brewing from Alexandria. Their Yum Yum Spelt IPA. That would get a reaction from you. That's why I picked it up. This is their second beer, playing around with freestyle hops. There is, what do they say? There's Motueka, Kohai Nelson, and Citra. So this is their second beer playing around with the freestyle hops. Kohai, sure I'm butchering that. Kohai Nelson. Field blend of hops mixed with passion fruit powder from their neighbors.
Okay.
We fed some to our friendly digesti bot, and their verdict was yum yum. It is 7.6%.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's it. Cool can. Lovely purple. That is a very nice purple.
Love a good royal purple.
Scratch it. Scratch it. In the bin.
You get passion fruit on the nose. It's juicy
I think
bitter.
I'm still getting that mountain culture beer out of that.
There is a little bit in that.
Yeah.
I'm getting the passion fruit, but the passion fruit is overpowering it in terms of, I've obviously just next to that last bit of mountain culture, and I'm still getting heaps of passion fruit.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's bitter, but it's juicy bitter rather than hops bitter.
Yeah. It's nice.
Spelt.
Spelt.
A type of flour.
Malt?
An ancient grain?
Yeah, what the fuck is spelt, Dan?
Spelt, as far as I understood, was an ancient grain. It's a gluten-free. It's what they make the gluten-free beers out of.
Which basically just means it's not made out of wheat.
Because that's what
Because that's what.
Tube's use. Tube's use.
Yeah, it's a
spelt.
grain.
Yeah.
But you can get spelt flour to make bread. It's just an alternate to wheat.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, it's an ancient grain. Cultivated since approximately 5000 BC. So it's an ancient grain.
But ancient grain is a wank term the same way as superfood's a wank term.
Well, it's not really because
5000 BC.
Sorry,
ancient.
what's a non-ancient grain out of interest? What's a recent grain?
it depends on when things were crossbred. So spelt, you say spelt wheat. When did just wheat come about?
Well, wheat is basically grass.
find
Same with sugar cane. Sugar.
Let's separate.
I want to see the sugar cane as well. I want to see.
If
Sounds
we,
like something
Sugarcane-
from Kung Fu Panda where they have the.
But it's all just it was all just grass that we fucking selectively reproduced, and sugar cane was the same.
Depends on when it was first cultivated.
So
What the big thing
what I'm
is.
saying is, other than maybe like the super high fructose fucking corn shit that America has produced,
freedom.
what is a non-ancient grain? Because pretty much everything we're eating is 5,000 plus years old.
Cultivation of wheat was 10,000 years ago.
Graze.
Anatomy.
Anyway,
Yes, it's a. I'm pretty sure it's a gluten-free. A gluten-free. So
it's an alternate to wheat.
yeah. So
It's one of the ones.
is it 100% spelt?
Just says it doesn't say. I looked for that. If it was, I was gonna.
Anyway, the beer is
some
great. All I get is passion fruit. I love it.
Okay. I don't.
That's the whole thing. Like that's one of the things that because Tube's is the Victorian brewery that are entirely gluten free. They're according to the CSIRO as well, which I trust implicitly. Why wouldn't you?
You're better off trusting them than the TPA.
I don't know the TPA.
Or, sorry,
TVA? That's the thing from Loki.
TGA.
Oh.
Therapeutic Goods Association. Yeah.
What?
Our version of the
If you throw out another fucking acronym, I'm throwing this can at your head.
kind of going there, right? Yeah, it is actually. It's the US FDA, the Food and Drug Association. So,
so it's our
Australia
version
has
of the FDA.
the Therapeutic Goods Association, which are basically a toothless fucking dog. Because they say, no, you should not be administering that medicine, but they can't actually stop you.
Therapeutic Goods Administration sounds like they should be regulating the health food shops, and like that sounds
Yes,
like their
they
governing
do.
body. It sounds like a
But
whole bunch of
they can't.
hippies in a commune.
They do regulate that industry, but they have no teeth. So they can't stop
No.
you.
I was being facetious, saying it sounds like therapeutic, man. It's therapeutic.
Yeah. With my hemp beer.
Yeah.
I will say that I was incorrect. I said that Tube use spelt. They don't. Their gluten-free malts includes millet, buckwheat, and rice. So I apologize to anyone.
But to be clear, gluten is a wheat protein.
It's also in barley.
Gluten is a wheat protein.
Also in barley.
I feel like we're about to get into a loop here, so you guys just can't fucking cut through that. Like,
Okay.
Anyway, So,
you keep
trailer
talking.
trash.
how was the beer?
Try that.
No. We're talking about the beer. How's the beer? It's passion fruity. It's good. I love passion fruit.
I love passion fruit.
One of my
It is,
favourite fruits.
Look, I don't know if it's the amount of beers we've had, but this doesn't have the kick of 7.6 that I would really hope it would have. It's got a really pleasant, like, passion fruity, like quite strong passion fruity aftertaste. That lingers all the way through. The texture of it is soft and it is.
Fucking holding up this tiny writing.
I'm holding up this entire podcast episode right now. Right now, I said right now, not the whole thing, Peter.
Yeah, go.
Can you stop comparing wheat grains and fucking get back to the beer we're
I'm
talking?
completely interject here because, like, the first line in this completely contradicts Pete's fucking argument. Did you even
did
read
it
the first
before.
line?
I'm pretty
I
sure he
did
just
read it
Google
before.
searched it and threw the phone at you. Yeah.
Gluten is a structural protein naturally found in
certain
cereal grains.
Yep.
Not wheat grains,
But
certain cereal
continue
grains.
reading.
Yes.
Continue reading. Although gluten often only refers to wheat proteins, in medical literature, it refers to the combination of prolamine and glutenin proteins naturally occurring in all grains.
Cereal grains. So they're the ones that
it interchangeably only refers to wheat or everything.
Every week. Or every grain. Yeah.
Which was the point of me handing my phone over.
So cereal grains tie you up, throw you down a well, put the soap in the basket.
It's
Got it. Copy.
But
Let's go back to Buffalo
it
Bill.
still entertains me that you can buy
Anyway, bracket
gluten-free.
beers, spelt IPA. We're not getting into fucking gluten discussion right now. This is very, very, very nice. It's
Dan didn't like it.
7.6%. No, he said
thought-
his glass was tainted.
Oh, yeah. So my glass was tainted. I didn't say
Tainted.
No one likes a taint. I understand.
Well, if you're an adult, you do. So this for me, just I know it's real. It's nice when you're having a beer and you go, "Oh, that was 7.6%. I didn't feel that." But sometimes
Was that 7.6?
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's the thing. This is what I'm getting into. I think it needed a bit more of a kick.
We're all three of us are almost finished.
And that's probably why you guys are just arguing about gluten and throwing your phones at each other.
It's
But
that's a
that's the thing.
stealthy assassin, that one.
Which bracket are famous for because they hide it in that mouthfeel. But I really think that would have benefited from a bit of a kick of booze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would have made it just that
But,
bit more punchy.
You know where you'd end up in is it Biggie Juice territory?
Yeah. I can see where that has the association there.
So if you start to get that burn, that's kind of
Well,
where I would
yeah.
Feral
that's-
Biggie Juice.
Yes,
that's
Feral Brewing
Yes.
Biggie Juice.
exactly.
But that's what I'm saying. A little kick. I don't want to go to burn territory. I want just this is
But
too,
this flavor profile, if you added burn territory, to me,
A
takes you to...
a significant amount of burn territory, though, from what this is.
If you're 100% right. If you added a little bit more ethanol character to that, it would bring out
Really
that
shine.
flavor. more.
Really shine. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is still an excellent beer. I'm giving that a 4.5.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm.
That's a 4.5 for me.
Yep.
Are you okay with the half point?
4.37. Fuck yeah.
Next trailer on the trailer trash. They're all video games this episode because we typically don't do a whole lot of video game trailers, and we got a
Also,
bunch.
Dan and I did no research for this episode, and
I
Pete
just
did everything.
and I
If you couldn't pick up by, I was reading Pete's news in the park this morning when I was walking Jasper, and I laughed because I was like, you'd be the. This is going to sound mean. It's not meant to be mean. You just be a really bad newscaster because your bias was all through that news.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I love you to death, but your bias was fucking.
Well, funnily enough,
yeah.
my bias is actually the bias from the two sources I use. And I recognize that bias when I'm reading the sources.
Yeah.
But I also skipped over about 15 articles I thought were really interesting because they were unconfirmed rumors.
Well, that's this time of year, isn't it? Everything's an unconfirmed rumor.
I don't want to talk about rumors. Like there's some interesting shit that
Unless
I think will be
unless
confirmed.
it's when Mum puts rumors on and then she starts drinking the vino, and then that's Christmas Day all over.
There's some really interesting rumors, but that I think will get confirmed. But until they do, it's just bullshit. I mean, and if we're going to talk bullshit,
We
on
should
the
write the
podcast-
rumors down and then see how many get confirmed in the new year.
Dead Stranding 2,
Dead Stranding.
Death Stranding. Sorry, I'm getting
You say
busy.
dead?
I wasn't.
I
paying
did say Dead Stranding. I did say it wrong. It's supposed to be Death Stranding. Death Stranding 2 was announced at the Game of the Year Awards. It was completely unexpected, apparently. Like it, just reading the reaction from the crowd.
Well,
watching
you're the one
trailer,
playing it, so which we'll get to. But it's
We will.
like I imagine it's probably that the end of that game doesn't.
I'm not at the end, but
I know, but I'm just saying. I'm assuming. I'm going to make an ass out of you and me, but it's just like assuming that game doesn't lead into like a
I don't think it
like a
does.
Horizon
yeah, no.
sequel's coming, guys.
No,
Like,
it's definitely not that open ended, and
Yeah.
I can tell you that just from I think I'm 3/4 of the way through the story.
Hmm.
But the fucking cast, Norman Reedus was already in the first one, and
Yeah.
Leah Seydoux keeps popping up recently,
Yep. She's good,
so she's in the first one as well.
right?
And those are they're two of 3 or 4 major characters in the first game.
Mhm.
They've added Troy Baker. They've added Elle Fanning. Elle Fanning we've seen recently.
She's the young actress, isn't she?
Yes.
Yeah. She's been in a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that exact statement because I can't think of what she's actually been in. It just makes me feel bad.
Well, it's usually
She was a little girl in something that I loved, but I don't remember what it was. And now she's all grown up.
she's been in a bunch of stuff, but always usually as a supporting.
Maleficent, Mary Shelley. She was Mary Shelley in Mary Shelley.
Fuck's a Mary Shelley.
It's
Maraschino cherry. Yeah, I love it.
it's going to bug me as to what the fuck I'm trying to...
Anyway, Postman Pat Apocalyptic
We're
Simulator
not
2.
talking about that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The sequel. Troy Baker, Shioli Katsuna. Also, they've just announced that Hideo Kojima is... Kojima. Japanese with a soft J. That's interesting. Usually that's Spanish pronunciation.
Could be wrong.
Has just announced he's making a Death Stranding movie. Which...
Well, I mean,
Once again,
what we're going on?
Can we
of,
not build a fucking empire? Can we just make a really good game? Anyway,
that's definitely capitalizing on the whole Walking Dead.
yes,
Fucking Daryl.
Well, Guillermo del Toro
yeah.
had a part in Death Stranding.
He didn't just have a part; he is a major character.
Okay.
I didn't realize that until I
mean-
started.
You give that shit to Guillermo del Toro, he'll make something nice and weird out of it.
Yeah, we'll talk about that more later. Very soon.
I've only watched one of the Cabinet as well, but I really liked it.
The DS2 trailer is cinematic trailer only.
Yeah. Which makes sense.
I almost regret watching as part of research because there's
because you're
some
playing,
implied spoilers. Certainly, you get to there's two characters that you know now survive, which wasn't confirmed in the point in the story that I'm in, Death Stranding.
Mm-hmm.
And there was an implication of a third character that I may not be right, but I strongly suspect is a character that I did not expect to survive, which I might explain more offline because you guys aren't going to play the game if you haven't already.
I might eventually.
Eventually, yeah. It's one of those.
I was exactly the same until I saw it in JB Hi-Fi for $29. And I'm like, you can't fucking go wrong. And I'm so glad that I did. Anyway, Baldur's Gate 3 finally has a proper official gameplay and cinematic trailer.
But release date is like August 23, which is
August
3 years past when their original release date was. Like October
Flash was
2020.
Flash was announced 8 years ago, man.
I mean, you get Kitty Fiddlers in the mix there, man. Just like
it's not the only reason that was delayed 8 years.
I know, but
it's just like they had to release the movie before he started fucking around with kids. Yeah. They had 6 years of good time to release that movie before he turned into what he turned into.
That we know of.
I keep saying he. I should not be doing that. I apologize for misgendering him. It's a they. He's a they. Ezra Miller is a they.
It's a they.
I know. I'm trying. I'm trying. It's new.
You are.
Horizon Forbidden West Burning Shores had a trailer which just looked like more of the same, and I'm still going to play it.
LA goes to Hollywood. Going on the Billy Joel thing. Hi. Come here.
And the last trailer in Trailer Trash for me was Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine 2.
Yeah, I'll play it.
I'm just really excited that they finally put Tyranids in as the bad guys.
What a Tyranid.
What are Tyranids? You gotta remember, I've never.
That sounded scripted. So imagine that the alien from Alien had been stolen in terms of the IP, and then they built an entire ecosystem of bugs a la Starship Troopers around the base concept of Alien. That is what the Tyranids are. They're a hive mind alien race. They're
hive-minded.
Yes. They're gene stealers, which is their main rank and file troop. The gene stealer literally looks like an alien from the Aliens movie. Kind of a hard word to use as a qualifier. But the miniature looks like the miniature looks like a xenomorph from the Aliens IP. But then they've got really big bugs that fucking shoot poison, artillery. Their artillery is natural artillery, so
like Starship Troopers.
Yes.
Yeah.
You apes want to live forever?
Ironically, Starship Troopers absolutely stole everything from the Tyranids. All of the bugs in Starship Troopers are Tyranid models with some spin on it. Like the brain bug is not the brain bug in Warhammer 40k, but it's pretty fucking similar.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's just good to see a Warhammer 40k game where we're fighting the Tyranid race because we haven't done that before. It's always been the Eldar or the Orcs. It's almost always the fucking Orcs. It's good to see them expanding.
In Orcs is how you get the general player into playing that game.
Yeah, because it's a half step from Warcraft.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm sorry. Do you want to leave now?
No, he'll happily sap that attention up indefinitely. Yeah, I mean, look, there's a few other races they still haven't portrayed, like the Tau. There's some other 40k races that we just haven't seen much of, but it's nice to see Tyranids. Funnily enough, it's unsurprising that they've picked, if they moved away from Orcs, to move towards Tyranids is a logical step because, again, Orcs are another, they're not a hive mind, but their strength is in numbers. The Warg, they've got, 1 billion Orcs are all expendable, but they'll defeat you just with raw numbers of throwing them at you. Tyranids are a very similar concept in terms of the army in the game. You've got 1 million of them. They're expendable, but you'll win through numbers. Anyway, I'm the,
When
the trailer looks good.
when is that due out?
I did not write it down, but it's all of these games are 2023.
Yeah, I'm pretty
So-
sure it was. It looked good. I will be delving into.
Well, the
that one.
first game was pretty darn good. As an FPS Warhammer 40k game, it was pretty good.
It was third person though, wasn't it?
Space Marine, am I mixing?
I'm sure Space Marine was third person.
We're about to start another beer and then go into our best and worst of 2022.
That's good because that is the only sheet of the run sheet I have in front of
Yes,
me, and we've
Dan
finally
has
made it.
caught up.
3 hours later, we are there.
I'll be right back.
Okay, let's pause, have a break, and then we shall return.
Okay.
And we're back. We're doing complex maths. What's 4 divided by 3? Nobody knows.
What's
Don't-
the little
don't-
dot above the
don't-
number?
Don't answer that question. Nobody knows. You'll never know.
And we're into our spotlight for the episode. Oh,
We made
I've
it.
got my second
We
win.
made it.
Yes, here we
Yeah,
go.
no, I still don't have my second win, so we'll see how this one goes down.
Well, let's pump up your.
crack the beer while we introduce the
Oh,
spotlight.
it's got caffeine in it too, doesn't it? It says spiced pumpkin latte. See, this is what
Coffee.
this is what throws me out. Is I love pumpkin beers, love them. Nobody ever.
I was
fucking
thinking of
makes
you when
them.
I bought them.
Nobody ever makes them, but this isn't
Yeah,
a pumpkin
because
beer.
it's always the wrong time of year.
This is a pumpkin spice,
Pumpkin spice latte.
so it's nutmeg and cinnamon,
Yeah.
and there's no fucking pumpkin in it.
We'll see. We'll
Well,
see.
there should still be pumpkin in it.
No, because it's a pumpkin spice. It's not pumpkin and spice. It's not a pumpkin beer.
Beer contains water, malt, hops, yeast, pumpkin, maple syrup, coffee, vanilla, cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, clove, allspice, and fenugreek.
I'm
also,
very happy to be wrong.
Fuck you, Dan.
Also contains lactose and these nuts.
Okay, well that's good.
You've been a good boy. You
That's
get a
good.
little-
Thank you.
The bestest.
Beautiful.
Oh, it
This
smells
is
really
it
nice,
does.
like a very nice coffee beer. Ooh.
Schlante. Anyway, here we go. Garage Project, Surrender to the Void, Pumpkin Spice Latte Stout. It is 11.5%, 4-point standard drinks.
Oh, God, that's good.
This is...
Oh,
This was brewed in Wellington as well. Well done.
1D Wellington.
Yeah.
My first experience with a really, really, really scary landing on a plane.
I wondered where that was going. Did you?
Oh, did I ever?
Also,
Gee,
I've
there was-
got those stories too.
There was a very long pause there, and me and Tom both went. "Mrrr." I looked straight at you, going, "Okay, where is this going?"
Would you like me to read the back of the can now?
I was 19. It was my first international trip by
Surrender
myself.
to the Void, an irregular series of outrageously decadent pitch black stouts brewed using an enormous complex malt bill and mounds of debaucherous adjuncts. Goodness me, what's the Void up to now? Coffee! At this time of day, what was that? A double shot pumpkin spice latte with milk, sugar, maple syrup, and vanilla. Oh dear. That does not sound sensible at all. Turn off your mind, relax, and float downstream. Surrender to the Void. You, from Garage Project.
So I'm going to put an
Also,
arm.
Garage Project, please hire me to do that
Yeah,
again.
I'm still waiting for Dr. Squatch to get back to us.
I'm going to put an armchair in my study, and this is exactly.
Are you going to have a smoking jacket and a pipe?
Well done.
Because it's really hard to pull that off without a smoking jacket and
I'm
a pipe.
half thinking about the pipe. I've always thought about the pipe, like a proper pipe, tobacco pipe, over the years.
Not the crystal pipe.
Not the crystal pipe. That was never in the play.
I almost ordered a ceramic pipe from New Zealand last year, so
Mm.
I could just sit in the backyard like Gandalf and
Yeah.
blow smoke rings. Yeah.
Off away. This would be one of those beers where I will happily just put my headphones on.
This is a pipe smoking
put
beer,
a
I've got to
record
say.
player on, put my feet up in a. No, I'm never going to afford a Chesterfield, but put
Oh.
my feet up in a very comfy armchair that has buttons on it. First world problems. And this,
You could make a Chesterfield.
I found a YouTube channel that actually yeah, don't worry about that. I'm well on the way to those ones. This is one of those beers that just warms the cockles of my heart.
Yeah.
Like it just is the flavors are so amazingly combined. And I know I'm a Garage Project's
Slut.
yeah. But I mean, if it wasn't, it's absolutely deserved. It's wonderful. That label is fucking gorgeous and amazing, and it's an actual label and not some shitty thing that's going to scratch off the can. I love everything that's about this. Like, I love the idea. I love the label.
Everything
I love
about
the concept. I love the execution.
Everything about this?
The
Okay.
the execution of
I'm sorry,
applying the label of the can is not.
When your beer's
not
a 12
fantastic.
out of 10, you can get away with a 1 millimeter drop in the label.
12 out of 10, eh? Yeah, okay. I don't love the flavors. It's brilliantly made.
Yeah,
Don't love the
okay.
flavors.
Yeah.
But that's also because I am engaged to a Bostonian woman, and pumpkin spice latte and Bostonians have a long and sordid history of.
You're going to have to expound on this.
There is when autumn starts to hit in the northeast of America, the pumpkin spice latte comes out, and it's a Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts special. And
Right, okay. I have tried a Starbucks pumpkin spice.
Oh, it comes out in force, and the people that come out in force coming for it are not the best representation of that area of the world. So let me say, when it's look, if you gave this to a Bostonian person and said, "What do you think?" and just showed them the label, they go, and they looked at the words on the label, they go, it's a basic bitch stout, because they're the people who drink pumpkin spice lattes. Yeah, so it's pumpkin spice lattes have a negative connotation in my mind through history. It is all those flavors. It is very well made, and I cannot fault them for that. It doesn't. And it is a beautiful label.
Just a
but
Scouser woman in Tom's head just saying, you're basic.
Scouser, yeah.
You're basic.
Yes, there's so many Scousers in Boston.
Wrong side of the world. But
I got the broken reference, but
yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like, you see pumpkin spice latte and you can't look past the millions of jokes you've seen on SNL and everything else around it. So it's just
is there anybody that makes? I'm sure there is, but is there some famous place outside of the major chains that makes a?
It's just
good.
It's got to do with it's autumn. It's getting cold. Everything becomes pumpkin-y.
Yeah.
I've having been to Boston in autumn, it's kind of like,
which makes sense given that October, it's starting to cool down. You're heading into winter, and all of a sudden you've got Halloween,
and that's when pumpkins are ripe, and that's when you harvest them. It's just, but everything fucking becomes pumpkin. Like, I kid you not, children become pumpkin. They just turn into them on the street.
I think this beer is great. Just bringing it back to the point, it's
no, it is beautifully well made. It's just
I can taste the nutmeg. I can
you can taste every single flavor. That's
you really
how well
can.
balanced
But
it is. Yeah,
you can taste it all, but well combined.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the right
Mm.
the right ratios.
Yeah.
and
Right
like this Surrender to the Void series, because I'm, as we've established, a fucking fiend for the Garage Project series. We're talking about Hazy Days. I love them. I hunt them down as soon as they come out, because I love the way they take the base and then change to suit whatever style or flavors they're doing. And this is a perfect example of that, because there's been a fair few. I had one sitting in my fridge for so long. It was a Banoffee stout.
Banoffee?
Banana coffee.
Oh.
Yep. But it was another one in the Surrender to the Void, and it was just like, it's another thing. You turn around and go, 11.5. Oh, that's going to have to be a particular night. There's just, it's going to have to, it's the right circumstances to drink that by yourself. But then when you do, you sit on it, you sip it, and you're like, oh, this is beautiful. It's delicious. It's just something to sit on. Like, it's just, these guys are so good at doing those series where they take something just like a base and then they change it ever so little for each release.
Yep.
It is perfectly well done. Yeah.
I'm just impressed that I can taste the difference between this being a latte stout and a standard coffee stout, because I do actually get
You get the
latte-ishness
milkiness to
yes.
it. Yeah.
It's not a pure coffee flavor.
Yeah. It's not a straight black
Mm.
coffee. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fantastic. I love it.
Out of 5, it is quite sweet.
Well, it should be when it's got.
I get it.
Maple syrup, coffee, vanilla, cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, clove. The fuck is fenugreek?
No idea.
No idea.
I believe it's a fenulated Greek man.
Out of 5. I'm giving it a fucking 5,
Yeah.
frankly.
4.5.
Okay. So we're going to land on a 475. Yeah. Cool. All right. Spotlight. We made it to the end.
Made it.
We've had 11 beers. I haven't had quite that many. Our best.
Plenty more to go.
Our best and worst of 2022.
We just rolling straight into it.
Fuck yeah.
Am I hitting this up?
Yep.
Okay. Well,
Excellent, because I lost my notes.
okay. I guess we all tried to pick something that we knew was going to be a common factor, and I hope we didn't all disregard something that we thought the other one was going to pick. So,
You starting with the games?
Yeah,
Yeah,
your best
so-
game of the year is going to be God of War
God,
Ragnarok.
You guys knew that.
Yeah.
So
We
I'm
agreed,
guessing
which is
you-
why
you-
we moved past. We didn't move past it, but we chose to pick other games.
Yeah,
Other
I was
games.
genuinely on the fence between two games, and I knew someone else would pick God of War, so I picked the other one.
Brewing game.
Yeah.
I have my minor issues with it in comparison to the first game, but they're minor issues.
What are the issues?
Without spoiling.
Yeah, I think that some of that crosses into spoiler territory.
Okay.
But so one mechanical issue. So actually one visual mechanic issue. I think, and this is something really, really dumb, but only something that someone who's played dozens of hours of both games is going to pick up on. I think Kratos puts the weapons away on his back quicker and a little bit more awkward than he did in the first game. It's not quite as smooth, and his arm kind of moves at a wrong. You noticed that too, did you?
Yeah, but
I know what you're talking about, but yeah.
but not enough to be able to put word to it until you bring it up.
There
was something off about
the
movement.
very first
No,
act
I
put
can-
away.
I can tell you the exact moment it irked me, and it was actually unfortunate because it's a scene that I recorded to get a particular shot that I thought was so beautiful because it was such a callback to the previous games, and it's in the tent. He takes the blades.
Oh, yep.
Yep. And that's when his arms just look so
Kind of bit awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gumby.
Mine hit me in the first minutes of the game. And then I started to take the weapons out and put them away and take the weapons out and put them away. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's
Something off
there's something
here.
off
Yeah.
here. It's just like they just didn't quite take the same animation from the first game. And it bugs me the whole way through. Every time I put a weapon away,
It's one of those things that you couldn't unsee.
I couldn't unsee.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. Bugs me. The other complaint, or not complaint, my other criticism of something they chose to do with the game is a spoiler. So I'm not going to go into it here. We will wait another month or so until we go into full God of War spoilers.
Yeah, okay.
There's things like that. I think the amazing part about it is the game. It is the little bits and pieces that are in there, not just for God of War fans, but for fans of Nordic mythology. Tom, you called this a couple of times. There's a certain point where someone recites part of one of the most famous Nordic from the Poetic Edda poems as they're about to do something. Once again, being completely vague.
You're being
here.
delightfully cryptic.
And he speaks it in Old Norse, and only someone who is either understands those words or has heard those words dozens and dozens of times knows what he's actually saying. And as soon as
the beauty of it is, as someone who didn't know what he was saying, it still had, if not a similar, it's not to the same point that it had the effect on you, but to me, it still had and to Pete as well, I'm sure it would say, to have the same, like, bone-chilling effect.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, the hairs on my neck stood up as soon as there was a couple of words there. Like I got it from, I knew he was speaking Old Norse straight up.
Yeah.
And then the second line, I'm like, hold on a sec. And then the third line, I'm like, whoa. And then it continued that whole scene. And I'm just, that kind of blew me away. I bought a copy of the Poetic Edda. I had never read it. So I bought a copy of the Poetic Edda leading into this. And it was really funny that I was hitting points within the game as I was reading them in the Poetic Edda. And there was, once again, I cannot say it here without spoilers, but you guys, I'll talk to you after a few episodes later. We'll talk about this in more depth. But things were happening in the game. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Like, have they just added this, or where have they pulled this from? And then I was sitting there reading the next poem in the Edda, and then it was like, oh,
That's
okay,
where they pulled it from.
That's where they pulled it from. Like, This is like they've put their little twist on it. Some of them have it, some of them they hadn't. Some of them they've pulled directly from there. Obviously, they've put their twists on. This isn't a spoiler from 2018. Sui, I apologize. I know Sui's playing it. I don't know if he's going to get to the end of it because he's having problems with the combat. Fuck it. Sui, it's in the marketing and everything like that. Atreus' secondary name is Loki. They've obviously taken that concept of Loki from different places.
Yep.
They've interjected Loki's mythology in there. I think they've done it in a brilliant way.
They really did.
They've really put a lot of effort into getting it right and respecting the old mythology and traditions
without copying it. Well, there are some departures, but the departures have been very respectful of the original.
100%.
Yeah. Original IP. God. The original mythology.
I remember the one other thing I didn't like that is not a spoiler. I didn't like the voice actor for Odin.
Okay.
I disliked him. I know he's meant to be
Is
a
that because
liar
you knew
and-
him too well?
I actually don't even
From
know who
what?
it is. Like, I haven't...
West Wing and all that kind of stuff. He's in all. Yeah. Oh, I recognized him instantly.
It's really interesting because I had just happened. I was bored and like I need palate cleanser TV series. I'm leading into this because I'm a bit embarrassed about watching this show. I really enjoyed House MD, unequivocally, unapologetic.
I've been telling people for years I'm a doctor because I watched so much House growing up.
So the creator went on to create almost an evolutionary step called The Good Doctor, where instead of an asshole in constant pain as the main doctor, there's
it's got that young kid in it.
who's
On
autistic.
the spectrum,
Like he's not on the spectrum.
Okay.
He's
Autistic.
full blown autism. And apparently a decent representation of autism. I don't have a lot of direct contact, so I'll have to take the critic's word for it. But his godfather, let's say, is the actor who plays Odin. And I just randomly happened upon this series and was maybe 2 seasons in when God of War Ragnarok came out. And so when Odin appeared on screen, I'm like, I know that guy. The cadence of his voice is very much his personality in real life because it's absolutely identical between the TV series and Odin.
He's one of those guys who just always plays someone involved in like
A supporting cast member.
supporting cast member, but he's always involved in like high ranking US politics. Like he's someone who's always in the White House, and probably that's from he had a massive.
That's definitely
role.
West Wing.
No, but it's carried on. Like talking about typecast, this guy gets typecast as he's the dude who's always in the White House camp of whatever film he's in. Yeah, he's just one of those guys. He's just like there's certain dudes who get typecast in all those American films as like an army man or a general. or something.
Yeah.
You know the guys I'm talking about without
the dude
naming
from-
their
He's
names.
got that
Avatar.
distinguished look about him, so
Yeah,
he's always going to
yeah.
have 2 or 3 stars.
As soon as he
I'm a
walked,
full bird colonel.
as soon as he walked into the hut, I was like, "Oh, cool! God of War's now the West Wing. Sweet. Okay, well,
So when Thor first appeared, and once again, this happens
It's so
in the
good to
first
see
10
fat
minutes.
Thor too.
Well, traditional Thor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Red beard, fat Thor.
mead swollen.
Yeah,
fucking-
big drinking, angry, burly, just pub fight Thor.
I really like that they portray the alcoholism as like a
Character flaw?
affecting his
bane
affecting his
rather than-
relationships. Yeah.
So when he first appeared and I heard the voice, I'm like, God damn, I know that voice. And I'm like, it was funny because I'm like, is that Ron Perlman? And then looked it up and it wasn't Ron Perlman, but it was Opie from
Sons of Anarchy.
Anarchy. So played alongside Ron Perlman.
Yep.
So whether or not he was channeling his inner Ron Perlman or not after working side by side with him. Like all over. And I'm going to cut this short now because this is way too much time on the very first thing of this this spotlight. But the last little bit of amazing thing about this God of War series is the story. The main story finishes, but the world doesn't pause.
Yep.
This is the first game I've ever played where you've finished the main story, but the world continues after the main story. There is new dialogue,
Stuff to explore,
there is
stuff to
things that are
experience.
happening that didn't happen during the first. Like you can mop up most games. You can mop up entirely before you finish the main story.
Mhm.
This game you cannot. The world continues and flows on.
Which is
after.
actually, I might eat my words here, but I think you could do that with God of War. You could finish 2018 before you went to the end of
I think
the
you
story.
could.
Yeah,
I think you could.
you could.
Yeah.
You could
Yes.
defeat everyone. Yes, but this one you can't. Which is
You can't finish all the side quests.
No, you can't. You
can't.
You literally can't.
You can't.
The end
100%
there's
you can't.
end game bosses. There are
Yeah.
end game bosses to go
Yeah.
clean up afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's
But
parts
I'm
of there's
I'm
parts of
fairly certain you could finish.
Yes, you could, because I defeated the Valkyrie Queen in the first game, because that's the end game boss in the first game.
Yeah.
Before I finished the main storyline.
Yeah. So you were done with the main story. You could then go and explore more, but there was no
There was no impetus
territories.
to do that.
No.
Yeah.
But in this, you can. You cannot get to parts of the realms.
Yeah, we should talk offline about which parts you're referring to, because I had explored almost everything other than the prison.
Yep.
Before I had finished the main storyline.
Well, okay.
So
We'll talk
about it
offline.
offline.
Yeah, but there's definitely parts of it. You can't.
Yeah.
So,
So
that was my number one game.
Best
Best
game
game?
of the year.
So
It was.
my not my worst game, but my most biggest letdown game of 2022.
Yep.
Evil Dead.
Okay.
Evil Dead. I love the Evil Dead franchise. I love Bruce Campbell. I really wanted this game to be another single player or co-op playthrough of a storyline within the Evil Dead universe, as a la Evil Dead, whatever it was, many years ago, where Ted Raimi played your little dwarf deadite that you could take around the world and kick into vents and do all sorts of things with. Inappropriate things in this world that we live in 2022. And Bruce Campbell voiced the whole thing. Bruce Campbell still voices Ash in this Evil Dead game, but it's an asymmetric. Like the 4-on-1 Evil Dead game that came out. No? What do you call it? Dead by Daylight.
Yep. I can't remember the name they gave it to it.
Yeah. So
It's some made up term anyway.
So it's not story driven. You can go and play some of these worlds as these instances, is what I should call them, as single player. There, you get to a certain point, you complete a task within that mission. It throws up a single screen with some text on it, so a still image from the Evil Dead with some text on it to point you towards your next objective. The world looks cool. Bruce Campbell voices it. There's some good one-liners, but it continues on. Like you play as Ash from the original Evil Dead versus Ash from Ash versus the Evil Dead, and his voice just sounds older, but he's still spouting the same lines.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
there is some different things from the Ash versus the Evil Dead one. He talks about being a father and things like that. But to not have a fun Evil Dead, funny horror comedy single player game to play, it's just another bastardization of these
just an iterative
this genre.
content.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Disappointment. Favorite TV show? Andor. My throw up was Andor or Rings of Power. We haven't finished Rings of Power, so Andor wins over.
Such the same.
Oh.
I have the same ones.
Andor.
So you go through Andor because I'll go through Rings of Power.
Yeah, so I loved Andor,
Except for the last episode.
Except for the last episode.
Yeah.
We talked about this earlier. It's well shot. It's
It just makes the Empire scary again.
it 100% makes
That's
the
the
Empire
best
scary
thing
again.
about it.
But it
They
turned it
were
into the
fucking terrifying.
Gestapo
Yep.
cross
Yep.
cross
Which is
Nazis
what the
that it
Empire
was
should be,
originally.
yeah.
But it wasn't just should be. It was originally modelled on.
Yes, no, definitely. That's
Yeah,
what I mean. But
Stormtroopers.
Yes.
Stormtroopers.
Yes.
The Nazis had stormtroopers. Yeah.
they're cooking up a storm because they're cooking in a stormtrooper helmet.
Yes.
Yeah, so
It was a brilliant TV
well
series.
filmed, cohesive from start to finish.
One of the saddest droids that I've ever experienced. that I just wanted to go up and hug.
Yeah, he was heartbreaking.
I've never seen a
B
BD2 or BDE or whatever his name was. But when he when he gets depressed when Marva dies.
And he won't leave the house.
And I was like, no, don't please
It
stop.
reminded me of all the stories that you see of owners of like dogs, where the owner
one
passes
in Japan
away.
that goes and sat at the train station waiting for its owner to come home on the train.
Stop, man! I'm going to cry on camera.
Yeah, it just great. I mean, it made the Empire scary. It showed us the bigger
It's an interesting
machinations of the Empire. Is that the right terminology?
It is the perfect terminology, and I think it's on point to be talking about that in current US government like the situation in the US government, because a lot of what Andor is about is government overreach, and like there's a lot of parallels. I think it is very much.
I also don't think it's just the US government that is.
No, it's not. I mean, it's still.
I know what you mean.
It's still derivative of the original Gestapo SS story.
I was talking about a few more modern governments as well.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Most of them.
But even the idea that, frankly, at the moment, yes.
Yeah.
But even like that, and specifically the moment where they decide to change the law, and then all of a sudden speaking out against the government went from being a misdemeanor to 10 years hard time is very relevant in current society. Where
who else just saw that what they were building was Death Star parts? Like,
was Death Star what? Sorry,
Death Star parts in the prison. It either had something to do with that or filling the fleet, like something to do with Star Destroyers, and
I originally in the first sequence where you got to see that, all I saw was AT-AT walkers. But by 2 or 3 episodes of that prison sequence, because it was only half of the season that you had the prison sequence, it was starting to get pretty obvious.
Oh no! So I instantly, because it was the points, because it had the arms coming out. I just thought of the points of the reflector dish.
Yeah,
like that's what
which is exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I thought it was the best Star Wars we've had
since Mando season 1.
No, actually, you know what? I actually think Andor's better than the Mandalorian.
I would agree. I love Mando season 1, but this was it's a weird way to say it, but there was nothing special about anyone.
Yeah.
Like
it's a small story in a big universe.
But it's so street level. Yeah. Like Mando should be more street level, but it still gets a bit large.
Yeah.
I think but that's why I specified season 1.
Yeah.
But I think even season 1,
it's still Grogu and Force powers and his association with being taken out of the temple and who are his parents, and
you're right.
It's a bigger
different
world, but
Yeah. I just really like the storytelling.
This is everything that Rogue One had. It is the grunts on the ground doing the dirty work to build the rebellion, and more so than Rogue One. I mean,
and the consequences of speaking out against the prevailing government. This is very much a comment on government in society.
Yeah, it is definitely. Yeah, and
but any show with that kind of motif going through it is that kind of thing. But
But they did a great job of it because we haven't seen the Empire on this level ever before, and I think that was the comment I made on.
We have not seen the ISB in live
it's the ISB.
Mainstream live action. No. Like we haven't seen the ISB in live action, but we haven't seen it in mainstream
content
because the ISB appears in the animated. It appears in Rebels, and
very heavily as well.
Yeah, extremely heavily. So we have not seen the ISB, and the ISB are the Gestapo.
Yes.
100%. They are the Gestapo, and they are scary, and she plays it beautifully. And that torture scene with the creature and the headphones and whatever they do, I've forgotten the character's name, but whatever they do to her and they did to the scrapyard dude is horrifying.
Yeah.
It was the most horrifying moment in all of Star Wars. Like, interrogation.
I know what they say on the headphones. Misa Jar Jar Binks. Just on repeat.
Yeah. So the interrogation droids from the originals are like a horrifying
different
thought.
kind of horror.
But it's a horrifying thought.
They're also meant to be like multi-sensory thing. This is just going through your ears, kind of like.
But it's also body horror raw, versus psychological horror.
Body horror raw kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very Lovecraftian.
Yeah.
plus
So
fuck your
I
psyche.
found the tortured droids to be body horror as opposed to
really?
psychological horror.
Oh, psychological. Yeah.
Which is the headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good pick. For
Okay.
Andor. Yep.
Andor, worst show.
Fuck.
Wednesday. Hands down.
Yep. Fair
Wednesday.
enough.
We can skip over this. We covered it last time. Favorite movie. I know you guys are going to cover some things. I watched Batman and Dune. Oh, what did we do? When did we see the Batman? February?
Yeah.
I'm going to pick a different one because you've got the Batman on there.
Okay.
So I'm going to go Prey.
Okay. Fuck.
Oh.
You can have Prey. No, you should have Prey more.
You've got another.
I got another. I always pick two.
Okay, cool.
I know what this podcast is like. I always pick two.
I loved Prey. I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was a really good
The scene in Prey where she runs out into the long grass and he's waiting there, and then it just goes silent.
Yep. The soundscape is amazing.
That is the peak of cinema right there.
Yeah. And for
And
them,
it was a small story.
Yeah.
And I keep coming back to that.
Also, I
term.
would really want to learn how to swing a hatchet on a rope.
a springy rope.
Yeah. Cool.
I keep coming back to that term because some of the best shows we've seen recently have been so, like, they break the trend of it's got to be part of this massive universe and it's got to link into a million different things.
Yep.
Andor is a small story told in a big universe. Prey is a small story told in a big universe.
And
I think there's a lot of that.
And the musket appears in Predator 2.
The gun at the end.
The musket is on the ship where Danny Glover turns up at the end of Predator 2. It's there. It's the same one with the plate on the side of it. So it is linked to the bigger world.
Yeah.
And they're having that sort of...
But it didn't lean on it like a crutch.
No, it did not.
No,
and
it was a little throw at the end,
unless you saw those
And in
sort of
fact, the first, I want to say half an hour of Prey, you could have watched and it could have taken a completely different direction instead of showing you the Predator.
Yeah.
Could have been anything else.
And the really good thing when they did show you the Predator, it was a new design of a
original
a pre-modern Predator.
Yeah.
Because they go and they hunt these prey and they take the talents and the genome from the people that have bested them or the cultures, society, creatures that have bested them.
Yep.
And you can see like that Predator that they took was most definitely a pre-version of the ones we've seen in Arnie's Predator in Predator 2.
They hadn't integrated any of the xenomorph DNA, for example.
The extra technology.
It suddenly gained a God of War shield, but that's fine, whatever.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it was pretty cool, that shield, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
that shield's just kind of cool, regardless.
Yeah,
As was the spear.
Yeah.
Which, anyway.
It was great. I loved it. I thought she was fantastic. I think the choice
was amazing
to use Native Americans and have most of it in a Native American.
We'll have a full version in the language of the people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which language was it? Because it wasn't Navajo.
I'm not going to guess it. I will look it up.
Okay.
That's important.
You had mentioned it. That's the only reason I asked.
Yeah,
you put it on.
The native language is there's the first movie entirely dubbed in Comanche.
Comanche. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's great. I mean, it's an incredible step in the Hollywood that we've been talking about and putting shit on for the last hour or 3 hours. It was a great step.
It proves that you can operate inside a broader universe and a well-established one and not try and break any fucking records by being bigger or louder.
And
you can just tell a fucking cool story.
And they threw in bits for people who have been watching Predator from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And
that
have
was
watched
the best
it
thing.
all the way through.
But
none of it felt forced. It all
and
felt
it wasn't
perfectly
required
fitted.
knowledge.
It wasn't. No.
Yeah.
It all felt fitting for the world that they were building.
Yep.
And I don't know who directed it. I don't know who cast it, but absolute fucking hats off to them. And I hope that they give
Get
them
to do more. Yeah. Yeah, agreed. Worst movie?
I actually don't have one because I can't think of it.
Fair enough. Tom?
I'm going to go.
It was directed by Dan Trachtenberg, who has directed 10 Cloverfield Lane. Episodes of The Boys.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, once you actually look at what he's directed.
Because 10 Cloverfield is another small story in a big universe.
Yeah. He's done that. He's done
So
some
they fucked it.
episodes of Black Mirror and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, cool.
Where will we start? I'll start with movies.
Okay.
Well, seeing as one of my movies got ripped out from underneath me like a very harsh carpet, the other one I had backed up was Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Okay. I still haven't seen it.
Oh, Pete, treat yourself.
I've almost felt like I'm saving it.
You really it is a fantastic film, and it's very funny because when Emma took me to see it, I'd just seen Doctor Strange 2, and it's all multiversal kind of thing.
Yep.
And I was like very jokingly saying, "Oh, nothing beats Multiverse of Madness for a multiverse film." Which I will say, Doctor Strange 2 is probably my runner-up film.
I was surprised not to hear that.
No, I love Doctor Strange 2, but I Prey was such a small story.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to leave out as many of the big studios as I could this in this one.
Yep.
It is just it's such a, for a multiversal film, it talks so well about family and family connection. So it brings everything straight back, which I think is really quite well done in terms of acting and directing.
Mm-hmm.
Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Oh, fuck. Yeah. Fantastic.
And then it was Prey, and then it was Doctor Strange 2, because I love Doctor Strange. So
If I'd remembered Everything Everywhere
All at once.
So it sounds like we're switching films here, yeah. But it's such a, when you think about multiversal concepts of
You know,
stuff,
finish that beer, Dan.
it's so big, but these guys managed to make it so big, but bring it back so personal at the same time. And it's recently released on, I think it's on Amazon now. So Emma saw it before we saw it together. Then we watched together. She's now watched it twice again since that. She loves that film, and it's so good. Michelle Yeoh is amazing in it.
Incredible.
She's great in
She's just
the few things that I've seen her in.
And Short Round.
Yeah.
It's his first return to acting after he did a couple of things after Indie when he was a young teenager, and he got out of Hollywood because there was no place for there was the only place for a young Asian American actor
was playing an over dramatized
Asian American or an
stereotype.
Asian in a stereotype. So he got out and did other things, and this was his return to acting, and he is amazing. Amazing.
Cool. Oh,
and I'm
so
so glad he got back into it.
Yeah, he's so good in it. So yeah, that is definitely my film of the year. Prey, absolutely excellent, and we talked then. It's not just that moment of the soundscape, but that is a moment in film that I cannot forget, and I hope I never forget. Just that moment of it's the rustling of long grass, the creak of the bow, the pull of the string. Everything is just like, I love soundscapes like that. It's so perfectly done.
Just on that topic, there's some good moments and some near misses which were disappointing in Nope along similar lines.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment.
Yeah, with the soundscape side of things.
There was some
definitely.
There were some really good moments in that in a very similar manner where
I think I will watch
drops off.
I will watch Nope, but Emma and I are trying to watch more movies together, so we won't. So I don't think she'd ever get into that, but she doesn't do good with the horror.
It's horror in the same way that Close Encounters of the Third Kind was horror without the 4-hour fucking watch time.
Do they have the musical moment? Because bung, 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 bung,
have you seen
bung.
Us?
No, I haven't watched
You
any
haven't
of
done
that.
any of Jordan Peele's?
Yeah, I haven't done any of the Peels. Yeah.
They're horror slash. No, I would struggle to call them horror. They're probably more thriller than horror.
Rather than
it's
classify
just something I'll
them that
watch
way.
myself.
Yeah. You will watch it.
To me, he's an
I'll watch it,
M. Night Shyamalan without the bullshit.
Oh, but he's the finisher.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Without the bullshit.
Yeah.
Worst movies. Uncharted.
Thank you.
Didn't see it.
Well, yeah, good call. Good call.
I fell asleep. I fell asleep. I had
finished,
to.
There's more beer
I
coming.
haven't fallen asleep in a movie like that in a long time, and I fell asleep in that one and had to the next day go back and be like, oh fuck, what did I miss? And it wasn't because I was drinking too much while I was watching it. I had 2 beers while I was watching it, and I was just like, this is meant to be exciting, but I have never felt the most exciting moment was when you walk past the voice actor on the beach, Nolan North, and the original Uncharted theme plays. That's the most exciting moment in the movie for me. Mark Wahlberg should never have been in that. Tom Holland he was fun. It was a
Bruce
little bit.
Campbell should have been Sully.
Yeah, he should
No,
have been.
no. Bruce Campbell shouldn't have been Sully. It needed to be an older bloke.
He's old, man.
No. But Bruce Campbell.
You need a
is,
silver fox.
Bruce Campbell is
He's a
too.
Silver Fox.
But Bruce Campbell is still, as a silver fox, and I will say this, and I'll go on record saying this. He is still too handsome to play Sully. Sully is unhandsomely handsome. He's so charming in his words.
Rugged.
So charming in his words.
I would definitely say that's Bruce Campbell from Burn Notice.
Yeah, no. See,
Don't
seeing Bruce,
headbutt me, Loki.
seeing Bruce Campbell in, because he has a cameo in Doctor Strange 2, and seeing him in that, I was just like, oh, you're still Bruce Campbell from like the Spider-Man, the Sam Raimi Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Like, you're still that. You're a little bit chiseled when you probably shouldn't be because you're a bit older, but like, you're still that like classically handsome dude. I need a bit more like
okay.
Ruggedness.
worldly, ruggedly, and I can't give you a name of someone who should be a better Sully, but I can tell you for
It's definitely
everything
not.
I'm worth, it's not fucking Mark Wahlberg because he's not old
It was
enough.
just so wrong.
Yeah, it
He
never
wasn't
worked.
grey. He wasn't grizzled.
Tom Holland is a good Nathan Drake.
Yes, I could see that.
He's a little young, but it's also like he's innocently charming enough to play that.
And naive enough.
Nah, it still doesn't work.
And naive enough.
Nah. It
Doesn't
doesn't
work?
doesn't work for me.
Fair
Nah.
enough.
His face is too long. Sorry, that's it. That's the thing. It's
His
like
he's the like he did his autobiography was the chins that kill.
yeah, I know. He's like, but he's even if you put a mustache on him like that Sully has,
Yeah.
it doesn't work. It looks painted on. Like Bruce Campbell works as a clean shaven. He's handsomely attractive man without any facial hair. Sully gains a lot of that charm and the way he can schmooze his way through those situations from the power of his upper lip. Like that's a thing. That's an actual thing. I've seen it happen. It's beautiful. But it was
yeah, he's too long.
no,
Sully's
doesn't work. Doesn't
square
work.
jawed.
No, get it
Yep.
out of here. No,
Yep.
it's an abomination.
Okay, I will.
So
I will
Uncharted-
admit defeat on that one.
Okay, thank God. So Uncharted is definitely one of the worst films I watched this year because it put me to sleep. The other one, and I talked about it recently, Jesus Christ, the Guardians of the Galaxy Christmas special is an absolute...
I watched that.
Oh, God, kill me.
I watched that quite inebriated.
On Christmas night.
You couldn't
it was
get me-
Christmas Eve, actually.
You couldn't get me
I was-
drunk enough to enjoy that.
Um,
You could not. That was horrible.
I can, I'm not disagreeing with you. It wasn't the worst
mind
thing
you-
I've seen on television.
Mind you, I am a very bar humbuggy person.
You're talking to Scrooged himself. Anyway,
I could not enjoy that if I tried.
best game.
Fuck.
Pick something.
No, so I actually picked 3.
Okay,
Taking off Ragnarok, obviously, because I was...
someone was going to pick it,
Well, we were all so excited for it. We also all going to love it.
and it fucking delivered.
The game that was released in 2022 I love the most, which I thought was an important disclaimer, was Skywalker Saga, Lego.
Ah, yes, that is one of my next. Can you move? Thanks, Loki. Please.
Just trying to drink your water.
Get out of my water.
You dog.
Go. Go.
Skywalker Saga was so in depth.
He's a cat.
He landed on his feet.
He always lands on his feet.
He did not update. So Skywalker Saga is the game that was released in 2022 that I definitely love the most of all the games released in 2022. I guess with a bit of a caveat because I knew you.
There's a lot of caveats in these caveats.
Well, that's the thing. Knew you were going to pick Ragnarok and saw you picked Horizon.
Yeah.
But the Lego games always hold a special spot in my heart for like, I started, the way I started playing the Lego games initially was Lego Star Wars and I walked into the cantina and punched someone and started a fight. The way I platinumed Skywalker Saga was walking into the cantina, punching someone and starting a fight. And that was the thing I had to do the last. And it was just this really circular,
Beautiful
special,
symmetry to it.
Circular special moment for me. Other games that I am
It's
really
almost
glad.
like Jormungandr holding his own tail.
you know what? The horn reached back in time, or did it? We can't confirm. The other games I'm really glad I finally played in 2022 were the Untitled Goose game. That is dumb and funny as fuck. Like walking around a small English village as an annoying goose is one of the most brilliant concepts I've ever heard of for a game. It's also a very frustrating and time sensitive game to finish, especially to do like the challenge rounds. And it for such a simple game, it's so complex in a way, and it requires the AI to play the way you need them to play, which is super hard to do. Like, because they've got their paths, you need to obstruct them to get them to work the ways you need to do certain things in a certain time frame. The other game I'm super glad that I played this year was Control. That was a fucking great game. Yeah.
You haven't played Control, have you, Pete?
I have not.
Control is wonderful.
Excellent. It is like, third person over the shoulder shooter kind of. Yeah, so third person shooter force powers game, telekinesis game kind of thing. A
la X-Files, the Room 13.
Yeah,
did you ever see Room 13? It was a limited
so
series.
much like, but it's also one of those games that like it plays tricks on you while you play it, which is kind of really cool. Like it plays sounds to like throw you off or whatever thing like you're doing.
I'll be right back.
You go back. Yep. So I really enjoyed that. And like I played through, like for a game I just picked up, I then dived right into both DLCs without any hesitation.
See, I haven't played either yet. So I'm going to roll into the
good.
two of them.
They're really good.
I've got them because I bought the season pass.
Yeah.
And then they did the PS5 update, and then I just got lost in some other things. So I never put it on my PS5. But I think I will because it's just
the Alan Wake
different.
one is trippy, and like I never played Alan Wake, so I
because
don't.
it was the Xbox as well.
They have released them on PlayStation.
Now
but,
I have,
but it was one of those things like I never really knew the game to talk about or to give a try to or anything. So it's like, but it's all derived around like darkness and light. Like, it's all around a torch and like the darkness around that. But there was the Old Gods DLC or whatever it was. There's the first DLC is just like a bit more of the same, but it's like it elevates the game a little bit more. It was just, I'm super glad I finally played it. Like of all the games, like I've done, finishing Evil West last night, that's 19 platinums this year.
Fucking hell.
And I picked up, because I can't finish on an odd number because of my brain. I picked up another little one, an indie game actually, to finish out the year. Little 8-hour game they say to plat, and it's called After Seasons Fall or something. But it's a platforming game. You play as this little fox in the woods, but it's all watercolor painted.
Oh,
It looks beautiful.
Okay.
It looks so good. It came up as one of the games that was like, you've got until mid-January to play this on your PlayStation Plus Deluxe, and it disappears. I was like, fuck yeah, I'll jump into it. It's free. It's an 8-hour little game. But I watched the trailer for it last night when I was downloading. I was like, oh, that is a fantastic art style. Just, all hand brush strokes. Just you're running through woods, you play in the fall, so you get the powers of summer, spring, and winter, so you can freeze things and rain or whatever. So yes, Control, brilliant. Worst games of 2022. Finally got around to Mafia 3. It was just a broken fucking mess, as I've told you guys.
Yep.
Multiple crashes. Like every other thing that I did, the game would crash. I'd have to reset. I almost put Evil West into this, especially in the last playthrough I did, which was on the super hard level, because I don't know if it was a haptic controller thing, but it was just everything felt like you'd be trying to like dodge and shoot, and then the controller would just stick, which I think is potentially an AA developer trying to use the haptic feedback and not getting the connections in time compared to a AAA. The other game I put as my
worst.
were, or at least most disappointing, was Biomutant. It's literal, and it's just for that fucking narrator. that shit me to tears.
That's a good callback.
But it took a good game and just not a great game, not a fantastic game, a good game, which stole many RPG elements and stuff, and it just made it just that little bit more frustrating. To the point where it was just like, if that character appeared in the game, I would have killed them instantly. Even if it was like, you'll ruin the game by killing this guy, but fuck it, doesn't matter. TV shows.
You're going to have to be quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fucking calm down. It's my time to shine.
Or we can take a 2-second break and you can be as long as you need to be.
Oh, it's the camera.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, let's just give it a 2-second break.
And we're back. Oh, God,
You're on the air caller one.
That was a long breath hold.
Best TV show.
Best TV shows.
2022.
I was going to...
Shows? That was not in the brief. It was supposed to be the best and the worst.
Nah, you had
It's
like
not
18...
worst,
You had 18 versions in your
I
thing.
had 18 runners up.
I definitely will pick Rings of Power. I was so nervous about that TV show coming into the year, and I explored that explicitly earlier on. I was so pleasantly surprised. So, and I was thinking about this on the way here, just how much shit it's gotten online from fan groups and stuff.
Why? Like we
You know why?
No.
You know why?
No, I absolutely do not.
Lord of the Rings fans and Star Wars fans are some of the worst fans in the
Yeah,
universe.
really?
Because no matter how...
Doesn't matter how you do it, you're always going to fuck it up.
Yeah, just... Yeah.
People complain about Peter Jackson's trilogy.
You
How?
cannot please Star
How?
Wars fans,
How?
so I get the reference.
I
The other thing is, with
Well, you can, because I'm pleased. I'm a Star Wars fan.
you can't please all of the
No,
Star
you
Wars
can't.
fans.
You can't please any. You can't please all the fans of anyone. But Star Wars fans and Lord of the Rings fans have always been the most vocal fan groups of how much they hate whatever's being done. But they can't give you a better option. But they can.
Every time we
We have-
criticize something, we've always given them a better option.
Yeah, we've laid out like 4
Very
plans for
debatable.
DCU or alternate options. Let's just leave it with that.
Okay.
So
I would. Yeah, okay.
the reason I picked 2 TV shows because I thought everyone would guess that my TV show would be Rings of Power. But it was because I was so pleasantly surprised about how well it came out, given how scared I was about Amazon taking
Other
control.
than rubber armor in the first couple of episodes.
Yeah, but that's fine. I mean, I've got concerns.
No
with
one's
it.
perfect.
Yeah, but it's not a 10 out of 10, but it's a 9.5 out of 10.
Yeah.
And I think this may surprise you guys. Shrink Next Door on Apple TV.
Okay.
The Will Ferrell.
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
Oh man, it's also so different from everything that I watch, being superheroes or space themed. It's around Will Ferrell plays a guy who runs a textile factory in New York City, and then Paul Rudd is his shrink.
Yeah.
In New York in the 80s. And it's such a close-knit story, but it's so well acted. Catherine Hahn's in there as well. It's just a beautiful
I've seen it
cast.
advertised. It looked really interesting.
It is one of the it's the only series I've fully watched on Apple TV in the 6-month trial I had. I watched a couple of episodes of things.
Ted Lasso?
Oh, no, Ted Lasso, yeah. Sorry, that's that. Oh, fuck, that should be on there too because that's a genius show. But this one really stuck with me. It was also really nice to see Will Ferrell not playing a comedic dumb fuck.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
And actually, Paul Rudd is so deceptively good as a deceptive prick. Like, it's seeing those guys. It's like we're talking about getting them out of their wheelhouse.
Kind of break
Yeah.
the typecast.
Yeah. It was genius. It was really, really good. Like you saw things coming, and but it also shows you the future that's coming. But it's like wholeheartedly depressing yet fun, yet it's a view of a time you didn't know, and like it's also just like these guys show why like that's just how like New York and like big business and money was in that time, and it was so brilliantly acted, and seeing those guys out of their wheelhouse, I think especially it was really, really well done. And Ted Lasso, you're right, is the other show I watched, but that's the only
There's-
other thing that I watched on Apple TV.
I haven't watched everything on Apple TV, but I have not. Anything that I have watched has not been a miss.
well,
Cool.
I can
think it
counter
was
argue that.
triple negative there, but I,
Because I
I
was
have
about
not
to
been
say that
disappointed.
not worse, not most disappointing. The shows I couldn't get behind. I've obviously talked about Wheel
Sure.
of Time, and I'm sure you'll talk about that
I
more.
will.
Foundation, I just couldn't get into,
Okay.
which may be more of a reflection on me than it, but I just couldn't get into it. And also, I started watching Inside Man on Netflix with David Tennant, and it was a bit too much.
Inside Man.
It's
That's our me and Louise. That's our next up.
so I've watched 2 episodes, and it's just. I think the thing that gets me about it is, and you'll come to see why. It's just those many things couldn't happen to that one scenario. It's too many things create this perfect clusterfuck. So it's because I don't want to spoil it. If you guys are going to watch it, I've only got 2 episodes in, but I'm like, it's like one of those things that like one side of it, the Stanley Tucci side, as like he's like not a detective, but like he plays a criminology expert who's locked up, and they explain his story. That side of it's really brilliant. The David Tennant side is just look the way that the incident falls out. It's just not those many things would have happened in that scenario. It's too much. It's almost it's
So they had to stack the deck to make the plot work.
but it makes it unbelievable,
Yeah. Okay.
and it's really been hard for me to go. That's how people would act in that scenario.
I'm pretty sure it's a Moffat Tenet series.
It
I
could
don't
be.
know anything about it.
That surprises me, but I'm pretty sure it is.
It's very good. It's very well acted, but it's just the story throws me off.
Yeah. Okay.
But they're probably the ones that were
Interesting.
the disappointment for me. Not the worst TV, like they're nowhere the worst, but just things I couldn't get behind.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Before we get into mine, we should talk about this beer.
Stephen Moffat,
Yeah. Okay.
created by Stephen Moffat. Yep.
Interesting.
Brick Lane,
Yeah.
Trilogy of Fear.
The only one that survived this year. Sorry. The other
This
two
is
were in
the
my fridge for a long time.
Second Trilogy of Fear, though.
Yes.
Yes. So we did the Trilogy of Fear. I've still got the other ones in my fridge.
I think we did the Trilogy of Fear this time last year for the Dark Knight episode. It was the core of the Dark Knight episode.
Well, it's fitting to finish this one off with a slap in the face to all the silly shit we had earlier.
Well, this is pretty silly. And it's got a good horror theme to it too.
So all the Trilogy of Fear beers are based around.
I am the knight.
No,
I am the Batman.
you are not. You are
No, I am not.
So these ones are all based around horror themes. So we had some classic ones in the last from
Yeah.
memory. Yeah,
We had some Lovecraft. We had
Leviathans and all sorts of things.
the Abyss. We had I think it was Into the Abyss.
How do you remember that?
I've still got them in my fridge, so I
I
could
don't
probably.
remember what was yesterday.
You say that all the time.
I have trouble with some.
Dom, that's because I don't. I say it all the time because I literally don't remember what happened
And
yesterday.
he doesn't remember that he says it all the time.
You should see a doctor. This is the Hush Little Baby Voodoo Imperial Stout, 11.1%. Forged in the shadows of the bayou, gently coaxing of cypress and Papuan vanilla. Found beyond the forbidden edges of the map, chances awakening the quiet one. That is grammatically incorrect on so many fucking levels.
I made that comment once and I regretted it because the guys that wrote it, I felt really bad about it.
No, this is just
But Rusty Penny has really, really, really good barbecue. Like, if you guys want to come out there, like, it's bad.
I'm down.
Oh, man.
I love a good barbecue.
It is fucking badass barbecue at Rusty Penny in Penrith because it is.
I don't know. I cooked some pretty good lamb chops last night.
Nah, man. We went there a couple of weeks ago and hands down the best barbecue I've ever
goddamn.
had.
Oh,
It's not the
goddamn.
first time you're trying that beer. It's been in front of you for 15 minutes.
I was letting it warm up.
Easy.
I don't rush into things, Peter. I take things
I do.
slow.
And I've regretted it every time.
That vanilla is coming through beautifully
Yeah.
now.
This is a fucking great
Yeah.
stout to finish.
It's cracking. Absolutely.
Dan,
Mm.
if you're adding cypress to a beer?
I don't know what that means.
It's a wood.
I know
So
what cypress is.
they would have to be like
Barrel aged?
no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't
Or do you
make
just
barrels
chuck
out
a
of cypress.
stave into a...
staves, yeah. I
Or do you just
Or
put
you-
it on a hill? And just,
Can I have the can, please? I actually
smoke it out in the car.
smoking would be my suggestion. You would smoke cypress typically. Not,
into the malt.
you wouldn't smoke cypress,
Ooh.
but I'm saying you would use cypress as a smoking wood.
I'm not that stupid, but yes.
The way you looked at me like
I am.
Cypress and smoke. Don't worry, forget about it. I would say, staves or barrels, but I don't know if they make
you know what it
cypress
is?
barrels.
It's the grammar thing. It's cypress vanilla.
Cypress vanilla. So it's vanilla from Cyprus.
Don't you have to?
Wait, they both on ice? Gentle coaxing of cypress. Hang on, there's a QR.
Coaxing is the word you're talking about.
No, coaxial. It's a fuel
It's a
fuel in
it's
Star
a-
Wars.
It's a type of internet. It's a type of network cable. Long time ago.
I am scanning the QR code, Peter. Let's see what it says.
I'm going to look up cypress vanilla.
In the membrane.
Cypress vanilla extract.
Am I over 18? Yes.
It's Cypress vanilla. So it's a type of vanilla or a
I
vanilla
don't know.
from Cyprus.
I'm still trying to figure it out.
Look out, we're dragging this 4-hour episode out to the fifth hour.
Hush Little Baby is aged on cypress with whole Papuan vanilla.
So it's aged on wood. Yeah. So it's either staves.
Cypress heartwood.
Yeah, so it'd be staves. Then, yeah. So they've put it in a
Barrel.
an aging tank.
Yep.
Or a secondary tank.
Yep.
And
And chucked a bunch of wood
aged it on Cyprus. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Put
Or
staves,
like cypress chips in it.
chips, staves, whatever you want to,
Yeah.
however you
Chips
can
in a
get it.
bag.
Chips in a bag. You put staves in a bag too. Trust me, because if you don't, they end up all stuck in the fucking
Splinteries,
bottom of the
yeah.
fermenter when you're trying to get that shit out.
So
Not good,
anyway,
man.
the
Thanks,
beer
Doc.
is
Thanks.
spectacular.
Yes,
Thanks,
Doc's taught me many of things, Brew. Don't do this again.
Yeah. I made this mistake. Please don't.
Yes.
Yeah.
No. I've made the mistake with him
Right.
Who's the...
putting staves in a tank when he wanted to age something or chill it on oak, and the staves got stuck in the bottom of the tank. Anybody playing at home, staves are small cubes of wood. Instead of barrel aging and having it in contact with the wood that way, you put staves in. So they're cubes, like inch by inch cubes. And you
giant
you
tea
put 'em
bag.
in there. You should put them in a giant tea bag. You should.
But occasionally you don't.
The clever person would, but the very young brewer who thinks it's a good idea to put wood, and you know what? This shit'll float.
Needs to hire a very, very, very small person to get inside the tank afterwards and throw them out.
Motherfucker, that shit was so hard to get out. Nah,
I can see you with like a pool fucking net trying to get.
Well, that's what the bags look like. They're pull net.
Yeah, they are net. They're like a nylon net. But I think with those staves, because we had everything emptied out and it was all blocking up the bottom of the fermenter, but the bottom of the fermenter is only 1.5 inches. So I was like chipping it out. Like I was like going in the back end of it and like cutting them down as much as I could to
He went in.
extract the.
He went in from the back.
Yeah.
He lost Tom at that.
That's why I choose these words.
Anyway, the beer's fucking.
It's great. It's
I'm
fantastic.
giving it a 5.
Yeah,
frankly,
yeah.
It's roasty. It's like the malt really shines through. It's quite sweet. Like it's surprisingly sweet.
Sorry, that's actually the thing that's pulling me off. It is the vanilla. The sweetness of the vanilla is pulling me back from a 5.
I've had the other two twice, so
they weren't in your fridge for that long. You just got greedy.
No, absolutely. Like I didn't.
I'm telling you
I
this way
never
now.
said otherwise. There was a maple. So that beer
Yeah, I just looked up
rebrewed
the 3. Yeah,
with a
yeah.
maple.
Yeah.
So this isn't quite as sweet.
The overpowering vanilliness is pulling me back from.
Hey, if you don't like it, mate, pour it into this glass.
I never said I didn't
fucking
like it.
love
I just said I'm not giving it a 5.
It's got that dark fruit raisin backbone to it as well.
Yeah.
That works with that vanilla character. But yeah, I don't disagree that there is quite a bit of sweetness there.
A little
Don't-
sharpness
I
too.
don't
a lot of
disagree. Double
yeah.
negative. Don't do that.
It's a lot of sweetness.
Yeah,
Mm.
but I think it works. I think it works. I think
Solid 4.5 for me, but
provides
yeah,
that,
that's. I wouldn't give it a 5.
Yeah.
you missed it, Tom, because you were doing your reviews. But as Pete, or you poured it? Did you pour it? Or did Pete pour it?
No, I poured it.
Oh, and there was the perfect little
I formed a
blood.
cross.
There was a perfect little blood driplet that came down the.
I bled the voodoo doll. No.
Oh, and you know what? It's actually. I'm going to say it. It's actually tainted the label where it's gone over the end. Can you see that?
It's not the first time I've tainted a brick lane.
See, can you see that where it's gone over the label?
Yes, Stan, I can see that I'm now cursed and I'm going to live in fear for the rest of my days.
I thought that was.
Actually, no, I could fight a voodoo doll. I'll fucking take it.
I thought that was a perfect little drop. Oh,
I've got one of those hammers. I can do it.
It's an embossed label. That voodoo doll's.
There he goes. I knew we'd get him eventually.
So we've got 3 elements here. Oh, that's embossed as well. Oh, okay, rightio. So we've got 3 elements
What
to this
isn't
label.
embossed, Dan?
Sorry?
What
isn't?
isn't embossed?
What is an embossed or what isn't?
What isn't embossed?
Oh, so most of the labels not. So you got matte aspects to
Dan's embossed. That's what.
90% of the label is a black matte. You've got the brick lane in a metallic, so no
Red.
white under the metallics. I guarantee this is metallic stock. So I'm going to peel off the label just to see if it's metallic stock. Yep, it is. So you've got the metallic shine through from the no white layer under the brick lane and the name, and then you've actually got over the voodoo doll and the description on the back. Just the description though. Fuckers are laughing at me. This shit
It's
is
just the way you're stroking it. It's just the way you're stroking
And I
it.
also
not,
feel
like-
sorry for our audio listeners who are just like, the fuck's this guy talking about?
The audio people. I can do this. So this is the
ASMR.
this is the AMSR of the audio listeners. This is the embossed part of the label.
Settle down.
Hey. Okay, so this is the main label, and this is the embossed part.
Don't turn him up.
And
No, I'm just like, Amaruth.
Don't encourage him. Don't
Amaruth,
encourage him.
Eat your heart out.
so this is
That
all
chick
it
makes a
is.
fucking bazillion dollars.
I know.
right?
I don't know who that is. All this is the voodoo doll. It's actually the Brick Lane logo on the side part, and the description is embossed like that. Like full credit to the designers and then the label printers because that's gold.
Anyway, the beer itself.
You know what?
Out of 5, Dan?
I'm actually going to peel this label off
Go for it.
just to see whether there's anything behind it.
Go for it. Out of 5,
Careful,
Dan.
because you might pull out a voodoo doll.
He gave it a 4.75.
Just because this would be one
4.5.
fucked up thing to print
4.5.
something on the back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
It's a mirror finish, and you just get to see yourself.
Yeah, it's a metallic. It's a metallic. Like you don't want this can, do you?
No.
Because it's fucked up already.
No,
Dan-
I'm the only one who sticks can labels on their fridge.
out of 5, Dan.
4.5.
Okay.
No, nothing here. That's a missed opportunity, Brick Lane. You make a beautiful, perfect label, and then you missed it.
The way
Mongrel
you put
bastard.
that back on, you fucking can't.
You can't do that to a can.
Beautiful label, Brick Lane.
Why?
That's absolute gold standard in beer design. I will give you credit for that because I just spent 10 minutes talking about it.
Cool.
Got him.
Got him.
You can just click his fingers. Right. So my best and worst of 2022. I'm going to go through them relatively quickly.
You talk, I'll do this.
Sure.
Yep.
My favorite game of 2022 was Horizon Forbidden West. It was
Brilliant game. Brilliant game.
It was a big toss up, to be honest. There was a lot of games that I really thoroughly enjoyed. But it was between that and God of War. I knew someone would talk about Ragnarok, so I thought I would talk about this. Forbidden West, to me, really reminds players about what is probably likely to happen in terms of us ignoring almost 100 years of people warning us about what we're doing to the environment.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
And yet it's still a cool story in and of its own right. Like the
Robot dinosaurs. How is it never going to be cool?
The AI aspect to it of, the psycho AIs, you're doing this all kinds of wrong, man.
I'm not. Excuse me. I'm just
Use your fucking fingers. That's what I've got Batman for.
Excuse me. Bottom lightning. We were around before Batman.
Batman will kick your ass.
We're bigger in the beer community. There we go.
My worst game.
I'm sorry. That is a very good opening.
You need to finish your fucking beer, Mr. Man. My worst game of 2022 was Assassin's Creed Ragnarok. I thought there was.
So this is actually.
Valhalla.
No, but Valhalla Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Valhalla Ragnarok. Oh, so
That is
Yeah.
a very important distinction. I think you should establish. Yeah.
Yeah. It was. You know what? Valhalla was a bad enough entry into the AC universe, but the DLC was just a miss.
Is it just that? Because are there not 2 DLCs?
There are
3.
I-
Paris.
Dawn of the
Druids.
there was Dawn. Yeah, no, there is 3. You're right.
Yeah.
Sorry. There was Dawn of the Druids. Actually, wasn't too bad. I was dating an Irish bird at the time, and it was interesting to see some of the history of Ireland. But
Come up against Colin.
I don't remember, to be honest.
Well, Colin's like their Hercules.
Right.
Hercules.
Hercules. That's such an obscure.
That's me.
It's a deep cut. What are you melting? Are we done?
Yeah, it's open.
Okay. Probably need to wash the glasses, actually.
Yes.
No.
I've done all that vanilla.
Yeah. And it's a strong ale, not a black beer. So,
Yeah.
My
Wait, whoa.
Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Best?
Valhalla Ragnarok. Assassin's Creed Valhalla Ragnarok.
It was too much like it. So Valhalla did some of the mythological stuff when you became Odin. I can't remember who they gave.
Spoilers!
It's been out for a while. They gave him an alternate name to Odin. I can't remember what it was. It was the one eye.
It was.
It was a pretty good reference, actually, because
He has so many names that's not funny.
yeah, but most people don't know any name other than
Harvey.
Odin. Yes, thank you. So I thought it was cool that they had picked some other name from the mythology, even though it was very clearly him. I enjoyed.
With the same. Anyway, yeah, continue.
I really enjoyed playing the quests in Valhalla or in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Treat yourself.
Did you literally just pour your leftovers on the carpet?
Oh, no, actually, under my pants.
Oh,
It's just water. I
it was a
really.
rental apartment, Peter.
Good news. I can now pee on the carpet.
I really enjoyed some of the mythological sequences in AC Valhalla. The representation of Loki, the representation of Odin's interaction and Thor's interaction with Fenris. There was some really cool stuff. The dwarf that was locked underground in a prison with chains. I can't remember the specifics. I wish I could remember his name. He was one of the only dwarves that Norse mythology directly refers to.
Oh, no, there's quite a few. There's actually a lot of dwarves that I refer to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I learnt a lot about Norse mythology through AC Valhalla, but Ragnarok it turned the game into a fantasy game as opposed to an AC game, which is typically rooted in historic fact with a twist.
Yeah. So they didn't take any part to play that into part of the extra world. How do I say this? So when you were...
They made the same mistake. Sorry to cut you off, but I think it's going to answer your question. They made the same mistake that they did with Origins when the third DLC pack, I think it was the third DLC came out, and it was just like, oh, now you're going to go to the afterworld in Egyptian mythology. There's no link back to the tangible world. It was just, here's a fantasy world set in the same AC engine.
Okay, but when you were playing Valhalla as Ivor, you went to the vulva and you went into hallucinogenic trance.
Yep.
And you went into Asgard, which was basically, it was an animus with inside an animus.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they were doing. They were saying you are a descendant of Odin, and then this person is a descendant of you. So, it was an animus with inside an animus.
Which they've done before, because that was the original Desmond Miles story. It was a character interacting inside a character interacting inside the first player's perspective. Because Minerva talks to Desmond through
Ezio.
Yes. And to me, it's a derivative of the same thing.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, sure. But they didn't play Ragnarok off like that. So it wasn't Ivor. You didn't start as Ivor and end up with the Volva, even if it was a cutscene. It just went straight into
Ragnarok. And it was too derivative. Hey, don't short pour me, motherfucker. I love this beer. Yeah. That was my worst game. It was I listed it as my worst because...
So your worst game was the DLC?
You know what? My worst game was the whole game. Sorry, my worst game of the year was the whole game.
Which is sad, because I know how excited you were for that game.
All the AC games. But then the last 4 have disappointed me. So I'm at a point where it's kind of shame on me.
I don't know. I quite liked Odyssey. Thought it was fun. Took me 8 years to complete it, but I thought it was fun.
I liked Odyssey for the same reasons I liked Origin and Valhalla and the original games, in that it encouraged me to look up the actual mythology that was inferred in the story. I learned more about Greek mythology because I played Odyssey. Not through the Odyssey game, although they do spend a lot of time trying to tell you, this is where our story has deviated from the original mythology, and this is the original mythology. Because if you dive into some of their interactive modes, you can do the interactive tour of ancient Egypt, and that is extremely well researched.
Yes.
So
you can do that in Odyssey too, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So I've learnt more through the games than through any other medium. I wouldn't have been interested.
So I released my dirty little secret to Tom. I don't know if I ever told you my dirty little secret.
No, but you're about to release it to the world.
Ah, that's fine. I've only ever finished 2 AC games.
I'm so clean now that it's taken off my shoulders.
No.
At least one of them.
Sorry, I lie. 3.
Okay, but I guarantee...
Which ones?
No, but just before he answers that question, one of them is going to be the Native American AC3.
Yeah,
and then I reckon Black Flag's at least the other.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Never finished Black Flag. Never even played Revolutions, or
Brotherhood.
I played Brotherhood. Never finished it.
Right. Okay.
So 1, 2, and 3. So the 3 mainline games. Didn't finish Black Flag. Didn't finish Origins. Didn't finish Odyssey. Didn't finish Valhalla.
Syndicate. Unity.
Didn't finish Syndicate. Didn't even play Unity.
Fair enough. I've pre-ordered the next one, but I hate the game already. Just look at all the miniatures.
Yeah.
Like it's hard to break the fucking connection now.
The problem is that is incredible.
If we're being honest about Assassin's Creed games,
you played 2.
I got like halfway through Assassin's Creed 2, like to 100%. I got as far as I could in Assassin's Creed 4 without finishing the multiplayer to get the plat. So none of the multiplayer missions, and I hate Ubisoft for that. And then I platted Odyssey. They're the only Assassin's Creed games I have played. I never played 3. I never played... I may have played 1 on my brother's account, but I never played on my own. But
there was no trophies for 1 because it was pre-trophy.
But I will say, I really wanted to dive into the Syndicate story.
Mhm.
I thought that was a really cool environment. Origins, I think I could go.
Just a little bit iterative and repetitive.
But
Yeah.
but it was also a bit of a slog to get around that huge city
yeah.
with
Yeah.
it being so repetitive.
Yeah,
and,
but I've got a soft spot for Victorian London, so you know.
Smaller map than a lot
it
of
was
the
good.
others.
It was beautiful, but it was
Um,
just how it was structured.
I don't think I'll ever dive into Origins, but I am keen to play Valhalla.
Origins, I would encourage you, if you enjoyed Odyssey, I would actually encourage you to play Origins because of
Odyssey became a slog.
I get it, but so don't play it past that point. But the ancient Egyptian,
Oh, Peter, you know me. I can't not play it past that
but
slog.
the culture that's ingrained in that story, the just walking down the Nile and having fucking alligators nab cunts left and right out of the blue.
Market.
Yeah, like it is worth playing the game, man. It's,
I agree.
yeah.
I agree.
I mean, no,
I
no,
think
I'm-
Origins. I actually think Origins is better than Odyssey for. Like, I have a huge attachment to the Greek culture and mythology and everything like that, but I actually think Origins was a bit more of a beautiful world.
Okay.
You those pyramids and just being
yeah.
So I think we're so exposed to that Greek culture through 300 and like all the representation it's ever had in pop culture and through Jason and the Argonauts and
Yeah.
Sinbad and all those beautiful stop motion movies of our
Childhood?
our childhood.
Our childhood.
Little bit outside yours, but close enough too. It just the representation of those sandy, almost tropical little
The Greek islands.
Egyptian villages on Origins. The
Right.
little one you start at,
Yeah.
and then you expand out, and you get to the Giza Plateau, and the Great Pyramids are there, capped in gold,
Yeah.
with a little bit with a white sandstone. You can still
Which-
climb. Then you go inside, and some of the secondary elements that come in their art, their mythological world with the giant snakes and everything like. Excuse me, that was a microphone move. I think Origins is well worth playing, and Bayek and his wife are good characters.
they
They're
are.
good.
Oh, and don't get me wrong, I actually really enjoyed the story of Odyssey. It's just I haven't gone back to an AC game since.
Origins is more an AC game than Odyssey was,
It was the first departure, but it was
but it
closer
was still
to
enough. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was closer to.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Controversial. Should we talk about this beer? I don't think we need to review this other than to say
No, I think we should review it because it's been aged for a year. At least.
I don't think the year added anything to it.
I think the year detracted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's still a very nice beer, and
But
No,
it's
but I
not-
think that's an important thing to say is that
yeah, it's
certain beers.
But then a strong
cer-
ale is not a typically cellarable.
Or I don't know. I would age a beer like this.
I don't.
Yes, but a dark beer will cellar better.
I disagree because I think there are beers that age. I've done a few verticals. Actually, I almost brought a vertical for you guys. So, as everyone knows, I work for Batch and we took over Bucket Boys, and Bucket Boys is now no longer, and they left their cellar, and I got to dive into it.
Oof.
And I found
like
a few
kid in a candy store.
Oh, I found a few bottles
Nuggets of gold.
of barrel aged red ale.
Ooh.
From
Keenly
and I'm
interested.
talking 12-year-old,
Mm.
which is probably gone.
Yeah,
But-
you lost me there.
But the 2016 probably still has some character to it. So I've got them saved, and I've kept them in a safe, dark location, and there's at least 4 years of them that need to be tried and tested, and there's
That sounds like an interesting party. I'll be there.
I'm convinced.
well, let's find out.
Yeah, I mean, it's an afternoon.
Yes.
So what are we
Madness is
drinking?
Like gravity, you just need a little push. So we're having for the second time on the podcast. Yes, we had
Yes.
this one before. This is the Baron of Barrels. This is the Moondog Mixed Barrel Aged Golden Strong Ale. It is 11.3%. It's a 650 ml bottle, 31 IBUs, 5.8 standard drinks. How many other things can I read off the side of that bottle?
And this is the beer that made me reconsider brewing.
Yes.
Mm.
In the 2021.
One big beer, aged for too long. So this is before we cracked it last year. This was a beer aged for 2 years in 3 types of boozy barrels. So blended from the finest cognac, white wine, and red wine barrels. A full body of complexity with a perfectly subtle sweetness and a long oaky cognac-y finish. I think the cognac comes out a lot stronger. Cognac.
Cognac. Just keep.
I think
I
it's
said what I said.
I think it's full of dark fruit.
Yes.
Full of dark fruit. It's just full of raisins. I don't think it's bad. I think it's been.
You've kept this in the fridge.
Yes, non-stop.
Got it,
Yeah.
So when we finished the episode, I think it was the next day. So like the 28th of December last year, I placed the order to make sure I got the same stock, and it's been sitting in the fridge ever since.
I think it's still a very nice beer. And if I didn't have extremely fond memories of what this was, I would say this was a very good beer. But I think it's a good beer.
It's not quite as good as it was last year.
The sweetness has come through more.
Yeah.
The oakiness has come through more.
The raisins are coming through.
The
more.
raisins are coming through, yeah.
I think it's more of that. It's more of that barrel flavor from.
You know what? It's porty.
Yeah, 100% it's porty.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, really, really porty.
In a not a bad way.
No,
it's just
definitely not in a bad way.
the sweet cat is here.
And yeah, I that is absolute credit to them that they've made something that will age and mature. Mature's wrong.
Because it's not as good as it was a year ago.
It's not as good as it was.
It's not. I don't know if it's not as good as it was. It has just changed.
It has definitely changed. Yeah. And it's very good. It is
still very good.
It is very good. It is very good. And if you can,
and
there probably isn't any left, but it's
still one of the best Moondog beers I think we've reviewed on the podcast.
Oh no, there's some of the old black lungs. Oh,
Want a black lung? There's a black lung in there.
Got a black lung in there.
Give me a cake hole any day of the week.
Please drink the black lung, because actually it might be different now that I've quit smoking. The last time I tried it, it was like licking my own ashtray.
Well, when you come back from the doctors in a couple of weeks and you don't have the black lung, we'll crack open the black lung.
No. Yeah? Release the Kraken.
Release the Kraken. Anyway, out of 5, do we need to give it a score?
Let's
this
not.
Let's not.
This was a celebratory, like, throwback to last year's end of year episode.
Yeah.
So it wasn't really a review beer. It was more just nostalgia.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I don't think it's any worse. I just think it's different, and different sometimes implies beer kind of thing. I don't think it's different in a bad way. I think it's different in it's changed with age, which I think is cool. Like,
it's cool that
I get
it's
what you're
changed
saying.
with age without not being a beer anymore.
For me,
it still smells the same as I remember it, though.
No, it doesn't smell the same as I remember.
I don't think sorry, did you just say it changes? It's not a beer anymore? Not the same beer anymore.
It's not the same beer anymore.
Okay, cool.
But it hasn't changed into something that isn't a beer.
No.
It's still a fucking cracking beer.
I just think that when they talk about a full complex body, I think that's the essence that's changed. Yeah.
Yeah, the complexity definitely has changed. I mean, you get that oakiness all the way through. And it's funny that, and this is obviously a very clever choice on their behalf, because when I drink that, my brain goes, Pirates of the Caribbean and pirate ships and beer in barrels, and get it from fucking
rum barrels.
The UK to India, and this is what an IPA would have tasted like when it got from the breweries in England to the colonies in India. And
I don't think it would have tasted like that at all.
Oh, I don't think so either. But this is my romantic.
It would have been swill.
Yeah, this is me.
It would have been bitter as fuck.
This is me romanticizing what things might have been like. And because they've got and I know that's American and not English, by the way. I'm not an idiot. but that's what it makes me think. That's what
Is that
it makes
because of the manatee?
manatee.
That's what the face
Oh, it is a manatee. Wow, it is. I didn't actually realize what the face was. Yeah, well. Okay. I actually don't think we can rate this. I don't think we can rate this because we are divided on how it is.
Mm.
And not
and that's
not that any of us are
not in a bad way.
not that any of us are going to rate it badly, but
No.
I don't think we should rate it because
it's
of the
I think
diversity.
That's the beauty of the beer.
It wasn't
is
a
it is-
review beer anyway.
but it's bringing us all different flavors.
Mm.
That's the beauty of the beer.
It's an
It's
experiential beer.
It's very interesting how these kind of beers age and affect your palates.
Yeah.
Because it's also a reflection on our palates and how they've
Oh,
changed.
totally.
Especially-
And
especially
mine
yours.
has changed totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you talk about smokiness and we're like, that's a roasty flavor, Pete. You're like, no, it's
Actually, now that I've had time for my palate to settle down, I need to go back to some of those beers and see if it still tastes like ashtray.
So, PT, you were only through games. So
Yes.
you've got two more subjects.
I do. I can breeze through them. TV show. Oh. To
He
be
said he
honest,
can breeze through it and goes, huh.
yeah, right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I hit the fucking handbrake on the first turn. I think we were spoilt for choice for TV series this year specifically.
I also think you definitely engaged in more shows than we both did.
And shenanigans.
No shenanigans. I've been
We don't
single
talk
this
about
whole
it.
year. I've been single this whole year. As much as you
Doesn't
like
mean you didn't
teasing
engage
me-
in shenanigans, Pete.
As much as you like teasing me about not Twitter. Twitter. Never get laid from Twitter. Never get laid from Twitter. Anyway, I
Also, challenge round. Get laid from Twitter. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't. It's, nope. Crazy. Anyway,
my favorite.
pizza.
My favorite. I don't really need to market.
You should.
I listen to everything.
Mm.
My favorite TV show for the year was a big. My Yoel can get fucked. Was Foundation.
Why? I tried so hard.
It's not a reflection on. Like
No, it's not. It's a reflection on you.
We're just
Yeah,
different
you're right.
people. We're just different people.
No. You no. And this is actually a really good point because I never had anything to do with the books, and you had, and I think it's more a reflection on me that I couldn't get into it
I don't think so. I just think, like, it was portrayed in a specific
because
way.
I get those things where I have things that I really want to get into that I can't get Emma into because I'm so much into them, and it's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
But it's
doesn't
just like
reflect on you
have
or
so much
Emma.
more
It's just,
you have so much more understanding of the world and things, and I don't think it's a reflection on your or my take on the content, but
even if we both read the
it's
book,
it's potentially like a reflection on the way that the studio.
yes, that's what I mean. Even if we both read the same book, the exec producers and the director and the showrunner chose to focus on specific aspects of the book to tell the story, like to lean on specific aspects. And to me, it sang to my interest in where the human race might end up in 1,000 years, long after we're gone, because our lifespan's like a fucking blink, really. But where we could end up, and Foundation tells a story about the human race has run its course in the universe. It's extended its life as far as it possibly can. It's extended its reach as far as it possibly can. It's brushed up against technologies and other races, and it's still in its death throes. And that's what the Foundation series is actually about.
Can you just fill me in on who wrote Foundation again?
Isaac Asimov.
I knew it was one of them.
I
knew it was one of them, but I just
like
couldn't
the.
click.
Can you fill me in this name? Oh, okay. Like that's great.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to go any further. You go, oh yeah, okay. Oh,
Yeah,
that makes sense.
it's one of the masters, and anyone who talks about sci-fi, you can't talk about sci-fi without talking about Asimov, because he's one of the granddaddies.
if not the.
Oh, Herbert was out there, and
Well, he was, but he was still
out
fantasy.
there.
Fantasy slash.
he bridged that
and,
gap quite well,
Asimov
but-
really went sci-fi.
Balls to the wall. Yeah. I just think it's really interesting to see a story told where humanity as a concept and as a race is at the point of, like, we beat natural selection, but we still didn't quite beat natural selection. Like, we've overcome pretty much every adversary. Technology has solved all medical problems, and yet we're still a race that's about to die. And that's the starting point for Foundation. I think that's a really interesting point to talk about, to tell a story. And it's a story that is very humanistic. It's very existential. It looks at what it is to be connected and human. And maybe it's because it was released, and the story is the story. It was written almost 100 years ago now. Not quite, but closer to 100 than 50. I think it was 40s. It was a World War II
be close to
book,
it.
I think. And it was just happened to be released during COVID when everyone's feeling disconnected, and this is very much a story about the connectivity of humanity and the requirement to connect to survive. It just kind of hit me on a really deep level.
51.
Yeah, okay. So it's post World War II.
Oh no! Sorry. I stand corrected. Short, 42 to 50.
Yeah, right. So it's smack bang in World War II.
So and subsequently in 3 collections in 51 to 53.
It was told through magazine formats, very similar to Frank Herbert's Dune.
Yeah, so that was 42 to 50
Yeah, okay.
in the short stories. 42 to 50.
Yeah, it just hit me. I mean, the story is big in scope, and yet it's quite small in scope. The acting was bang on. Like, there was no-name actors, which I enjoy discovering new actors that do a good job of telling a story. And it actually reminded me quite a lot of Dune.
So, funny you say that. Like, it actually upsets me that these sort of larger stories that can be, if they get someone that can attach to it and someone very credible and experienced and knowledgeable of the source material for what they can turn it into. And I haven't seen Foundation, and I will watch it because it extremely interests me. It incredibly interests me.
It's right up your alley.
I don't have the attachment to it like I do Dune. And I just would like, I will watch them. There is no way that I'm not going to compare it to Denis Villeneuve's Dune.
Yep.
Like, released almost the same
Very
time.
different kind of story.
But if you had someone
having seen both, as someone who's not a fan of either, I see exactly where you're coming from. You're about to say, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you're about to say, like, if you have some bigger names to it, when you're saying you really enjoyed the fact that it was smaller names,
and they're not names.
They're not small names by any. They are established names.
Yeah.
But
they're not like Tom Cruise and.
Oh no, I'm not talking about stars at all.
No,
I'm talking about someone.
I'm actually saying that I agree in a sense that I think that Foundation would have benefited from more established actors. For me,
Oh, okay.
I actually found the acting to be super, like, a bit over the top, super, like, almost a bit boring. I obviously
Interesting.
I only watched the pilot. Like, I watched the pilot episode, but at no point did any of the characters grab me as, like,
And connect.
Yeah. I think that was the thing. But I think when you're talking about Dune and, like, same kind of thing, it's like it's a big sci-fi story, and, like, if you think about Villeneuve's Dune, it brought on some very fucking big actors.
Oh, yes, and it's different because the format's different too.
That's true, but now thinking about it, I'm thinking, like, if Foundation had some of those big Villeneuve actors, would I have been more involved? It's like actually like a really really interesting thing to think about. I don't know if it would have.
I'm going to ask you a different question around that idea. You are compressing Dune, a 600-700 page book, into a 2-hour movie, 2.5-hour movie.
No, it was the first 300. It wasn't even the first 250 pages.
Okay. But Dune...
Of the first novel.
Yes. But Dune, the movie, and both of the movies, the original movie back in the 80s and the current one, Villeneuve's
No, but
Dune.
the first movie in the 80s went through all of the book. It went to completion of
Villeneuve...
Paul's original story.
Yes. Villeneuve copied the concept from the original movie in that it didn't get bogged down in the boring character establishment that you inevitably go through in a book and doesn't feel boring when you're reading the book.
I disagree there.
Okay.
I think he just did it in a clever, subconscious way. I think it was done through good actors.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was done through clever cinematography. But he condensed a 500, 600-page novel
into a 2-hour movie.
The first, not even half of the first book into a 2.5-hour movie.
Whereas what you're talking about is, and like, this is not negative. Like, it's not a criticism, but the first 1 or 2 episodes of a 10 to 12 episode series, you haven't even gotten past chapter 2. You're still,
but you're
still in character introduction stages.
If that doesn't grab you,
I get it.
Why would you stick with it?
I get it.
I mean, we've talked about that before. Yeah.
And this is up to the directors and the writers of the day. Like, if you're talking about,
but it grabbed me straight away too. So,
but again, you've read the book.
I've got the connection to the book. I guess
you're talking about novels that are from over half a century ago.
That are
they're 70,
still relevant.
They're 70. They're upwards of 70 years old.
But it's not saying they're not relevant. It's
not saying they're not relevant. But you're talking about novels that are up to 70 years old, and they're going to have different pacing.
Yeah.
So novels that are written now,
yeah,
far different pacing.
Which is why we're comparing it to Dune, because Dune was written in the same era.
The same era, yeah. And you're talking about a TV series versus
a movie.
Would I have preferred Dune as a TV series? No, I wouldn't have. I think Denis Villeneuve...
Get on with the story is kind of the answer to that.
I think his adaptation and the way he paced it, yes, reading the book, there was a lot skipped over.
But
there was a lot of non-character
development. But what's 6 hours divided by 45 minutes? How many episodes do you end up with? Because it's a 3-hour Dune movie and it's part 1 of 2 parts. You're going to end up with 6 hours of Dune movie.
I understand that criticism of like things. Like,
it's not even a criticism. It's just.
But I know that point you're coming from. It's like, oh, well, why can't you watch? You can watch the 3-hour movie, but why can't you watch 6 45-minute episodes? It's like, well, you go into something.
It is differently paced still.
But also, you go into something with a different mindset. You go in thinking, I need to sit here for 3 hours. Whereas if you go in and go, oh, I can actually turn this off after 45 minutes if I don't like it.
No, it's a different method of storytelling because each time you sit down, you expect a 3-act story. You expect the lead in, the climax, and the anticlimax at the very least.
But
and whether that's a 45-minute episode.
The other really important thing is that you can, if you sit into a 6-part series that it ends up being the same as a 3-hour episode, you go, cool, I got half an end of this. I don't give a fuck. I'm out. Like if you like, but most people won't walk out. There are people who will.
As much as
most people won't walk out of a cinema because they're like, well, fuck it, I'm here now. I've already paid.
You know what?
For it.
If I could, sorry, we'll get back to whatever you're about to say. But if I could fucking handcuff you, I guarantee you'd thank me by the end of Foundation.
In the same way you made me watch Dune with you, and I walked out going, fucking hell, I was bored.
So.
I jerked him off.
In a comparison here.
Not very well.
Clearly. I mean, that was the implication.
We need to pull the pin on this very soon. So in comparison here,
Bring out the next beer.
I actually think Rings of Power suffers from exactly what you're talking about. I actually think Rings of Power suffers from being 1 hour episodes because they're trying.
It'd be a horrible long stint thing.
For if it was done in a movie format.
Yeah.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
But I think they need to get over this. And don't get me wrong, they're playing with what they've got now with streaming services and how these formats are being consumed now compared to what we were doing with traditional movies that were an hour and a half long. We've gone to 2 hours. We've now gone to 3 and a bit hour movies to 8 episodes in a TV series
each episode is between 50 and 110 minutes.
But we originally started with...
It's a very poignant our podcast.
Yeah, well, sorry about these people. We started in the 90s with miniseries. Miniseries with 3 1-hour episodes.
Yeah.
That was a miniseries. 3 1-hour episodes.
And The Stand was out there.
3 1-hour episodes is exactly what The Stand was. Dune on Sci-Fi Channel was 3 1-hour episodes.
Stand was longer than that.
No, I don't
Stand
think
was 6 1-hour episodes.
Was it that long? Anyway,
Let it go. Yeah.
Anyway, you're talking about this format. And all of a sudden now we have streaming. So now we have streamings. We have 45-hour episodes that run through this format. They run through start, lead everybody into where they finished off in the last episode. Start everybody in.
Yeah.
Like there's a peak and there's a cliffhanger. No, don't fucking do that. There was... what was the TV series that just led us through? So there was one TV series that I know we've all watched, and it pisses me off that I can't remember it right now when we're rolling through all of this.
Mandalorian.
No. There was something.
Obi-Wan.
Mando's.
No.
It's none of the Star Wars.
Bad
Batch.
No. Anyway, whatever it was, it just would roll.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
There was something that we watched that rolled through, and it wouldn't leave on a cliffhanger. It would just get to a poignant point in the story,
To pause.
Oh, yeah.
and it would pause.
Yeah.
And then it would just
But
pick
it was
up.
it was a pause. It wasn't an ending.
It wasn't a cliffhanger. It wasn't a this.
There
It wasn't a
little
that.
death.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't a fucking Numenor leaving everybody in Middle Earth before the last fucking thing of the story. Like, I know it's the last episode and all that.
You really need to watch the last episode.
We are getting there. We punched through it in 3 days. Thank you very much. So we got
Best
there.
3 days ever.
Yeah, it was pretty good. And I don't. Anyway,
So let me forcibly drag us back on track, or else we'll never get there. So my favorite TV show of 2022 was Foundation, but the fact that I had to make a long ass list of honorable mentions, we're not going to go through in detail. House of the Dragon, Rings of Power, Halo, Reacher, Obi-Wan, Andor.
Reach around.
The new Reacher is much better than the original movie Jack Reacher with Tom Cruise.
Yeah, I know.
Just demonstrates that we are absolutely sport for choice 2022 in TV. Way more than movies. TV to me.
I know. I didn't get into TV in 2022.
Sure.
We've established.
We need to wrap this up.
No, keep going, boys.
my worst of 2022, Wheel of Time. So much potential. Such a horrible
Jesus
fucking
Christ, that was
execution.
bad.
Fuck Rafe and everything he stands for. My favorite movie was The Batman. We haven't talked about The Batman. I don't think we need to recover that. To still get a boner every time that fucking V8 starts. Worst movie? Matrix, Sad Erections, without doubt.
Sad erection.
I don't know. It was.
No.
I can't even say
No.
It always reminds me of.
It's not even a funny point anymore. Like,
It always reminds me of
Like,
Clerks
you know,
2.
guys,
It's like I'm jerking off, but I'm crying while I'm doing it.
Yeah.
It was the
you
donkey show in Clerks 2.
Just use tears as lube. It's not even like a funny point anymore. Like that was the thing that I did for a while. It was like a bit. It's like, Makes Revolutions. What a great film. And like just because it would make you guys so
I just
angry
want to make
so
everyone
quickly.
hate you.
Yeah. You guys were so easy to bait. But it was just like I watched it and I was like, oh shit.
It really is that bad. Yeah.
It wasn't even that it was that bad. It was just it missed so much.
But it didn't need to be a movie.
It didn't miss so much. It missed everything.
It didn't need to be a movie.
It touched on things. It dipped the toe in. It dipped the toe on certain points.
But it didn't tell a fucking story.
It dipped the toe on certain points and said, "Oh, that point's too cold. I'm not going to touch that."
It didn't tell a story.
Oh no.
It didn't tell a story. There was no story to be told there.
Not a good one, but it told.
And it just goes to show that the Wachowski sisters, without
No, it was only
stealing,
one.
you're right. Sorry,
It
Lana?
did this.
Lana. Was
Oh,
Lana.
it was
It was
Lana.
Lana. Yeah.
Goes to show that if they don't have IP to steal, they've got no movie.
But it goes back to your first point, and as a good comedian goes all the way around, full circle, and then pulls the pin on everything. It goes back to Hollywood has all of the assets.
Yeah.
All of the assets to be make sure that shit is good. And they didn't.
They still fail.
They still failed.
They
still
shouldn't.
failed. And she had all of the assets to make that good.
Mm.
Every box that she could have ticked there was absolutely right for the picking.
Yeah.
Keanu,
Even
Carrie-Anne
Keanu,
Moss.
yeah.
Like-
for them to come back
For them to come back
is a
and
big
to
statement.
roll and like probably an almost unlimited budget from Warner Brothers
Yeah,
to make this shit work, to start this shit again. Like
because that was the intent.
to start it again.
Yeah.
To rekindle the fire. To set the
To
spark of
excite new
revolution
audiences.
again.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
whatever you want to do, like that's where they were going. And she had every asset that she could have possibly tapped into, and that's the
and still
tribe
failed
that we
to tell
got.
a story. Yeah,
And this is where I go, I'm signing off for the night,
Drop
guys.
the mic.
Power button.
You drink your beer and you're happy you get it.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it has been an interesting year of ups and downs. I miss lockdown. I think we should bring it back
I
every
miss
year.
lockdown. I think we should bring it back. I'm with Tom here.
Every year, just like a month or two.
Just yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think
Just lock idiots up. Like, just let me go to the park and Jasper and just not have to deal
depending
with
on your
fucking-
postcode as to whether or not you can leave your fucking house.
I mean, I think
Like,
that should be instilled
As close to
anyway.
martial law as Australia has ever gotten.
And that was a great TV series in the 90s, if anyone remembers it.
Siege.
No, Martial Law.
Oh,
Remember
okay.
that one? That was a really, really badly.
Just martial law always reminds me of,
Was that
of
Chuck Norris?
No, it was another actor, but it was
the term martial law always reminds me of Bruce Willis giving the lecture in The Siege about how the military is not a scalpel, it's a broadsword. I think it was a broadsword.
Hey, winning son. Last thing.
Dan
Last
Dan was dropping the mic. Like I'm
Doesn't
ready
matter.
to talk.
Fucking go. Are you winning son?
God of War. I might. As you said,
You're still mopping up.
might subconsciously platinum this one.
Yeah,
so
I think
proud
you
of you.
probably will actually,
I'm so proud of
because
you.
there ain't much.
My boys
left.
all grown up.
I haven't looked at the trophy list. I don't know what they are.
You don't have to because it is.
If you're
intuitive.
doing all the end game content,
it makes you, this is the trophy list that makes you.
Don't
wanna
put
do
me
it.
off it. I
No,
might,
no,
I
you
might,
wanna- you
I
wanna
might
do it.
actually complete it.
You might,
I might actually platinum a game this decade.
Peter.
I'm winning like a motherfucker at the moment.
Yes, because you're deep in.
I'm balls deep. But before that, I started and platinumed Spider-Man, which was thoroughly enjoyable. Sorry, I shouldn't say that.
My bladder's got about this much room in it.
Go
so-
piss.
Well,
No,
fucking
no,
hold
because
it
we need
in.
to roll this
I got
through.
7 hours and 44 minutes left,
Yeah,
motherfucker.
the listeners don't. So
Spider-Man
Clench, motherfucker.
was Spider-Man was good. I don't think it was.
Curb your whore tongue.
I don't think it was great because
I repeat what I just said.
because I
agree.
have played DC Universe Online, so the mechanic of swinging and walking, running up buildings, I'd done all that before, and it reminded me in a good way. But the storyline, as someone who was an avid Spider-Man fan reading comics growing up, I'd read that story 20 fucking times.
But how many times have you played it?
Oh, look, it's the
Zero.
Sinister Six.
Oh, no.
It's I'm not saying the mechanic of web slinging wasn't great. It was. But it's also not the first game that they've implemented that great mechanic in. It's just the first game that most of you have played.
False. It's the best game that I have web slinged in that actually used physics to web sling.
Spider-Man 2?
Nope. You could web sling off the fucking sky.
No, 2 you couldn't.
No,
2 needed to
couldn't.
attach to a building.
Yeah, but the building was up there. This was the first one that actually used physics for swing speed, and launch.
It incrementally improved on previous games because DC Universe Online, when you were the Batman type character, the gadget type character, you would use. It wasn't quite web, but it was very fucking close.
Was bat claws?
Batarangs on the end of ropes, like grappling hooks,
Yeah.
but it was real, like it was live swinging, and it couldn't attach to anything but the top of a building. And then the Speed Force type characters could run up the building in a very. I'm not saying it's the same. I'm saying the mechanics are derivative of that game enough to remind me of the game.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was great. It wasn't. It was good. It wasn't great. And then I'm playing Death Stranding, which could be another whole fucking conversation.
Thomas, are you winning, son?
Oh, I'm winning, son. I just platinumed yesterday. I finished Evil West, which is a fun yet frustrating game. It's a AA title. It's cowboys versus vampires. That's the only way to describe it. It's a cool alternate, not even alternate history. It's an alternate mythology Western game. But like this is the thing. It took me one playthrough, and then I started the second one. Then I was like, oh shit, my main guy's just Hellboy. Like he's got Wild West revolvers and weapons, and then he's got a massive fucking fist weapon that he uses to clonk people out. And it is the most like obtruse American weapon in that it's a fist, and then that has two plates that come out from either side, and they say the name of the institute you work for.
Oh God!
Like it's just like they like America, boom. So yes, it's set at the turn of the century. The humans have just started to weaponize electricity, which the vampires are allergic to for some fucking reason. The monster designs are really cool. The massive thing that frustrated me was playing through on evil mode, which is the hardest mode.
Of course.
Was that the enemy damage was never consistent. So something that would give you like a quarter.
Dan's bladder.
He's done. He's peeing. He's already heard me whine about this anyway. Yeah, well, no, a little bit of whine. I'm sure the developers would be like, "You're a whiny bitch." It's one of those things that like you get hit by a character in one fight, and it's like, "Oh, cool, that hit takes off a quarter health. I know to avoid that to keep a quarter health."
Yep.
And then later on in the game, and like you don't gain health points and you don't gain defense points. And like it could be the next level and you get hit by the same character and it's like, oh, well, there goes 3/4. It's like, whoa, that is inconsistent.
Yeah, right.
Or the same character would hit you in the same fight with the same attack. And one time it would be like quarter health. The other time would be instant kill.
So is it just rolling a dice each time?
I don't know. It was whatever mechanic they were using. Like, and these guys are not a AAA studio. They are a AA studio, Flying Wild Hog. The characters they built were great in the fact that they were the most stereotypical, like 90s action hero characters. But it worked. It was fun in that sense. Like it was really, really like enjoyable. But it was like, you know, the main guy is an agent in the field and he rocks up to the guys who are in development. He goes, "Are you nerds like developed anything for me?" And it's like, oh, here we go. Oh, geez, I'm playing a 90s action film.
Yeah.
But then the character models for the monsters were fantastic. They were a really cool classic mix of like classic vampires and what you call him? Fucking tentacle monster man. Cthulhu. Yeah, they were like Cthulhu monsters a bit. But also set in the Wild West, so everything was like chained to that kind of thing. And like a little bit of Van Helsing mixed in as well. So they were really cool like model enemy designs.
Van Helsing's an interesting character because you could easily see him in a Lovecraftian story.
Yeah, it was that Lovecraftian. That's the perfect way to describe it. The only thing that really frustrated me was in a few of the like there were tense boss battles. Like, and the boss battles were nice in that you had to get to a third of their health and then you had a checkpoint. You could reload that checkpoint as many times as you needed to, like whatever, how many times you fucked up. But it was just like they were using haptic feedback, using a PS5 controller. The game was clearly developed for PS4, so I think they like kind of like retrofitted it to the PS5 controller.
Yeah.
And so many times you go like, I could have like made that dodge roll shoot kind of move on a PS4 controller, but for this, like the controller just felt like it was stuck in glue so many times because of haptic feedback. It's the first time I've actually had haptic feedback go against me. Like it was nice. Like it was nice in the sense that like you felt in the moment when you had a crossbow and you'd run out of bolts and then you'd go to shoot it and it'd be like, oh, I can't pull the trigger. It does nothing. But then you'd go like you had a 6-gun and it was like hold the trigger to quick fire it, and you'd hold the trigger and it'd go bang. You'd be like hold the trigger again and it'd go bang. And you're like fucking hold the trigger and it's meant to quick fire all 6 shots or all 8 shots by the time you upgraded it. And it was just like there was so many things like that just didn't land.
Right.
Story was fine. It was very basic, you know. The best level is the moment where the main villain is a young vampiress who just giggles creepily throughout the level. Here in certain spots, so when you're playing with 3D audio, it's really cool.
Yeah.
And there's some like
It's been done to death, that though.
Yeah. Oh no. Like as I said, it was stereotypical as fuck. But like, there were a couple of cool moments. The monster design was really cool. There were so many moments that like, if this works smoother, this would be such a more enjoyable game. And that was Platinum 19. But anyway, I've got the last one, which is a platforming, very peaceful game by the sounds of the thing, running around in the woods of Fox and, you know, using the seasons to influence the forest. And it's all done in watercolor painting. So I'm really excited to see
What's
that.
the name of the game?
After Seasons Fall.
We've spoken about this, but you were off.
Yeah.
Fiddling with a computer.
I'll send it to you. So yeah,
Okay.
it's especially if we're talking about getting into more indie games. It's indie games.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Cool.
Gonna be
All right.
number 20 for the year.
I think that's the end of the
Yes,
episode.
I think that needs to be the end
That
of
is
the episode.
Yeah.
Mm.
New
That's
Year's
done.
wrap. 2022 over. Thank you very much if you've been listening all the way through.
Thank you.
And thank you if you're a new listener too. Hope you stick around. Just all the messaging I have.
Yep.
Dr. Squatch, we're waiting for you to respond.
Yeah, because my bar's getting low. Also, my soap's getting low. Oh, no. Ha ha ha.
Thanks for listening. Bye.
Bye.
Cheers to you. Good night.
Cool.